and rate your day for decisiveness. From 1 to 10 is the typical scale. Then also, mark any unusual tastes or other phenomena, dizziness, headaches, strange thoughts or moods, that kind of thing. Moods can be typified and scaled, too. Frank was beginning to like this guy. Now he would become his own experiment, an experiment in consciousness. He would observe his own thoughts in a quantified meditation. Rudra would get a kick out of that. Frank could hear his deep laugh already. "Good idea," he said to the doctor, hearing the way Rudra would say it. "I'll try that. Oh, I've forgotten to mention this. I still can't feel anything right under my nose, and kind of behind it. It's numb. It feels like a nerve must have been, I don't know." "Oh, yeah? Well," looking at the scans, "maybe something off the 9 nerve. The glossopharyngeal nerve is back there where we're seeing the encapsulation." "Will I get the feeling back?" "You either will or you won't," the doctor said. All of them had said that. It must be the standard line on nerve damage, like the line about the president having so much on his plate. People liked to say the same things. "And the hematoma?" "Well, it's been a while since your injury, so it's probably pretty stable. It's hypodense. We could follow it with serial scans, and it's possible it could resolve itself." "And if it doesn't?" "We could drain it. It's not a big operation because of the location. I can go in through the nose. It looks like it would be straightforward." Checking out the images again. "Of course, there's always some risk with neurosurgery. We'd have to go into that in detail if you wanted to move forward with it." "Sure. But do you think I should?" He shrugged. "It's up to you. The cognitive problems you're reporting are fairly common for pressure on that part of the brain. It seems that some components of decision-making are located in those sulci. They have to do with the emotional components of risk assessment and the like." "I've read some of the literature," Frank said. "Oh, yes? Well, then you know what can happen. There are some pretty unusual cases. It can be debilitating, as you know. Some cases of very bad decision-making, accompanied by little or no affect. But your hematoma is not so big. It would be pretty straightforward to drain it and get rid of the encapsulated clot, too." "And would I then experience changes in my thinking?" "Yes, it's possible. Usually that's the point, so patients like it, or are relieved. Some get agitated by the perception of difference." "Does it go away, or do they get used to it?" "Well, either, or both, or neither. I don't really know about that part of it. We focus on draining the hematoma and removing that pressure." "It will, or it won't." "So, if I'm not in too much distress, maybe I ought not to mess with it," Frank said. He did not want to be looking forward to brain surgery. Even clearing out his sinuses sounded pretty dire to him. The doctor smiled ever so slightly, understanding him perfectly. "You certainly don't want to take it lightly. However, there is a mass of blood in there, and often the first sign of it swelling more is a change in thinking or feeling, or a bad headache. Some people don't want to risk that, and problems in decision-making can be pretty debilitating, so some people preempt any problems and choose to have the surgery." "Geez," Frank said. "This is just the kind of decision I can't make anymore." The doctor laughed briefly, but his look was sympathetic. "It would be a hard call no matter what. Why don't you give it a set period of time and see how you feel about it? Make some lists of pros and cons, mark on your symptoms calendar how you feel about it for 10 days running, stuff like that. See if one course of action is consistently supported over time." Frank sighed. Possibly he could construct an algorithm that would make this decision for him by indicating the most robust course of action, some kind of aid, because it was a decision that he could not avoid. It was his call only, and doing nothing was a decision too, but possibly the wrong one. So he had to decide. He had to consciously decide. Possibly it was the most important decision he had before him right now. "Okay," he said. "I'll try that." Back at work, Frank tried to concentrate. He simply couldn't do it. Or he concentrated, but it was on the word hematoma. Chronic subdural hematoma. There's pressure on my brain. He thought, I can concentrate just fine. I can do it for hours at a time. I just can't decide. He closed his eyes, poked at his things-to-do list with a pen. That was what it had come to. Well, actually he had bundled 3 things to do in a military category, and now he realized he should have poked the "Go to the Pentagon" item on the list, because Diane had told him to, and he had made appointments, and today was the day. So there hadn't been any choice to be made. Check the calendar first to avoid such tortures. 1. Navy, Air Force, Army Corps of Engineers, the list said. Secretary of the Navy's office first, Chief Nuclear Officer, happy to meet with the President's Science Advisor's advisor, Diane had said. Lunch at the Pentagon. The Pentagon had its own metro stop, just west of the Potomac. Frank came up out of the ground and walked the short distance to the steps leading up to the big doors of the place. These faced the river. From them, it was impossible to see how big the Pentagon was. It looked like any plain concrete building, wide but not tall. Inside, there was a waiting room. He went through a metal detector, as at an airport, was nodded onward by a military policeman. At the desk beyond, another MP took his driver's license and checked his name against a list on his computer, then used a little spherical camera on top of the computer to take a picture of him. The MP took the photo from a printer and affixed it to a new ID badge, under a barcode, Frank's name, and his host's name. Frank took the badge from the man and clipped it to his shirt, waited in the waiting room. There was a table with promotional brochures, touting each of the services and its missions, also the last 2 wars. The Navy's chief nuclear officer was a Captain Ernest Gamble. He had been a physics professor at Annapolis, cool and professional in style. They walked down a very long hallway. Gamble took him up some stairs to an interior window where the pentagonal inner park stood in the sunlight. Then it was onward, down another very long hallway. They used to have little golf carts for the halls, Gamble explained. But people kept running them into things. It takes a long time to get repairs done here. The joke is, it took 18 months to build the Pentagon and 10 years to remodel it. They passed a small shopping mall, which Frank was surprised to see there inside the Pentagon itself, and finally came to a restaurant, likewise deep inside the building. Sat down, ordered, went to a salad bar and loaded up. As they ate, they discussed the Navy's nuclear energy capabilities. Ever since Admiral Hyman Rickover had taken over the nuclear fleet in the 1950s, the Navy's nuclear program had been held to the highest possible safety standards and had a spotless record, with not a single, unclassified, accident releasing more than 50 rads. What about classified accidents? I wouldn't know about those. Gamble deadpanned. In any case, the Navy had had no reactor accidents, and a half-century's experience with design and operation. They discussed whether the Navy could lead the way in designing, maybe even overseeing, a number of federally funded national security nuclear plants. That might avoid the cost-cutting disasters that free market nuclear energy inevitably led to. It would also excuse the new power plants from those environmental regulations the military already had exemptions to. Overall, those exemptions were a bad idea, but in this case, maybe not. In effect, pursuing this plan would nationalize part of the country's energy supply, Gamble pointed out. A bit of a Hugo Chavez move, he suggested, which would enrage the Wall Street Journal editorial page and their ilk. Between that and the environmental objections, there would be no lack of opponents to such a plan. But the Navy, Frank suggested, had no reason to fear critics of any stripe. They did what Congress and the President asked them to do. Gamble concurred. Then, without saying so outright, he conveyed to Frank the impression that the Navy Brain Trust might be happy to be tasked with some of the nation's energy security. These days, global military strategy and technology had combined in a way that made navies indispensable but unglamorous. They functioned like giant water taxis for the other services. Ambition to do more was common in the Secretary's office and over at Annapolis. Great, Frank said. While listening to this artful description, vague but suggestive, something had occurred to him. When there are blackouts, could the nuclear fleet serve as emergency generators? Well, yes, if I understand you. They've done things like that before, doing emergency relief in Africa and Southeast Asia. Hook into the grid and power a town or a district. How big a town? The ships range from a few to several megawatt range. I think a Roosevelt-class aircraft carrier could power a town of 100,000, maybe more. I'd like to get the totals on that. Then lunch was over, and it was time for Air Force. A new aide appeared and escorted him around 2 bends of the Pentagon to the Air Force Hall. The walls here were decorated with giant oil paintings of various kinds of aircraft. Many of the gleaming planes were portrayed engaged in aerial dogfights, the enemy planes going down under curved pillars of smoke and flames. It was like being in a war-crazed teenager's bedroom. The Air Force's chief scientist was an academic, appointed for a 2-year stint. Frank asked him about the possibility of the Air Force getting involved in space-based solar power and the rapid deployment thereof. The chief scientist was optimistic about this. Solar collectors doing photovoltaic in orbit, beaming the power down in microwaves to Earth, there to be captured by power plants, which became capture and transfer centers, rather than generating plants per se. Have to avoid frying too many birds and bees with the microwaves, not unlike the wind turbine problem in that regard, otherwise pretty straightforward, technically, and with the potential to be exceptionally, almost amazingly clean. But you would need a big, honking booster to lift all that hardware into space, the chief scientist said. Maybe something that had horizontal takeoffs and landings both, some kind of ramjet thing. In any case, a major new booster, like the old Saturn rocket, so foolishly canceled at the end of Apollo, but modernized by all that a half-century's improvements in materials and design could give it. A good booster could make the shuttle look like the weird and dangerous contraption it had always been. "Much progress on that, then?" Frank asked. The matter had been studied, and some starts made, but it could not be said to be going full speed yet, even though it was a crucial part of a full clean energy solution. What have people been thinking this last decade or two? Frank wondered once. Why not do the obvious things? The chief scientist shrugged. A rhetorical question, obviously. Only Edgardo would bother to shout out, "Because we are stupid?" Frank said, "Could the Air Force itself commission a big booster as a defense priority?" "Well, it's supposed to be NASA's thing, and there's lots of people nervous about what they call militarizing space." "Can NASA do it?" Another shrug, very expressive. NASA was tricky, small, often very messed up. Maybe the Air Force could partner with them, try to help without being too intrusive. Even fund it, Frank suggested. But, of course, that brought up the problem of reprogrammed funds, as General Rack had described to him the year before. Really, something like that could only be Congress's call. Again. But the Air Force would be willing to advocate such a thing to Congress, sure. They would serve as called on. So, Frank thanked the man and was escorted around to the Army Hall for his 3 Army Corps of Engineers meeting. But here it turned out General Rack had been called away unexpectedly, so his escort led him back to the waiting room, the only place where he could exit the building. Back onto the metro. And who had built that? He tried to work it out. Navy helps energy, Air Force helps NASA, Army Corps of Engineers helps all the land-based infrastructure, including carbon sequestration and shoreline stabilization. Together with all the other mitigation efforts, they would be terraforming the Earth. It was, after all, a matter of national defense. Defense of all the nations. But never mind. Republic in danger, the military should be involved, especially given their budget. A military as big as all the other militaries on the planet, working for a country that had explicitly renounced any imperial ambitions or world police responsibilities, which it wanted to cede over to the UN as a globalized world project. That meant there was now a gigantic budget and productive capacity, extending into the private sector in the form of the military's many contractors, that did not have all that much to do. It was an instantaneous investment overhang. Maybe it could be devoted to the mitigation project. The Swiss Army did work like that. Frank wondered if the Fix-It program could be used to coordinate all these federal efforts, perhaps out of the OMB. Construct an overarching mission architecture. He wondered if the FBI could be sicked on black programs that had taken off on their own and hidden within the greater intelligence and security morass. It was hard to imagine how all this would work, but Frank felt that here he was baffled not by his own cognitive problems, but by the sheer size and complexity of the federal government and of the problem. In any case, one thing was clear. There was serious money being dispersed out of the Pentagon. If they were interested to try helping with this, it could be an incredible resource. In the private sphere, meanwhile, it was time to find and talk to big pools of accumulated capital, as, for instance, the reinsurance companies, with total assets in the $10 trillion range. Next item on the list. If he could only keep this busy, there would be no need to decide anything, or to wonder where Caroline was and why she hadn't contacted him yet. The reinsurance companies had underwritten most of the previous year's North Atlantic salt fleet, so they were already acquainted with the huge costs of such projects, but also were the world's experts in the even bigger costs of ignoring problems. They had been the one who ultimately had paid for the long winter, and they had their cost-benefit algorithms, and they were already well acquainted with the concept of robust decision-making, something very desirable to them, as being less destructive to their business over the long haul. Diane had invited representatives of the 4 big reinsurance companies to meet with her global warming task force. About 20 people filled the conference room in the old executive offices, including Anna, over for the day from NSF. After Diane welcomed them, she got to the point in her usual style and invited Kenzo to share what was known about the situation in the North Atlantic and more globally. Kenzo waved at his PowerPoint slides like a Pops orchestra conductor. Then, one of the reinsurance NatCat, natural catastrophe, guys from Swiss Re, gave a talk which made it clear that in insurance terms, sea level rise was the worst impact of all. A quarter of humanity lived on the coastlines of the world. About a fifth of the total human infrastructure was at risk, he said, if sea level rose even 2 meters, and this was the current best guess as to what might happen in the coming decade. And if the breakup of the West Antarctic ice sheet went all the way, they were facing a rise of 7 meters. It was something you could be aware of without quite comprehending. They sat around the table, pondering it. Frank seized his pen, squeezed it as if it were his recalcitrant brain. "I've been looking at some numbers," he said, haltingly. "Postulating, for a second, that we have developed really significant clean energy generation. Then, observe, the amount of water displaced by the detached Antarctic ice so far is on the order of 40,000 cubic kilometers. Now, there are a number of these basins in the Sahara Desert and all across Central Asia, and in the basin and range country of North America, also in southern Africa. In effect, the current position of the continents and the trade wind patterns have desiccated all land surfaces around the 30th latitudes north and south. And in the south, that doesn't mean much, but in the north, it means a huge land area dried out. All those basins together have a theoretical capacity of about 60,000 cubic kilometers." He looked up from his laptop briefly, and it was as he had expected. They were looking at him like he was a bug. He shrugged and looked back at the PowerPoint and forged on. "So, you could pump a lot of the excess seawater into these empty basins in the 30s and perhaps stabilize the ocean's sea level proper." "Holy moly!" Kenzo said in the silence after it was clear Frank was done.
You'd alter the climate in those regions tremendously if you did that.
No doubt, Frank said. But, since the climate is going haywire anyway, it's kind of like, so what? In the context of everything else, will we even be able to distinguish what this would do from all the rest? Kenzo laughed. Well, Frank said defensively to the silent room, I thought I'd at least run the numbers.
It would take an awful lot of power to pump that much water inland,
Anna said.
I have no idea what kind of climate alteration you would get if you did that,
Kenzo said happily. Frank said, Did the Salton Sea change anything downwind of it?
Well, but we're talking like 1,000 Salton Seas here,
Kenzo said. He was still bug-eyed at the idea. He had never even imagined curating such a change, and he was looking at Frank as if to say, Why didn't you mention something this cool out on our runs?
It would be a real test of our modeling programs,
he said, looking even happier, almost giddy.
It might change everything,
he exclaimed. And yet, Frank said, people might judge those changes to be preferable to displacing 1/4 of the world's population. Remember what happened to New Orleans. We couldn't afford to have 10,000 of those, could we?
If you had the unlimited power you're talking about,
Anna said suddenly,
why couldn't you just pump the equivalent of the displaced water back up onto the Antarctic polar plateau? Let it freeze back up there near where it came from.
Again, the room was silent.
Now there's an idea,
Diane said. She was smiling.
But Frank, where are these dry basins again?
Frank brought that slide back up on the PowerPoint. The basins, if all of them were entirely filled, could take about 20% of the predicted rise in sea level if the whole WAIS came off. It would take about 30 terawatts to move the water. The cost in carbon for that much energy would be 10 gigatons. Not good, but only a fraction of the overall carbon budget at this point. Clean energy would be better for doing it, of course. What effects on local climates and ecologies would be caused by the introduction of so many big new lakes was, as Kenzo had said, impossible to calculate.
Those are some very dry countries,
Diane said after perusing Frank's map.
Dry and poor. I can imagine if they were offered compensation to take the water and make new lakes, some of them might decide to roll the dice and take the environmental risk, because net effects might end up being positive. It might make opportunities for them that aren't there now. There's not much going on in the Taklamakan these days that I know of.
The Swiss RE executive returned to Anna's comment, suggesting that the system might be able to go through proof of concept in Antarctica, after which, if it worked, countries signing on would have a better idea of what they were in for. Antarctic operations would incur extra costs to keep pumps and pipelines heated. On the other hand, the environmental impacts were likely to be minimal, and population relocation not an issue at all. Maybe they could even relocate the excess ocean water entirely on the Antarctic polar cap. That would mean shifting water that floated away from the West Antarctic ice sheet up to the top of the Eastern Antarctic ice sheet.
Of course, if we're going to talk about stupendous amounts of new free energy,
Anna pointed out,
you could do all sorts of things. You could desalinate the seawater at the pumps or at their outlets and make them freshwater lakes in the 30s, so you wouldn't have Salton Sea problems. You'd have reservoirs of drinking and irrigation water. You could replenish groundwater and build with salt bricks and so on."
Diane nodded.
"True. But we don't have stupendous new sources of clean energy,"
Anna said. Good photovoltaics existed, Frank reminded her doggedly. Also a good Stirling engine, good wind power, and extremely promising ocean energy-to-electricity systems. That was all very well, Diane agreed. That was promising. But there remained the capital investment problem and the other transitional costs associated with changing over to any of these clean renewables. Who was going to pay for it? It was the trillion-dollar question. Here, the reinsurance people took center stage. They had paid for the salting of the North Atlantic by using their reserves, then upping their premiums. Their reserves were huge, as they had to be to meet their obligations to the many insurance companies paying them for reinsurance. But swapping out the power generation system was 2 magnitudes larger a problem, more or less, than the salt fleet had been, and it was impossible to front that kind of money, almost impossible to imagine collecting it in any way. Well, but it's only 4 years of the American military budget, Frank pointed out. People shrugged, as if to say, but still, that was a lot.
It's going to take legislation, Diane said. Private investment can't do it, can't or won't.
General agreement, although the reinsurance guys looked unhappy. It would be good if it made sense in market terms, the Swiss RE executive said. This led them to a discussion of macroeconomics, but even there, they kept coming back to the idea of major public works. No matter what kind of economic ideology you brought to the table, the world they had set up was resolutely Keynesian, meaning a mixed economy in which government and business existed in an uneasy interaction. Public works projects were sometimes crucial to the process, especially in emergencies, but that meant legislating economic activity, and so they needed to have the political understanding and support it would take to do that. If so, they could legislate investment, and then, in effect, print the money to pay for it. That was standard Keynesian practice, a kind of pump priming used by governments ever since the Third New Deal of 1938, as Diane told them now, with World War II itself an even bigger example. Other economic stimuli might also complement this old standby. Edgardo had done some studies here, and it could all be handed to Chase as a kind of program, a mission architecture, a list of things to do. After that, they heard a report from the Russian Environmental Office. The altered tree lichens they had distributed in Siberia the previous summer were surviving the winter there like any ordinary lichen. Dispersal had been widespread, uptake on trees rapid, as the engineers at Small Delivery Systems had hoped for. The only problem the Russian could see was that it was possible, at least in theory, that the lichen dispersal would become too successful. What they were seeing now led them to think they might have overseeded, or actually overdispersed. Since most of what they had dispersed had survived, by next summer the Siberian forest around the site would reap whatever the winds and the Russians had sown. In the lab, it was proving to grow more like algal blooms encased in mushrooms than like ordinary lichens. Fast lichen, we call it, the Russian said. We didn't think was possible, but we see it happening. All that was very interesting, but when Frank got back in his office, he found that his computer wouldn't turn on. and when the techs arrived to check it out, they went pale and isolated the machine quickly, then carried the whole thing away. "That's one bad virus," one of them said. "Very dangerous." "So, was I hacked in particular?" Frank asked. "We usually see that one when someone has been targeted. A real poke in the eye. Did you back up your disks?" "Well, you better have. That's a complete loss there." "A hard drive crash?" "A hard drive bombing. You'll have to file and report, and they'll be adding you to the case file. Someone did this to you on purpose." Frank felt a chill. Charlie's daytime outings with Joe had to happen on the weekends now. Even though they were past the first 60 days and had had a pretty good run with them, they were trying to keep the momentum going, and things kept popping up to derail the plans. Sometimes intentional problems created by the opposition, sometimes neutral matters created by the sheer size and complexity of the system. Roy was pushing so hard that sometimes he even almost lost his cool. Charlie had never seen that, and would have thought it impossible, at least on the professional level. In personal matters, Roy and Andrea had gone through a spectacular in-office breakup, and during that time, Charlie had endured some long and bitter rants from Roy. But when it came to business, Roy had always prided himself on staying calm. Calmness at speed was his signature style, as with certain surfing stars. And even now he persisted with that style, or tried to, but the workload was so huge, it was hard to keep the calmness along with the pace. They were far past the time when he and Charlie were able to chat about things like they used to. Now their phone conversations went something like, "Charlie, it's Roy. Have you met with IPCC?" "No, we're both scheduled to meet with the World Bank on Friday." "Can you meet them and the bank team at 6 today instead?" "I was going to go home at 5. 6 then?" "Well, if you think—" "Good. Okay, more soon. Bye." "Bye," said to the empty connection. Charlie stared at his cell phone and cursed. He cursed Roy, Phil, Congress, the World Bank, the Republican Party, the world, and the universe. Because it was nobody's fault. He hit the cell phone button for the daycare. He was going to have to carve time for an in-person talk with Roy, a talk about what he could and couldn't do. That would be an unusual meeting. Even though Charlie was now at the White House 50 hours a week, he still never saw Roy in person. Roy was always somewhere else. They spoke on the phone even when one of them was in the West Wing and the other in the old executive offices, less than 100 yards away. For a second, Charlie couldn't even remember what Roy looked like. So, call to arrange for extended stay for Joe, a development his teachers were used to, another exception to the supposed schedule. Because they needed the World Bank executing Phil's program in the War of the Agencies, now fully engaged, the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund were among the most mulish of their passive-aggressive opponents. Phil had the power to hire and fire the upper echelons in both agencies, which was good leverage, but it would be better to do something less drastic, to keep the mid-levels from shattering. This meeting with the International Panel on Climate Change, a UN organization, might be a good venue for exerting some pressure. The IPCC had spent many years advocating action on the climate front, and all the while they had been flatly ignored by the World Bank. If there was now a face-off, a great reckoning in a little room, then it could get interesting. Charlie hoped so, because whether it was a useful meeting or not, Joe was going to have to get by for the extra hours. But the meeting, held across the street in the World Bank's headquarters, was a disappointment. These two groups came from such different worldviews that it was only an illusion they were speaking the same language. For the most part, they used different vocabularies, and when, by chance, they used the same words, they meant different things by them. They were aware at some level of this underlying conflict, but could not address it, and so everyone was tense, with old grievances unsayable and yet fully present. The World Bank guys said something about nothing getting cheaper than oil for the next 50 years, ignoring what the IPCC guys had just finished saying about the devastating effects 50 more years of oil burning would have. They had not heard that, apparently. They defended having invested 94% of the World Bank's energy investments in oil exploration as necessary, given the world's dependence on oil, apparently unaware of the circular aspect of their argument. And, being economists, they were still exteriorizing costs without even noticing it, or acknowledging such exteriorization had been conclusively demonstrated to falsify accounts of profit and loss. It was as if the world were not real, as if the actual physical world, reported on by scientists and witnessed by all, could be ignored, and because their entirely fictitious numbers therefore added up, no one could complain. Charlie gritted his teeth as he listened and took notes. This was science versus capitalism, yet again. The IPCC guys spoke for science and said the obvious things, pointing out the physical constraints of the planet, the carbon load now in the atmosphere altering everything, and the resultant need for heavy investment in clean replacement technologies by all concerned, including the World Bank, as one of the great drivers of globalization. But they had said it before to no avail, and so it was happening again. The World Bank guys talked about rates of return and the burden on investors, and the unacceptable doubling of the price of a kilowatt hour. Everyone there had said all of this before, with the same lack of communication and absence of concrete results. Charlie saw that the meeting was useless. He thought of Joe, over at the daycare. He had never stayed there long enough even to see what they did all day long. Guilt stuck him like a sliver. In a crowd of strangers, 14 hours a day. The bank guy was going on about differential costs. And that's why it's going to be oil for the next 20, 30, maybe even 50 years, he concluded. None of the alternatives are competitive. Charlie's pencil tip snapped. Competitive for what? He demanded. He had not spoken until that point, and now the edge in his voice stopped the discussion. Everyone was staring at him. He stared back at the World Bank guys. Damage from carbon dioxide emission costs about $35 a ton, but in your model, no one pays it. The carbon that British Petroleum burns per year by sale and operation runs up a damage bill of $50 billion. BP reported a profit of $20 billion, so actually it's $30 billion in the red every year. Shell reported a profit of $23 billion, but if you added the damage cost, it would be $8 billion in the red. These companies should be bankrupt. You support their exteriorizing of costs, so your accounting is bullshit. You're helping to bring on the biggest catastrophe in human history. If the oil companies burn the 500 gigatons of carbon that you are describing as inevitable because of your financial shell games, then 2/3 of the species on the planet will be endangered, including humans. But you keep talking about fiscal discipline and competitive edges in profit differentials. It's the stupidest head-in-the-sand response possible. The World Bank guys flinched at this. "Well," one of them said, "we don't see it that way." Charlie said, "That's the trouble. You see it the way the banking industry sees it, and they make money by manipulating money, irrespective of effects in the real world. You've spent $1 trillion of American taxpayers' money over the lifetime of the bank, and there's nothing to show for it. You go into poor countries and force them to sell their assets to foreign investors and to switch from subsistence agriculture to cash crops. Then, when the prices of those crops collapse, you call this nicely competitive on the world market. The local populations starve, and you then insist on austerity measures, even though your actions have shattered their economy. You order them to cut their social services so they can pay off their debts to you and to your financial community investors, and you devalue their real assets, and then buy them on the cheap and sell them elsewhere for more. The assets of that country have been strip-mined and now belong to international finance. That's your idea of development. You were intended to be the Marshall Plan, and instead you've been carpetbaggers." One of the World Bank guys muttered, "But tell us what you really think," while putting his papers in his briefcase. His companion snickered, and this gave him courage to continue. "I'm not going to stay and listen to this," he said. "That's fine," Charlie said. "You can leave now and get a head start on looking for a new job." The man blinked hostilely at him, but he did not otherwise move. Charlie stared at him for a while, working to collect himself. He lowered his voice and spoke as calmly as he could manage. He outlined the basics of the new mission architecture, including the role that the World Bank was now to play. But he couldn't handle going into detail with people who were now furious at him, and, in truth, had never been listening. It was time for what Frank called limited discussion. So Charlie wrapped it up, then gave them a few copies of the mission architecture outline, thick books that had been bound just that week. "Your part of the plan is here in concept. Take it back and talk it over with your people, and come to us with your plan to enact it worked out. We look forward to hearing your ideas. I've got you scheduled for a meeting on the 6th of next month, and I'll expect your report then. Although, since we will be decapitating your organization, it won't be you guys doing the reporting," he didn't add. And he gathered his papers and left the room. Well, shit. What a waste of everyone's time. He had been sweating, and now out on the street, he chilled. His hands were shaking. He had lost it. It was amazing how angry he had gotten. Phil had told him to go in and kick ass, but it did no good to yell at people like that. It had been unprofessional, out of control, counterproductive. Only senators got to rave like that. Staffers, no. Well, what was done was done. Now it was time to pick up Joe and go home. Anna wouldn't believe what he had done. In fact, he realized he would not be able to tell her about it, not in full. She would be too appalled. She would say, "Oh, Charlie," and he would be ashamed of himself. But at least it was time to get Joe. At this point, he had been at daycare for 12 hours exactly. "Damn it," Charlie said viciously, all of a sudden as angry as he had been in the meeting, and then glad that he had shouted at them. Years of repressed anger at the fatuous destructiveness of the World Bank and the system they worked for had been released all at once. The wonder was he had been as polite as he had. The anger still boiled in him uselessly, caustic to his own poor gut. Joe, however, seemed unconcerned by his long day. "Hi, Dad," he said brightly from the blocks and trucks corner, where he had the undivided attention of a young woman who reminded Charlie of their old Gymboree friend Asta. "We're playing chess." "Wow," Charlie said, startled, but by the girl's sweet grin, and the chess pieces strewn about the board and the floor, he saw that it was Joe's version of chess, and the mayhem had been severe. "That's really good, Joe. But now I'm here and it's time, so can we help clean up and go?" "Okay, Dad." On the metro ride home, Joe seemed tired but happy. "We had Cheerios for snack." "Oh, good. You like Cheerios. Are you still hungry?" "No, I'm good. Are you hungry, Dad?" "Well, yes, a little bit." "Want a cracker?" And he produced a worn fragment of a wheat thin from his pants pocket, dusted with lint. "Thanks, Joe, that's nice. Sure, I'll take it." He took the cracker and ate it. Beggars can't be choosers. Beggars? People who don't have anything. People who ask you for money. Money? You know, money. The stuff people pay for things with when they buy them. Buy them? Come on, Joe, please. It's hard to explain what money is. Dollars, quarters. Beggars are people who don't have much money, and they don't have much of a way to get money. All they've got is the World Bank ripping their hearts out and eating their lives. So the saying means, when you're like a beggar, you can't be too picky about choosing things when they're offered to you. What about Han? Is she too picky? Well, I don't know. Who's Han? Han is the morning teacher. She doesn't like bagels. I see. Well, that sounds too picky to me. Right, Joe said. You get what you get. That's true, Charlie said. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit, Joe declared, and beamed. Obviously, this was a saying often repeated at the daycare, a mantra of sorts. That's very true, Charlie said. Although, to tell you the truth, I did just throw a fit. Oh well. Joe was observing the people getting on at the UDC stop, and Charlie looked up too. Students and workers, all going home late. These things happen, Joe said. He sat leaning against Charlie, his body relaxed, murmuring something to the tiny plastic soldier grasped in his fist, looking at the people in their bright, pink-seated car. Then they were at the Bethesda stop, and off and up the long escalator to the street, and walking down Wisconsin together, with the cars roaring by. Dad, let's go in and get a cookie! Cookie! It was that block's Starbucks, one of Joe's favorite places. Oh, Joe, we've got to get home. Mom and Nick are waiting to see us. They miss us. Sure, Dad. Whatever you say, Dad. Please, Joe, don't say that. Okay, Dad. Charlie shook his head as they walked on, his throat tight. He clutched Joe's hand and let Joe swing their arms up and down. Chapter 5. Undecided. Pleasure is a brain mechanism. It's a product of natural selection, so it must help to make us more adaptive. Sexual attraction is an index of likely sexual pleasure. Frank stopped in his reading. Was that true? The introduction to this book claimed the collected sociobiological papers in it studied female sexual attractiveness exclusively because there were more data about it. Yeah, right. Also, female sexual attractiveness was easier to see and describe and quantify, as it had more to do with physical qualities than with abstract attributes such as status, or prowess, or sense of humor. Yeah, right. What about the fact that the authors of the articles were all male? Would Herdy agree with any of these justifications, or would she laugh outright? Evolutionary psychology studies the adaptations made to solve the information processing problems our ancestors faced over the last couple million years. The problems? Find food, select habitat, stay safe, choose a mate. Obviously, the brain must solve diverse problems in different domains. No general-purpose brain mechanism to solve all problems, just as no general-purpose organ to solve all physiological problems. Food choice very different from mate choice, for instance. Was this true? Was not consciousness itself precisely the general-purpose brain mechanism this guy claimed did not exist? Maybe it was like blood, circulating among the organs, or the whole person as a gestalt decision-maker, one decision after another. Anyway, mate choice, or rather, males choosing females. Sexual attraction had something to do with it. Was this true? Potential mates vary in mate value. Mate value could be defined as how much the mate increases reproductive success of the male making the choice. Was this true? Reproductive success potential can be determined by a number of variables. Information about some of these variables was available in specific, observable characteristics of female bodies. Men were therefore always watching very closely. This was true. Reproductive variables: age, hormonal status, fecundity, birth history. A nubile female was one having begun ovulation, but never yet pregnant. Primitive population menarche average start, 12.4 years. First births at 16.8 years, peak fertility between 20 and 24 years, last births at around 40 years. In the early environment in which they evolved, women almost always were married by nubility. Were they sure? The biological fathers of women's children were likely to be their husbands. Women started reproducing shortly after nubility, one child every 3 or 4 years, each child nursed intensively for a few years, which suppressed conception. A male who married a nubile female had the maximum opportunity to father her offspring during her most fecund years, and would monopolize those years from their start, thus presumably not be investing in other men's children. If mate selection had been for the short term only, maximal fecundity would be preferred to nubility, because chance of pregnancy was better at that point. Sexual attraction to nubility rather than maximal fecundity indicates it was more a wife detector than a short-term, one-time mother detector. Was this true? In the early environment, female reproductive time lasted about 26 years, from 16 to 42. But this included average of 6 years of pregnancy and 18 years of lactation. Thus, females were pregnant or nursing for 24 of the relevant 26 years, or 92% of reproductive life. So, between first average birth age, 17, and last conception age, 39, average woman was non-pregnant and non-lactating for 2 years. Thus, 26 ovulations total. Say, 3 days of fecundity per cycle. Thus, females were capable of conceiving on only 78 of 8,030 days, or 1% of the time. Thus, only about 1 in 100 random copulations could potentially result in conception. Did this make sense? It seemed to Frank that several parts of an algorithm had been crunched into one calculation, distorting all findings. Numbers for numbers' sake. Specifics following an averaging was one sign, random copulations another, because there were no such things. But that was the only way they could get the figure to be as low as 1%. In any case, following the argument, a nubile woman before first pregnancy was more fecund than a fully fecund woman in her early 20s, if one were considering her lifetime potential. And so nubility cues were fertility cues, as males considered their whole futures as fathers. But did they? Thus, natural selection assigned maximum sexual attractiveness to nubility cues, and this attraction to nubility rather than fecundity indicated monogamous tendencies. Male wants long-term cohabitation, with its certainty about parentage for as many offspring as possible. And what were nubility cues? Skin texture, muscle tone, stretch marks, breast shape, facial configuration, and waist-to-hip ratio. All these indexed female age and parity. Female sexual attractiveness varied inversely with WHR, which was lowest at nubility, higher when both younger and older, etc. Even the face was a reliable physical indicator. Frank laughed. Selection showed a preference for average features. This was asserted because students in a test were asked to choose a preferred composite. The beautiful composite, as created by both male and female subjects, had a shorter bottom half of the face than average, typical of a 12-year-old girl, full lips in vertical dimension, but smaller mouth than true average, higher cheekbones than true average, larger eyes relative to face size, thinner jaw, shorter distances between nose and mouth, and between mouth and chin. High cheekbones and relatively short lower face and gracile jaw indicated youth, low testosterone-estrogen ratio, and nullipara. Bilateral symmetry was preferred. Deviation in hard tissue reduced sexual attractiveness more than the same amount of deviation in, say, nose form, which could have resulted from minor mishap, indicating little about design quality. Ah, Francesca Taulini's beautiful crooked nose, explained at last. As was masticatory efficiency. This was the one that had gotten Frank and Anna laughing so hard that day when Frank had first run across the study. Sexy chewing. In the early environment, total body fat and health were probably correlated, so fat, what little could be accumulated, was good. Now, that was reversed, and thinner meant both younger and healthier. 2 possible readings, therefore, EE and modern, which might explain why all women looked good to Frank, each in her own way. He was adaptable, he was optimodal, He was the Paleolithic postmodern. Were women evaluating men as mates in exactly the same way? Yes, but not exactly. A woman always knew her children were biologically hers. Mate choice thus could focus on different criteria than, in effect, capturing all of a mate's fecundity. Here is where the sociobiologist Hurdy had led the way, by examining and theorizing female choice. Patriarchy could thus be seen as a group attempt by men to be more sure of parentage, by controlling access. Men becoming jailers, men going beyond monogamy to an imprisoning polygamy, as an extension of the original adaptive logic, but an extension that was an obvious reductio ad absurdum, ending in the seraglio. Patriarchy did not eliminate male competition for mates. On the contrary, because of the reductio ad absurdum, male competition became more necessary than ever, and the more force available, the more intense the competition. Thus, patriarchy as a solution to the parentage problem led to hatred, war, misogyny, gynophobia, harems, male control of reproductive rights, including anti-abortion laws. Those photos of a dozen fat men grinning as they signed a law on a stage. And, ultimately, taken all in all, patriarchy led directly to the general, very non-adaptive insanity that they lived in now. Was that true? Did sociobiology show how and why they had gone crazy as a species? Could they, using that knowledge, work backwards to sanity? Had there ever been sanity? Could they create sanity for the first time by understanding all the insanities that had come before? By looking at adaptation and its accidental byproducts, and its peacock exaggerations past the point of true function? And could Frank figure out what he should do about his own mating issues? It brought on a kind of nausea to be so undecided. Most of the Kembalis, still in the D.C. area, were now moving out to their farm in Maryland. The compound was nearly finished, and although a thin layer of hard snow still lay on most of the ground, spring was springing, and they were beginning to clear the area they wanted to cultivate with crops. They rented a giant rototiller, and a little tractor of their own was on its way. Sukandra was excited. "I always wanted to be a farmer," he said. "I dreamed about it for years when we were in prison. Now we are going to try what crops will thrive here." He gestured. "It looks just like it did in my dream." "When the ground thaws," Frank suggested. "Spring is coming. It's almost the equinox." "But growing season here starts late, doesn't it?" "Not compared to Tibet." "Ah." Sukandra said, "Will you move out here with us and build your treehouse?" "I don't know. I need to talk it over with Rudra." "He says he wants to. Kang wonders if he should stay closer to hospital." "Ah. What's wrong with him, do they know?" Sukandra shrugged. "Old. Worn out." "I suppose." "He will not stay much longer in that body." Frank was startled. "Has he got something, progressive?" Sukandra smiled. "Life is progressive." "Yes, but he's only 81, Frank didn't say. That might be far beyond the average lifespan for Tibetans. He felt a kind of tightness in him. "I don't know what I'll do," he said at last. I'll stay where he is. So, maybe for now I'll just work on the treehouse and stay in Arlington with him, if that's okay."
"That would be fine, of course. Thank you for thinking of it that way."
Disturbed, Frank went up the hill to the copse of trees at the high point. He walked around in the grove, trying to concentrate. They were beautiful trees, big, old, intertwined into a canopy shading the hilltop. Snow filled every crevice of the bark on their north sides. If only they lived as long as trees. He went back to his van and got his climbing and window-washing gear and trudged back up the hill. It was sunny but cold, a stiff west wind blowing. He knew that, up in the branches, it would be colder still. He wasn't really in the mood to climb a tree, and you needed to be in the mood. It was more dangerous than most rock climbing. But, however, here he was. Time to amp up and ramp up, as they used to say in the window-washing business, often before smoking huge reefers and downing extra-tall cups of 7-Eleven coffee, admittedly, but the point still held. One needed to get psyched and pay attention. Crampons, linesman's harness, strap around, kick in, deep breath, up, up, up. Eyes streaming in the cold wind. Blink several times to clear vision. Through the heavy lowest branches, up to the level under the canopy, where big branches from different trees intertwined. In the wind he could see the independent motion of all the branches. Hard to imagine, offhand, what that might mean in terms of a treehouse. If an extensive treehouse were to rest on branches from more than one tree, wouldn't it vibrate or bounce at cross purposes, rather than sway all of a piece, as his little Rock Creek treehouse did? An interference pattern, on the other hand, might be like living in a perpetual earthquake. Not good. What was needed was a big central room, set firmly on one big trunk in the middle, with the other rooms set independently on branches of their own. Yes, much like the Swiss family treehouse at Disneyland. He had heard it was the Tarzan treehouse now, but he wasn't willing to accept that. Anyway, the design was sound. He saw the potential branches, made a first sketch on a little pocket notebook page, hanging there. It could be good. And yet, he wasn't looking forward to it. Then, he saw that the smallest branches around him were studded with tiny green buds. They were the particular light, vivid green that was still new to Frank, that he had never seen in his life until the previous spring, out in Rock Creek Park. Deciduous bud green. An East Coast phenomenon. The color of spring. Ah, yes, spring. Could spring ever be far behind? The so-called blocked moments, the times of stasis, were never really still at all. Change was constant, whether you could see it or not. Best, then, to focus on the new green buds, bursting out everywhere. Thoreau said the same the next morning. Frank read it aloud. March fans it, April christens it, and May puts on its jacket and trousers. It never grows up, but is ever springing, bud following close upon leaf, and when winter comes, it is not annihilated, but creeps on mole-like under the snow, showing its face occasionally by fuming springs and watercourses. Rudra nodded. Henry sees things. The flower opens, and lo, another year.
Thoughts of spring came to Frank often in the days that followed, partly because of the green now all over town, and partly because Chase kept referring to his first 60 days as a new spring. It struck Frank again when he went with Diane and Edgardo over to the White House to witness the dedication of the new solar projects. Phil had ordered that photovoltaic panels be put in place, to be put back in place, as Carter had done it in his time, to power the White House. When there was some debate as to which system should be installed, he had instructed them to put in 3 or 4 different systems to make a kind of test. The purple-blue of the photovoltaic panels was like another kind of spring color, popping out in the snowy flower beds. Phil made a little speech, after which he was to be driven to Norfolk Naval Station. He had already had the Secret Service swap out his transport fleet, so now, instead of a line of black SUVs pulling through the security gate, it was a line of black, bulletproof Priuses. These looked so small that everyone laughed. They resembled the miniature cars that Shriners drove in parades. Chase laughed hardest of all, jumping out and directing the traffic so that the little cars made a circle around him. As he waved goodbye to the crowd, Frank noticed that he wore 2 wedding bands, one on his left ring finger, the other on the little finger of his right hand. The White House demonstration project was only a tiny part of the solar power debate raging through NSF, the Department of Energy, and, Frank supposed, the world at large. Sudden efforts to find the Holy Grail. It looked like desperation, and to a certain extent it was. But it was also that volatile time that came early in the history of any new technology, when decisions about many of the basic structures and methods emerged from a general confusion. The small scale of this test was not going to be fair to Stirling engines in competition with photovoltaic. PV panels could be scaled to any size, which made them best for home use, while the external heat engine required a group of mirrors big enough to heat the heating element fully and drive the pistons to maximum output. It was a system meant for power plants. So the test here was only a PR thing. Still, not a bad idea. To see the systems creating electricity, even on cloudy days, was suddenly to understand that they had the means for the world's deliverance already at hand. Paradoxically, the units on the South Lawn shifted the attention from technology to finance. Now, Chase was talking about tax credits for home installations that were big enough that the cost of a system would be the equivalent of about 3 years of electricity bills. A subsidy like that would make a huge difference. The cost to the federal budget would be about 1/3 the cost of the last war. The main problem, then, would be manufacturing enough silicon. One of the workmen scaling the southwest corner of the White House was having trouble, even though belayed from the roof. Frank shook his head, thinking, I could do better than that. Cutter and his friends could do better than that. Kayaking was fun. The ice had broken up, and Frank, Charlie, and Drepung had joined a program at the Georgetown Boathouse, which gave them a couple of lessons, and then renting privileges for Charlie and Drepung. Frank had an old blue kayak of his own. Now, their routine was to try to meet every other weekend to paddle around, playing on the slight riffles in the Potomac upstream from the Key Bridge. These riffles, however small compared to the drops at Great Falls, nevertheless involved an immense flow of water
and were fun to struggle up and shoot down. They could practice on them until they were good enough for Great Falls, Frank would say. Great Falls had a variety of whitewater runs on the Maryland side, spanning a wide range of difficulties. Charlie and Drepung would nod at this information while glancing at each other, in full solidarity to resist any such improvement. Drepung, it seemed to Charlie, was doing well, despite all the bustle at the embassy, in high spirits because of the move to the farm, and Phil taking office, and probably just the sheer fact of spring. He was young, the cherry blossoms were blossoming, and the Wizards were in the playoffs. He had an iPod that he had programmed with everything from the Dixie Chicks to the Diamond Sutra. Charlie often saw him bopping up their sidewalk in his oversized running shoes, snapping his fingers to some iPodded beat or other, not fast or slow, but in the groove. The bopper with the Betty Boop face, his gaze curiously fresh, direct, warm, open, a kind of hail or greeting, even a challenge, a look unusual in D.C., the world capital of insincere sincerity. Now Drepung paddled by and said, "I know that you said that when Phil Chase said to us, 'I'll see what I can do,' he was only using the usual Washington code for no. But I am thinking now that maybe he meant it literally." "Could be," Charlie opined cautiously. "What makes you think so?" "Well, because he has apparently called up the State Department and told someone in the South Asia Division to get hold of us and set up a meeting with him. There's even some of the China people to be included in this meeting." "Chinese people?" "No, China people. State Department Foreign Service people who specialize in China. Sridhar has been trying to set up such a meeting with them for months and months, but with no success. And now we have a date and an agenda of topics, and all because of this request from President Chase." "Amazing how that happens." "Yes, isn't it? We are going to see what we can do." Later that spring, when the time came to move to Maryland, Frank drove Rudra out there in his van. Everything they had had in the garden shed barely covered the floor of the van's rear. This was pleasing, but leaving their garden shed was not. As Frank closed and locked the door for the last time, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Another life gone. Some feelings were like vague clouds passing through one. Others were as specific as the prick of acupuncture needles. As they drove up the George Washington Parkway, he still felt uneasy about leaving, and he thought maybe Rudra did too. He had left the garden shed without a look back, but now he was staring silently out at the Potomac. Very hard to tell what he might be thinking, which was true of everyone, of course. The farm was bristling with people. They had built the treehouse in the hilltop grove, using Frank's design, but augmenting it in several ways. Once, right after they had begun to build it, he had tried to help in the actual construction of the thing, but when he saw some of the Kembali carpenters pulling out a beam that he had nailed in, he had realized that he had to leave the carpentry to them. They had built the thing at speed, not out of bamboo, but out of wood, and in a very heavy dzong, or hill fortress style, each room so varnished and painted with the traditional Tibetan colors for trim that they perched in the branches like giant toy chests. Rather wonderful, but not at all like the airy structures of the Disneyland masterpiece Frank had been conceptualizing. Frank wasn't sure that he liked their version, The design, however, had held. There was a grand central room, like a cottage that the biggest tree had grown through and uplifted 30 feet, so that now it hung in the middle of the copse. This circular room had an open balcony, or patio, all the way around it, and from this round patio several railed staircases and catwalks led over branches or across open space, out and up to smaller rooms, about a dozen of them. Sukhandra arrived and pointed out one of the lowest and outmost of the hanging rooms, on the river side of the hill. That one, he said, was to be Frank and Rudra's. The roommates nodded solemnly. It would do. It definitely would do. Late that day, having moved in, they looked back into the grove from their doorway and its own little balcony, and saw all the other rooms, their windows lit like lanterns in the dusk. On the inside their room was small. Even so, their belongings looked rather meager, stacked in cardboard boxes in one corner. Sukhandra and Padma and Kang all stood in the doorway, looking concerned. They had not believed Rudra's assurances that the broad circular staircase and the narrow catwalk out the low branch would present no problems to him. Frank didn't know whether to believe him either, but so far the old man had ascended and descended with only the help of the railing and some sulphurous muttering. And if problems arose, there was a kind of giant dumbwaiter or open lift next to the trunk, in which he could travel up and down. Even now, they were using it to bring up their furniture: 2 single beds, a table and a couple of chairs, 2 small chests. Once all that was moved in, the room looked larger than before, and more normal. So, here they were. Rudra sat before the window, looking down at the river. He had his laptop on the table, and he seemed content.
"Very nice outlook," he said, pointing out. "Nice to have such a view."
"Yes," Frank said, thinking of his treehouse in Rock Creek. Rudra would have enjoyed that. It might have been possible to lash the old man to Miss Piggy and then haul him up using the winch. He couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. But here they were. And in fact, the view was much more extensive than Rock Creek's had been. The sweep of the Potomac was now a glassy silver green, with bronze highlights under the far bank. Very nice. The expansion of space over the river, the big open band of sky over it, struck Frank with a kind of physical relief. A long ah. This was what you never got in the forest, this kind of open spaciousness. No wonder the forest people had loved their rivers, not just great roads for them, but the place of the sky and the stars. In the days that followed, Frank woke at dawn to look out at this prospect, and saw at different times on the river highlights of yellow, or rose, or pink, and once it was a clean sheet of gold. These fine dawns were about the only time Frank saw the view. The rest of the day he was gone. Perhaps for that reason, he woke early, usually at first light. A mist would often be rolling over the glass, wisping up on puffs of wind. On windy mornings, waves would push upstream like a tide, although here they were above the tidal surge, and seeing only the wind chop. Sometimes it was enough to create little whitecaps, and their room would bounce and sway gently, in a way very unlike his old treehouse. There he had been on a vertical trunk, here a horizontal branch. It made a big difference. In their new room, Rudra did not talk as much as he had in Arlington. He slept a lot. But sometimes he would be sitting up in bed, humming or reading when Frank came home, or looking at his laptop screen, and then they would chat as before.
Nice day?
Yes.
More salt in ocean?
Yes, precisely. What about you?
Oh, very nice day. Sun and water flicker so nicely. And some tantric websites. Yum.
It's like you're back in Shambhala, then.
No like. This is Shambhala.
So it follows you around? It's a kind of what? A phase space or a magnetic field around you or something like that?
Buddha field, I think you mean. No, Shambhala is not like that. The Buddha field is always there, yes, but that can be wherever you make one. Shambhala is a particular place, the first hidden valley. But the valley moves from time to time. We performed the ceremony that asked if it should be here. The spirits said yes.
Were you the what do you call it?
The voice? Oracle? No, I'm not strong enough anymore. Retired, like I told you. But Kang did well. Guru Rinpoche came to her and spoke. Kembalung is drowned for good, he said. Shambhala is now right here.
Waving down at the river. Wow, Frank said. As if on cue, when he looked out their window, he saw the light of the rising moon, squiggling over the river in big, liquid S's. Suddenly, it had a mysterious beauty. Another time Frank was out on the river with Drepung and Charlie. They had kayaked out from the boathouse at the mouth of Rock Creek. Rock Creek, where it debouched into the Potomac, was a very undistinguished little channel, still raw from the great flood, all sand and sandstone and mangled trees. On this day, there was practically no downstream flow in the great river, and they were able to paddle straight across to Roosevelt Island and poke into the many little overhangs there to look up the slope of the island park through forest. White-tailed deer, white-tailed deer. It was disturbing to Frank to see what a population boom there was in this species, a kind of epidemic. The native predators that were now returning, and the occasional exotic feral, the jaguar, were nowhere near numerous enough to cull the flock. Big rabbits, as everyone called them. One had to remember they were wild creatures, big mammals, therefore to be loved. That vivid embrace with the doe. It was an old mistake not to value the common wildlife. They did that with people, and look at the result. So, deer, the occasional porcupine, foxes, once a bobcat, and birds. They were almost back to the old, depopulate forest from the time before the flood. Frank found this depressing. He grew almost to hate the sight of the deer, as they were in some sense the cohort of humans, part of humanity's own overpopulation surge. Then again, having them around beat a forest entirely empty, and from time to time he would catch a glimpse of something other.
brindled fur, striped flank, flash of color like a golden tamarind monkey. These and other brief signs of hidden life appeared. Because of the road bridges, Roosevelt Island was not really an island after all, but a sort of big wilderness peninsula. In that sense, Teddy Roosevelt had the greatest D.C. monument of them all. But on this day, as they were paddling back from the upstream tip of the island to the boathouse, Frank felt cold water gushing over his feet, thighs, and butt all at once. Catastrophic leak. "Hey!" he shouted, and then he had to hurry to wiggle out of the kayak's skirt and into the river. It really was coming in fast. Nothing for it but to start swimming, Charlie and Dripung there by his side, full of concern, and close enough that Frank was able to hold on to Charlie's stern end with one hand and grasp the sunken bow of his kayak in the other, and kick to keep his position as the link between the two, as Charlie dug in and paddled them back across the river to their dock. Cold, but not frigid. Suddenly swimming, as if in San Diego. But the river water tasted silty. Back on the dock, they hauled Frank's kayak up and turned it over to drain it and inspect the bottom. Up near the very front, the hull had split along the midline, gaping wide enough to let in the water that had sunk it.
"Factory defect," Frank said with quick disapproval. "Look, it split a seam. It must have been a bad melt job. I'll have to give the kayak company some grief about a defect like that."
"I should say so," Charlie exclaimed. "Are you okay?"
"Sure. I'm just wet. I'll go get a change of clothes from my car."
And Frank rolled the kayak back over, noting that neither Charlie or Dripung seemed aware that this kayak, like most, was a single cast piece of plastic, with no seam on the keel to delaminate. They took his explanation at face value, it appeared, which was a relief to him, as it would have been hard to find any way to explain why someone would want to melt a weakness into his kayak, a flaw that would crack under the pressure of his paddling. He was having a hard time with that himself. He opened his van and got out a change of clothes, looking around at the interior of the van curiously, feeling more and more worried and angry both. Someone trying to harass him, to intimidate him. But why? What reaction did they want to induce from him, if any? And how could he counter them without falling into that particular reaction? Caroline's ex. That face sneering over the shoulder, and he descended into the metro. And Frank had thrown the hand axe at him. Suddenly the feeling came over Frank in a wave that he would throw it again if he had the chance. He wanted the chance. He realized he was furious and trying not to feel that. Also scared, mainly for Caroline, but for himself too. Who knew what this asshole would do? He changed clothes in his van, made the short drive up Rock Creek Parkway to the zoo, parked off Broad Branch, and walked through the green trees out to Connecticut Avenue and the Delhi Dabai. He found himself inside, seated at a corner table looking at a menu, and realized he had not decided a single move since leaving the boathouse. It had been automatic pilot. But now he had a menu to choose from, and he couldn't. Decision trees. The automatic pilot was gone. Something hot and angry. Just order the curry like always. Indigestion. before he had even started eating. Off again through the early evening. The days were getting longer, the temperature balmy. Twilight spent at the overlook, checking out the salt lick at the bottom of the ravine. Big bodies in the infrared. Most were white-tailed deer, but not all. Ethiopian antelope, ibex, hedgehog. Rock Creek was still the epicenter of the feral population. Back in his van, he found the engine wouldn't start. Startled, he cursed, jumped out, looked under the hood. The battery cables had been cut. He tried to collect his thoughts. He looked up and down the dark streets. The van had been parked more or less at random, and locked. No way to get the hood up without getting inside the van. No way of getting into the van without a key. Well, dealers had master keys. Presumably, spooks did too. This must mean that Edward Cooper knew who he was, knew that he was Caroline's helper, and no doubt presumed to be more. The man who had thrown the hand axe at his head, etc., had him chipped, or at least his van. The hair on the back of Frank's neck prickled. His feet were cold. He looked around casually as he called AAA on his fog phone and waited for a tow. When the guy in the tow truck took a look under the hood, he said, "Ha!" He took out his toolbox, installed a replacement cable. Frank thanked him, signed, got in the driver's seat. The engine coughed and started. Back out to the Kembali's farm. He didn't know what else to do. That night, as he turned the matter over in his mind, he began to get both angrier and more frightened. If they had found him, did that mean they had found Caroline too? And if so, what would they do? Where would they stop? What was their point? And where was Caroline? He had to talk to Edgardo again. So he did, out on their lunch run the very next day. They ran down the mall toward the Lincoln Memorial. It was a good running route, almost like a track. 2 miles from the Capitol to the Lincoln Memorial, on grass or decomposed granite all the way. There were other runners in the White House compound, and sometimes they went out with some OMB guys, but Edgardo and Frank now usually ran by themselves. It wasn't the same without Kenzo and Bob and the others, but it was what they had, and it gave them the chance to talk. They had run a chip wand over each other before taking off, and after they got going, Frank described what was happening. My computer crash could have been them too. Maybe they were erasing signs that they had broken into my system. Maybe. Edgardo was shaking his head back and forth like Stevie Wonder, his lips pursed unhappily. I agree. If they are the ones vandalizing your stuff, then they must have found out you're the one who helped Caroline get away. But I'm wondering how they did that if they did. And if they've managed to relocate Caroline as well. That doesn't follow, Edgardo pointed out. You're not trying to hide, and she is. I know. I'm just wondering. I'm worried, because I don't know how they found me. They pounded on a few paces, thinking about it. Do you have no way of getting in contact with her? No. You need that. That should be a normal part of the repertory. Next time she contacts you, you have to tell her you need a dead drop, or a dedicated cell phone, or some other way to get in touch with her. I said that up on Mount Desert Island, believe me. She was reluctant?
I guess. She said she would get in touch with me. But that was 4 months ago. More running. Now they had been out long enough that Frank had begun to sweat. Edgardo said, I wonder. You said she is surveilling her ex. So I wonder if you can use that surveillance of hers and tap into it to get a message to her. Like, pin a message to his door and hope she'll see it and read it on camera before he gets home? Well, something like that. You could show up at his doorstep, hold up a sign, then off you go. Your gal can stop her video, if she's got one there, and read what you've said. What if he's got a camera on his place too? Well, yes, but would he watch himself like that? I'm not sure too many people take things that far. I guess not. Anyway, it's an idea. Even if he saw it too, he wouldn't know any more than he did before. I'll think about it. Good. You might also go back up and check that place in Maine, especially if nothing else works. If she liked it as much as she said she did, maybe she's gone back there, or stayed all along. Sometimes being close to where you were, but not too close, is the best place to hide. Interesting. Frank said. I'd have to be sure not to lead him back to her, though. Yes. A few more strides. Frank shook his head, snorted unhappily. It's too complicated, this surveillance stuff. I hate it. I just want to be able to call her. You need a dead drop system. They're easy to set up, even within the current tech. Yeah, but I need to find her first. Yeah, you need to change vans, too, if that's really how they followed you north. My friend still doesn't believe that. Yeah, well, they just found it again. I should get rid of it. Wait till you need to get clear, then buy an old one for cash. Or just go without a car. I need a car. I need a van, actually. God damn it. Let's just run. That's all the going round and round we need right now. Okay. Sorry. Thanks. No problem. We will figure something out and prevail. The world and your love life deserve no less. Shit. Did you schedule a time for that nasal surgery yet? No. Let's just run. The feeling of helplessness and indecision grew in him until he couldn't sleep at night. You had to decide to sleep a night through. In one of the long, cold, insomniac hours, listening unhappily to Rudra's uneven snore, he realized he had to do something about finding Caroline, no matter how futile it might be, just to give himself some small release from the anxiety of the situation. So the next night, after Rudra fell asleep, he drove to Bethesda and at 3 a.m. parked and got out, and walked quickly up the empty streets to the apartment building that Caroline and her ex had lived in before her disappearance. All empty. Streetlight across the street from the building, a dim doorway light illuminating the steps of the building. If Caroline had the place under surveillance, then she would presumably have some kind of motion sensor on her camera or her data. If she saw him in that doorway, she would know that he wanted her to contact him. He was afraid that there might also be a security camera of some kind on the building, perhaps monitored by Caroline's ex. It would make sense if you were in that line of work and thinking along those lines. Well, shit. She definitely was surveilling the building, her ex only possibly.
it had to be tried. He walked deliberately up to the steps of the place, looked at the address panel as if seeking a name. Shaking his head slightly, he looked out at the street and the buildings across the street, said, "Call me," feeling awkward. Then off again into the night. Lots of people had to come to that door, and some would be lost, or just looking randomly at things. It was the best he could do. He couldn't decide whether it was adequate or not. When he tried to figure out what to do, he felt sick to his stomach. He went to work the next day wondering if she would see him, wondering where she was and what she was thinking, wondering how she could stay away from him so long. He wouldn't have done it to her. At work, they were getting things done while still settling into the old executive offices. Diane and the others were obviously pleased to be there. It still amazed Frank that physical proximity mattered in questions of influence and power within the executive branch. It was as clear a sign of their primate nature as any he could think of, as it made no sense given current technology. But some previous president had kicked his science advisor out of the old executive offices, and so Phil Chase's immediate order that it return to the 4th floor of the old monstrosity and take up one whole wing had been an excellent sign. And there was even a practical sense in which it was useful, in that, once inside the security barrier of the White House compound, they were free to walk next door any time they wanted, to consult in person with the president's various staffers, or even with the man himself, if it should come to that. Their new building was officially named after Eisenhower, but in practice always referred to by its older name, the old executive offices. It was spectacularly ugly on the outside, disfigured by many pairs of non-functional pillars, some rising from ground level to the 3rd floor, others filling embrasures on the upper stories, and all blackened as if by one of London's coal smogs. Frank had never seen anything like it. Inside, it was merely a very old, musty office complex, retrofitted for modern conveniences a few too many years before, and otherwise about as moldy and dim as the outside of the hulk might suggest. In physical terms, it was a real step down for those coming from the light-filled tower that NSF occupied in Arlington, but the political coup for science meant no complaints. All they really needed were rooms with electrical outlets and high-speed internet access, and these they had. And it had to be admitted that it was an interesting thing to look out one's window and see the business side of the White House right there across a little concrete gap. The seat of power itself, and thus a sign that Phil Chase understood the importance of science in their current crisis, which was an encouragement to them to throw themselves into things even more intently than before. So, at least, Diane seemed to take it. She had commandeered one of the offices with a window facing the White House, and set her desk in such a way that she saw it when she looked to her right. She did not actually see Phil Chase. He was so busy, but he sent email questions on a regular basis, and Charlie Quibler and the rest of his staffers concerned with environmental questions were always dropping by. Her main conference room was across the hall from her office, and as soon as it was properly outfitted, she convened the climate group to discuss their next moves. Frank took notes doggedly, trying to stay focused. It looked like the Arctic ice would not break up this summer,
which would set a base for an even thicker layer next winter. This meant that the northern extension of the Gulf Stream would probably be salty for the next few seasons, which meant the Gulf Stream's petawatt per year of heat would again be transferred 20 degrees of latitude north, and this, in turn, would bring heat back to the Arctic, and contribute again to the ongoing overall warming that, despite the harsh winters in the eastern half of North America and in Europe, was still dominating world weather. To Frank, it was beginning to look like a lose-lose situation, in that no matter what they did, things were likely to degrade. It was a war of feedback loops, and very difficult to model. Kenzo pointed to the graphs on his last slide, and simply shrugged. "I don't know," he said. "Nobody knows. There are too many factors in play now. Cloud action by itself is enough to confound most of the models. The one thing I can say for sure is that we need to reduce carbon emissions as soon as possible. We're in damage control mode at best until we get to clean energy and transport. The seawater pH change alone is a huge problem, because if the ocean food chain collapses because of that, well then—" "Can that danger be quantified?" Diane asked. "Sure, they are trying. Lots of the finest seashells are dissolved by what we're seeing already, but it may be that more resilient ones will bloom to fill the niche. So we have some parameters, but it's all pretty loose. What's clear is that if the plankton and the coral reefs both die, the oceans could go catastrophic. A major mass extinction, and there's no recovering from that. Not in less than several million years." Unlike his pronouncements on the weather, Kenzo exhibited none of his usual happy air of an impresario with a particularly spectacular circus. This stuff could not possibly be interpreted as some kind of fun, too interesting to be lamented event. This was simply bad, even dire. To see Kenzo actually being grave startled Frank, even frightened him. Kenzo Nakamura making a dire warning? Could there be a worse sign? And yet there were ongoing matters to attend to, new things to try. The springtime reports from Siberia indicated that the altered lichen the Russians had released the previous summer were continuing to grow faster than predicted. Like pond scum, as one of the Russian scientists reported. This was very unlike the pace of growth and dispersion for ordinary lichens, and seemed to confirm the suggestion that the bioengineered version was behaving more like an algae or a fungus than like the symbiosis of the two typically did. That was interesting, perhaps ominous. Kenzo thought it could cause a major carbon drawdown from the atmosphere if it continued. "Unless it kills the whole Siberian forest, and then, who knows? Maybe instead of gray goo, we die by green goo, eh?" "Please, Kenzo?" On other fronts, the news was just as ambiguous. Vicious infighting at the Department of Energy, the nuclear folks still doing their best to forestall the alternatives crowd. Diane was trying to convince the president to order energy to develop clean energy ASAP, first finding bridge technologies, moving away from what they had now while still using it. Then, the next real thing, the next iteration on the way to a completely sustainable technology. Diane thought it would take 2 or 3 major iterations. Lots of federal agencies would have to be entrained to this effort, of course, but DOE was crucial, given that energy was at the heart of their problem. But all this would depend on who Phil appointed to be the new energy secretary. If that person were on board with the program, Off they would all go. If opposed, more war of the agencies. One could only hope that Phil would not tie down his people in such a self-defeating way. But campaign debts were owed, and Big Oil had a lot of people still in positions of great power, and Phil had not yet appointed his energy secretary. After a meeting running over the list of possible candidates for this crucial cabinet position, Diane came by Frank's new office, which had no living room feel whatsoever. In fact, it looked like he had been condemned to clerk in some bureaucratic hell, right next to Bob Cratchit or Bartleby the Scrivener. Even Diane seemed to notice this, to the point of saying, "It's a pretty weird old facility."
"Yes, I don't think I'll ever like it like I did NSF."
That turned out pretty well in terms of the building, although that too was a political exile.
So Anna told me.
Want to go out and hunt for a new coffee place?
Sure.
Frank got his windbreaker from its hook, and they left the building and then the compound. Just south of the White House was the Ellipse, and then the Washington Monument, towering over the scene like an enormous sundial on an English lawn. The buildings around the White House included the Treasury, the World Bank, and any number of other massive white buildings, filling the blocks so that every street was as if walled. These big expanses of granite and concrete and marble were very bad in human terms. Even Arlington was better. But there were many coffee shops and delis tucked into the ground floor spaces, and so the two of them hiked around in an oblong pattern, looking at the possibilities and chatting. Nothing looked appealing, and finally Diane suggested one of the little National Park tourist kiosks out on the mall itself. They were already east of the White House, and when they came out on the great open expanse into the low sun, they could see much of official Washington, with the Capitol and the Washington Monument towering over everything else. That was the dominant impression Frank had of downtown at this point. The feel of it was determined principally by the height limit, which held all private buildings to a maximum of 12 stories, well under the height of the Washington Monument. The downtown was as if sheared off by a knife at that height, an unusual sight in a modern city, giving it a strangely 19th century look, as, for instance, Paris, right before the arrival of the Eiffel Tower. Once away from the federal district, this invisible ceiling gave things a more human scale than the skyscraper downtowns of other cities, and Frank liked that quality, even though the result was squat or unwieldy. Diane nodded as he tried to express these mixed feelings. She pointed out the lion statues surrounding Ulysses S. Grant in front of the Capitol. "See, they're Disney lions."
"Like the ones on the Connecticut Avenue Bridge."
"I wonder which came first, Disney or these guys?"
"These must have, right?"
"I don't know. Disney lions have looked the same at least since Dumbo."
"Maybe Disney came here and saw these."
Within a week or so, they had worked up a new traditional walk together. One afternoon, as they drank their coffee, Diane suggested they return to work by way of a pass through the National Gallery Annex, and there they found a Frederick Church exhibit. "Hey," Frank said, and then had to lie a little bit, explaining that he had learned about Church on Mount Desert Island long ago. As they walked through, he remembered his intense time on the island, which he now saw through the eyes of the painter who had invented rusticating. His paintings were superb, far better than Bierstadt or Homer or any other American landscape artist Frank had ever seen. Church had been able to put an almost photorealist technique in the service of a transcendentalist eye. It was the visionary, sacred landscape of Emerson and Thoreau right there on the walls of the National Gallery. "My God," Frank said more than once. This was also the time of Darwin and Humboldt. Indeed, the wall-sized heart of the Andes, 15 feet high and 20 wide, stood there like some stupendous PowerPoint slide illustrating all of natural selection at once, both data and theory. My God. "It's like the IMAX movie of its time," Diane said. In the rooms beyond, they saw Church travel and grow old, and become almost hallucinogenic in his coloring, like Galen Rowell after he discovered Fujichrome. These were the best landscape paintings Frank had ever seen. A giant close-up of the water leaping off the lip of Niagara Falls. The Parthenon at sunset. Waves striking the Maine coast. Every scene leaped off the wall, and Frank goggled at them. Diane laughed at him, but he could not restrain himself. How had he never been exposed to such an artist as this? What was American education anyway, that they could all grow up and not be steeped in Emerson and Thoreau and Audubon and Church? It was like inheriting billions and then forgetting it. Then Diane put her hand to his arm and directed him out of the gallery and back toward their new office. Back into the blackened old building, if not arm in arm, then shoulder to shoulder. Their meeting that evening had to do with the latest from Antarctica, compiled by NSF's Antarctic Division from the austral summer just past. Much of the research had been devoted to trying to determine how much of the West Antarctic ice sheet might come off, and how fast it would happen. The abstract of the summary made it clear that the several big ice streams that ran like immense glaciers through more stationary parts of the ice sheet had accelerated yet again, beyond even the earlier 2 accelerations documented in previous decades. The first acceleration had followed the rapid detachment of the 2 big floating ice shelves, the Ross and the Weddell. Their absence had destabilized the grounding line of the WAIS, which rested on land that was a bit below sea level, and so was susceptible at the edges to the lifting of tides and tearing of currents. As the ice margins tore away and followed the ice shelves out to sea, that exposed more grounded ice to the same tides and currents. What they had found this last summer was that all Antarctic temperatures, in air, water, and ice, had risen, and this was allowing meltwater on the surface of the WAIS to run down holes and cracks where it froze and split the ice around it further. When this water wedging reached all the way through the ice, it poured down and pooled underneath, thus floating the broken ice a bit and lubricating its slide into the sea. Why the ice streams moved so much faster than the surrounding ice was still not fully understood, but some were now postulating under-ice watersheds, where meltwater was flowing downstream, carrying the ice over it along. This would explain why the ice streams were now acting more like rivers than glaciers. There were different hydrodynamics, resulting in different speeds. Diane interrupted the 2 glaciologists making the report before they got too deep into the mysteries of their calling. "So,
What kind of sea level rise are we looking at? She asked. How much and when?
The glaciologists and the NOAA people looked around at each other, then made a kind of collective shrug. Frank grinned to see it. It's difficult to say. One finally ventured. It depends so much on stuff we don't know.
Give me parameters, then, and your best bets.
Well, I don't know. I'm definitely getting out of my comfort zone here, but I'd say as much as half of the ice sheet could detach in the next several years. That would be down the middle on the Ross Sea side, where there's a big trough under Ice Stream B. All that could flood and the ice get tugged away. Here, and here. Red lighting the map like a kid waving a penlight. Are under-ice ranges connecting the Peninsular Range and the Transantarctics, and those create catchment basins, which will probably anchor a good bit of these regions. Making big red circles. Having made his ignorance disclaimer, he was now carving the map like a geography teacher. Diane ignored this discrepancy, as did everyone else. It was understood that they were now guessing, and that his red circles were not data, but rather him thinking aloud.
So that implies what? A few meters of sea level rise?
A couple.
So, okay, that's pretty bad. Timescales again?
Hard to say. Maybe if these rates hold 30 years? 50?
Okay. Well...
Diane looked around the room.
Any thoughts?
We can't afford a sea level rise that high. Better get used to it. It's not like we can stop it. They turned with renewed interest to Frank's suggestion of flooding the world's desertified lake basins. The discussion went over the parts of an informal NSF study, which suggested that big salt lakes would indeed cause clouds and precipitation downwind, so that watersheds to the east would receive more water. Local weather patterns would change with the general rise in humidity, but as they were changing anyway, the changes might be hard to distinguish from the background. Ultimate effects impossible to predict. Frank noted how many studies were coming to that conclusion, like all of them when it came to weather. It was like nerve damage. They looked at each other. Maybe, someone suggested, if that's what it takes to save the seacoasts from flooding, the global community would compensate the new lake's host nations for whatever environmental damage was assessed. Possibly a seawater market could be established along with the carbon market. Possible they could be linked. Surely the most prosperous quarter of humanity could find ways to compensate the people, often poor, who would be negatively impacted by the creation of these reservoirs. Frank said, "We've tried some back-of-the-envelope numbers, estimating the capital worth of the major port cities and other coastal development, and got figures like $500 trillion. General Rack, an active member of Diane's advisory group, put his hands together reverently.
$500 quadrillion,
he said, grinning.
That's a lot of construction funding.
Yes. On the other hand, for comparison purposes, the infrastructural value of property in the super-dry basins of Africa, Asia, and the American basin and range comes to well under $10 billion, unless you throw in Salt Lake City, which actually has a legal limit on the books as to how high the Great Salt Lake is allowed to rise. That isn't much higher than it is now. Anyway, in global terms, statistically, there's nothing out there in those basins. Statistically insignificant populations to displace, possibility of building new settlements by new water, local weather deranged, but it is already. So, the general nodded and asked about pumping water back up onto the eastern Antarctic ice sheet, which was very high and stable. Some of the NSF report was devoted to this question. The pumped seawater would freeze, and then sit unconformably as a kind of salty ice cap on the fresh ice cap. Every cubic kilometer of seawater placed up there would reduce sea level by that same amount, without the radical changes implied by creating new salt seas all across the 30s, north and south. Could only pump half of the year using solar power. The energy requirements needed to enact the lift and transfer remained a stumbling block. They would have to build many powerful clean energy systems. But they had to do that anyway, as several of them pointed out. The easy oil would soon be gone, and burning the oil and coal that was left would cook the world. So, if some combination of sunlight, wind, wave, tide, currents, nuclear, and geothermal power could be harnessed, this would not only replace the burning of fossil fuels, which was imperative anyway, but possibly save sea level as well. Some there advocated nuclear for the power they needed, others called for fusion, but others held fast for the clean renewables. The advocates of tidal power asserted that new technologies were already available and ready to be ramped up, technologies almost as simple as Archimedes' screw in concept, relying on turbines and pumps made of glassy metals that would be impervious to seawater corrosion. Anchor these units in place, and the ocean would flow through them, and power would be generated. It was only a matter of making the necessary investment, and they would be there. But where's the money going to come from? Someone asked. The military budgets of the world equal about $1 trillion a year, Frank noted. Half of that coming from the United States. Maybe we can't afford to throw that work away anymore. Maybe the money could be reallocated. And we do need a really big manufacturing capacity here. What if the entire military-industrial complex, funded by these enormous budgets, were redirected to the projects we are outlining? How long would it take for the global effects to be measurable? Dream on, someone muttered. Others thought it over, or punched numbers into their handhelds, testing out possibilities. Of course, redirecting the military budgets of the world was unrealistic, but it was worth bringing it up, Frank judged, to suggest the size of the world's industrial capacity. What could be done if humanity were not trapped in its own institutions? To wrest freedom from the grasp of necessity, Frank said. Who said that? People in the meeting were beginning to look at him strangely again. Dream on, oh desperate fool, their looks said. But it wasn't just him who was desperate. You're beginning to sound like the Kembalis, Anna said. But she liked that. She was pleased by that. And if Anna approved, Frank felt he must, in some sense, be on the right track. By the time they were done with that meeting, it was late, the wind barreling through the empty streets of the Federal District. What about dinner? Diane said to Frank when they had a moment in private, and Frank nodded. She said, I still don't know any restaurants around here, but we can look. Maybe over toward the Capitol. For some reason, the whole area around George Washington University is pretty dead this late at night. I don't know why. Let's see what we find. And off they went, on another date in the nation's capital. It was a fun date. They found a Greek restaurant and sat across a little table and talked over the meeting and the day and everything else. Frank drank a glass of retsina, a glass of ouzo, and a cup of Greek coffee, all while wolfing down dolmades, sliced octopus legs in oil, and moussaka. He laughed a lot. Looking across the table at Diane's round face, so vivacious and intelligent, so charismatic and powerful, he thought, I love this woman. He could not think about the feeling. He shied away from the thought and just felt it. Everything else at the moment was unreal, or at least non-present. He focused on the present in the way Rudra was always encouraging him to do. The advantages of such a focus were evident in a certain calmness that spread through him, a feeling that might have been happiness. Or maybe it was the food, the alcohol, the caffeine, the tastes and looks and sounds, her face. Were those what happiness consisted of? A smile, a glance, as the old man had said? What ample borrowers of eternity they are! Afterward, they walked back to the compound, and Frank walked her to her car in the underground parking lot. Good night. That was nice. Yes, it was. She looked up, and Frank leaned over. Their lips met in a perfect little kiss, and off he went. He drove to the Kambali farm with his heart all aflutter. He didn't know what he thought. Rudra was asleep, and he was glad, and then sorry. He tried to sleep and could not sleep. Finally, he sat up and turned on his laptop. Thoreau was a solitary. He fell in love with his brother's girlfriend and proposed to her after his brother had proposed to her and been turned down. Henry, too, was turned down. There were rumors the girl's father did not think the Thoreaus were good enough. But if she had insisted... Anyway, Henry became a solitary. There was a match found for me at last. I fell in love with a shrub oak. That night, the website had something from his journal. I spend a considerable portion of my time observing the habits of the wild animals, my brute neighbors. By their various movements and migrations they fetch the year about to me. Very significant are the flight of the geese and the migration of suckers, etc., etc. But when I consider that the nobler animals have been exterminated here, the cougar, panther, lynx, wolverine, wolf, bear, moose, deer, the beaver, the turkey, etc., etc., I cannot but feel as if I lived in a tamed and, as it were, emasculated country. Would not the motions of those larger and wilder animals have been more significant still? Is it not a maimed and imperfect nature that I am conversant with? As if I were to study a tribe of Indians that had lost all its warriors. When I think what were the various sounds and notes, the migrations and works, and changes of fur and plumage which ushered in the spring and marked the other seasons of the year, I am reminded that this, my life in nature, this particular round of natural phenomena which I call a year, is lamentably incomplete. I list to a concert in which so many parts are wanting. The whole civilized country is to some extent turned into a city, and I am that citizen whom I pity. All the great trees and beasts, fishes and fowl, are gone. From his journal, March 23, 1856. He had been 38 years old. What would he think now, after another century and a half of destruction and loss? Maybe he would not have been surprised. He had seen it already started. Frank groaned.
"What wrong?"
"Oh, nothing. Sorry I woke you."
"I was not sleeping. I don't sleep much."
"You sounded like you were sleeping."
"No."
"Maybe you were dreaming."
"No." "What wrong?"
"I was thinking about all the animals that are in trouble, in danger of extinction. Thoreau was writing about the predators being wiped out."
"Ah, well. You still see animals in park?"
"Yes, but mostly just deer now."
"Ah, well."
Rudra fell back asleep. After a while, Frank drifted into uneasy dreams. Then he was awake again and thinking about Diane. He wasn't going to fall asleep. It was 4. He got up and made his way out of the treehouse and across the farm to his van, back into the city, down Connecticut from the already crowded Beltway, left on Brandywine, park on Linnean, get out and cross Broad Branch, and thus out into Rock Creek Park. He hiked around the rim of the new gorge and saw nothing but a single deer. He hiked up to Fort DeRussy, back down on the eastern Wildway, and saw nothing but a trio of deer, standing upslope like wary statues. He decided as he watched them that he would be the predator, that he would scare these creatures and at the same time test his ability and see how long he could keep them in sight, not as a stalker, but a predator in pursuit. He set the timer on his wristwatch to 0, clicked it, and took off after them, up the open forest floor with its black soil underfoot, sprinting hard. They bolted over the nearest ridge. He flew up to it. No deer to be seen. Empty forest. But where had they... He stopped his watch. 4.82 seconds. He barked a laugh and stood there for a while, panting. When he started walking again, he headed towards Site 21 to see if the guys were there and check in with his treehouse. Except, from a distance, he saw that something was wrong with it. He ran to it, trying to understand the gap in the air. When he got to it, he saw it had been cut down. He inspected the trunk. Cut by a chainsaw, a smallish one, it seemed, by the sweep of the cut marks. The tree had fallen across Rock Creek. You could have used the trunk as a bridge over the stream. Maybe someone had needed a bridge. But no, you could cross the creek almost anywhere. The treehouse itself was part of the wreckage on the other bank. At some point last year, he had removed all of his gear, except for the winch. He crossed the creek on his boulder path, took a look. The winch was now gone. Only the plywood sheets and 2x4s were left, all now horribly askew, with some of the plywood loose on the ground. He sat down next to these fragments. They were just sticks. He was never going to have lived in this treehouse again, so it didn't matter. Edward Cooper had probably done this, or had it done. Of course, it might have been total strangers, looking to scavenge whatever the treehouse might have held, like, for instance, the winch. Surely this Cooper would have left the winch as part of his revenge, as mockery. But maybe not. He didn't really know. There seems to be a pattern. Computer, kayak, van, his stuff and his life. It looked like deliberate action. He didn't know what to do. One Saturday, the Quiblers got to a project they had been planning for some time, which was the installation of garden beds in the backyard. No more suburban lawn wasting their yard space. And indeed, it was a great pleasure to Charlie to cut big rectangles of turf out of the backyard and wheelbarrow these out to the street for disposal by the composting trucks. He was sick of mowing that yard. There was some old lumber stacked at the back of the garage, and now he and Nick laid lengths of it down in the remaining lawn to serve as borders. Then they transferred many wheelbarrow loads of expensive, amended soil from the pile in the driveway where the dump truck had left it, around the house to the rectangles, dodging Joe at many points along the way. The resulting raised beds were loamy and black and looked highly productive and artificial. The grass in between the beds was going to be difficult to cut, Charlie realized, and he envisioned transitioning entirely to mulch between the beds as the seasons went by, leaving only a decorative border of grass around the beds. Nick and Anna were now working the soil in and planting their first vegetables. It was full spring now, middle of May, steamy and green, and so they planted the usual summer vegetables: tomatoes, zucchini, strawberries, peppers, pumpkins, melons, basil, eggplant, cilantro, cucumbers. Nick stood looking down at a broccoli plant, small and delicate between his feet. "So, where will the broccoli come out?" he asked Charlie. Charlie stared at the plant. It looked like an ornamental. "I don't know," he confessed, feeling a little stab of fear. They didn't know anything. Nick rolled his eyes. "Well, if we're lucky, they won't show up at all." "Come on now, broccoli is good for you." One of their agreements was that they would plant vegetables that Nick and Joe liked to eat, which was a severe constraint, but one they had agreed to, because it was not exclusive. They were planting for Anna and Charlie, too. But for the boys, it was mostly down to potatoes, an entire bed of them, and carrots. Joe would eat some other vegetables, but Nick would not, and so he was put in charge of the carrot bed. These were to be planted from seed, and apparently the soil had to be specially amended. Sandy soil was best, and white cloth laid over the soil during the germination was recommended, by Drepung anyway, who was serving as their consultant on this project. "Although it shouldn't be me," he kept saying. "I don't know anything about gardening, really. It's all Kang at our place. You should have her over to do things like plant carrot seed. I think that one is tricky. She would do a fire puja and everything." Still, he helped them to get it planted and covered, on his hands and knees, digging happily, and showing worms to Joe. After the planting, it was mostly a matter of watering and weeding, also removing snails and slugs. Joe carried these carefully to the back of their lot, where they could start life over in the weeds bordering the lawn. "Don't overwater," Charlie advised Nick. "You don't want to drown things in their beds. You have to be precise in how much you water them. I estimate about, say, this much if you want to be accurate." "Do you mean accurate or precise?" Anna asked from the new flower bed. "No quibbling allowed." "I'm not quibbling. It's an important distinction." "Hello, what do you mean? Accurate and precise mean the precisely same thing." "They do not." "What do you mean?" Charlie was giggling at her now. "How so?" "Accuracy," she said, "means how close an estimate is to the true value.
So if you estimate something is 5% and it turns out to be 8%, then you weren't very accurate.
This is statistics.
Yes, it is. And precision refers to how broad your estimate is. Like if you estimate something is between 5 and 8%, then you aren't being very precise. But if you say a range is between 4.9 and 5.1%, then it's a more precise estimate.
I see, Charlie said, nodding solemnly.
Quit it. It's a very important distinction.
Of course it is. I wasn't laughing at that.
At what then?
At you.
But why?
Oh, no reason. It is a real distinction, Nick pointed out to Charlie. Oh, of course, of course. So this, then, became one of the recurrent motifs of the Quiblers on patrol, a distinction applicable, once you agreed it existed, to an amazing number of situations. Cell phone call to fine-tune the grocery list, with one of them in the store and one at home? Get some potatoes. How many? Get about half a dozen potatoes. Was that being accurate or precise? Or when someone was remarking that Nick was a very precise person, Charlie quipped, "He's not precise, he's accurate." And so on. On the way back to the garden supply store to get more plants and stakes and other supplies, Charlie said, "I wonder how many cubic feet of compost we need if we want to cover all 4 of the beds. Let's see, they're 6 by 12, save a foot deep in compost. Make it simple. Mom can tell you." "No, that's all right. I'm working on it."
288 cubic feet,
Anna said while driving.
"I told you she would."
"It isn't fair," Charlie said, still looking at his fingers. "She uses all these tricks from when she was in math club."
"Come on,"
Anna said. Nick was helpless with laughter.
"Yeah, right, Dad. She uses all these clever, fiendish tricks, like multiplication."
And he and Anna laughed all the way to the store. Unfortunately, their new spring quickly became the hottest and driest on record in the Potomac watershed, and soon, it having been a dry winter on the whole, the region had to resort to water rationing. Between that and the mosquitoes, everyone began to reminisce with affection about the long winter, and wonder if it had been such a good idea to restart the Gulf Stream, since cold winters were so much preferable to drought. Crops were dying, the rivers falling low, streams drying out entirely, fish populations dying with them. It was bad. A bit of snow and cold temperatures would have been easy in comparison. You could always throw on more clothes when it got cold. But in this heat... But of course now they didn't have a choice. The Quibblers did what they could to micro-irrigate their crops, and they had enough water anyway to water such a small garden, but many of the plants died anyway.
"We're only going to have about a 50% survival rate, if that."
Is that being accurate or being precise?
I hope neither.
Anna was going to websites like safeclimate.net or fightglobalwarming.com and comparing how they were rated when she entered their household statistics on a carbon burning chart. She was interested in the different methods they were using. Some accepted general descriptions as answers. Others wanted the figures from your heating and electric bill, your car's odometer, and its real miles per gallon. Your actual air travel miles, charts of distances between major flying destinations were given.
"The air travel is killer,"
Anna muttered.
"I thought it was a really energy-efficient way to travel."
Giving her numbers to play with was like giving catnip to the cats, and Charlie watched her affectionately, but with a little bit of worry, as she speed-typed around on a spreadsheet she had adapted from the chart. Despite their garden's contribution to their food supply, which she estimated at less than 2% of their caloric intake, and the flex schedule for power that they had signed up for with their power provider, still they were burning about 75 metric tons of carbon a year, equivalent to 8 football fields of Brazilian rainforest, the site said, per year. You just can't get a good number in a suburban home with a car and all, she said, annoyed. And if you fly at all. It's true. Charlie stared over her shoulder at her spreadsheet. I don't see what else we can do here either, given the infrastructure. I know, but I wish there was a way. Nick, turn that light off, please. Mom, you're the one who told me to turn it on. That's when you were using it. Now you're not. Mom? Chapter 6. Sacred Space. Being Argentinian, he was angry. Not that all Argentinians were angry, but many were, and rightfully so, after all the mistakes and crimes, but especially after the dirty war and its dirty resolution. A general amnesty for everybody, for everything, for anything, even the foulest crimes. In other words, repression of the past, and of even the idea of justice. And of course, the return of the repressed is a guaranteed thing, and always a nightmare, a breakout of monsters. So Edgardo Alfonso had left Argentina behind, like so many other children of the desaparecidos, unable to live among the torturers and murderers, both known and unknown, who were free to walk the streets of Buenos Aires and ride the trams, who stared at Edgardo over the edges of their newspapers, which held on their backsides the articles Edgardo had written, identifying and denouncing them. He had had to leave to remain sane. So, of course, he was at the Kennedy Center to see an evening of Argentinian tango, Boca's troupe, out on Boca's farewell world tour, where the maestro would dance with a ladder and handstand his way to heaven for one last time to Piazzolla's Soledad. Edgardo cared nothing for dance per se, and despised tango, the dance, the way certain Scottish acquaintances winced at the sound of bagpipes. But Edgardo was a piazzolista, and so he had to go. It was not often one got a chance to hear Astor Piazzolla's music played live, and of course, it would never be the same now that Astor was gone, but the proof of the strength of his composing was in how these new pickup bands, backing the dance troupes, would play their accompaniments to the dancers. Tangos, for the most part, made of the utterly cliched waltzes, two-steps, ballads, and church music that had been cobbled together to make old-style tango. And then they would start a piece by Astor, and the whole universe would suddenly become bigger, deeper, darker, more tragic. A single phrase on the bandoneon, and all of Buenos Aires would appear in the mind at once. The feeling was as accurate as if music possessed a kind of acupuncture that could strike particular nerves of the memory and immediately evoke it all. The audience at the Kennedy Center was full of Latin Americans, and they watched the dancers against the black backdrop closely. Boca was a good choreographer, and the dances were insistent on being interesting. Men with men, women with women, little fights, melodramas, clever sex, But all the while, the band was hidden behind the black curtain at the back, and Edgardo began to get angry yet again, this time that someone would conceal performing musicians for so long. The itch of their absence bit into him, and he began to hate the skillful dancers. He wanted to boo them off the stage. He even wondered for a second if the music had been pre-recorded and this tour being done on the cheap, like the Bolshoi in Europe in 1985. Finally, however, they pulled back the curtain, and there was the band. Bandoneon, violin, piano, bass, electric guitar. Edgardo already knew they were a very tight group, playing good versions of the Piazzolla songs, faithful to the original and intense. Tight band, incandescent music. It was strange now to observe how young they were, and to see the odd contortions they had to make in order to get those sounds. Strange, but wonderful. Music at last, the ultimate point of the evening. Huge relief. They had been revealed in order to play Adios Nonnino, of course, Piazzolla's goodbye to his dead father, his most famous song out of the 3,000 in his catalogue, and even if not the best, or rather not Edgardo's favorite, which was Mumuki for sure, still it was the one with the most personal history. Edgardo's father had been disappeared. God knew what had happened to him. Edgardo resisted thinking about this as being part of the poison, part of the torture echoing down through the years and the generations, one of the many reasons torture was the worst evil of all, and, when the state used and condoned it, the death of a nation's sense of itself. This was why Edgardo had had to leave, also because his mother still met every Thursday afternoon in the Plaza de Mayo in Buenos Aires with all the other mothers and wives of the desaparecidos, gathered in their white scarves, symbolic of their lost children's diapers, to remind Argentina and the world, and in Buenos Aires these two were the same, of the crimes that still needed to be remembered and the criminals who still must face justice. It was more than Edgardo could face on a weekly basis. Now, even in his nice apartment east of DuPont Circle, he had to keep the blinds shut on Sunday mornings so as not to see the dressed-up, good, kindly Americans, mostly black, walking down the street to the corner church, so as not to start again the train of thought that would lead him to memories and the anger. He had to look away, or it would kill him. His health was poor. He had to run at least 50 miles a week to keep himself from dying of anger. If he didn't, he couldn't sleep, and quickly his blood pressure ballooned dangerously high. You could run a lot of anger out of you. For the rest, you needed Piazzolla. His own father had taken him to see Piazzolla at the Teatro Odeon in 1973, shortly before he had been disappeared. Piazzolla had 5 years before disbanded his great quintet and gone to Europe with Amelita, gone through the melodramas of that relationship and its breakup, and a succession of bands trying to find a Europop sound, trying electronica and string quartets, and getting angrier and angrier at the results, though they were pretty good, Edgardo felt, so that when he came back to Buenos Aires for the summer of 73-74 and regathered the old quintet, with the madman Tarantino sitting in on piano, he was not the same confident composer devoted to destroying tango and rebuilding it from the ground up for the sake of his modernist musical ambitions, but a darker and more baffled man, an exile who was home again, but determined to forge on no matter what. But now, more willing to admit the tango in him, Edgardo's father had explained he was willing to admit his genius was Argentinian, as well as transcendental. He could now submit to tango, fuse with it. And his audience was much changed as well. They no longer took Piazzolla for granted, or thought he was a crazy egotist who had gone mad. With the quintet dispersed, they had finally understood they had been seeing and hearing something new in the world, not just a genius, but a great soul. And of course, at that point, now that they had understood, it was gone. But then it had come back. Maybe only for one night. Everyone thought it was only for one night. Everyone knew all of the sudden that life itself was a fragile and evanescent thing, and no band lasted long. And so the atmosphere in the theater had been absolutely electric, the audience's attentiveness quivering and hallucinatory, the fierce applause like thanks in a church, as if finally you could do the right thing in a church and clap madly and cheer and whistle to show your appreciation of God's incredible work. At the end of the show, they had leaped to their feet and gone mad with joy and regret. And looking around him, young Edgardo had understood that adults were still as full of feeling as he was, that they did not grow up in any important respect, and that he would never lose the huge feelings surging in him. An awesome sight, never to be forgotten. Perhaps it was his first real memory. Now, here, on this night in Washington, D.C., the capital of everything and nothing, the dancers were dancing on the stage, and the young band at the back was charging lustily through one of Piazzolla's angriest and happiest tunes, the furiously fast Michelangelo 70. Beautiful. Astor had understood how to deal with the tragedy of Buenos Aires better than anyone, and Edgardo had never ceased to apply his lesson. You had to attack sadness and depression head-on. In a fury, you had to dance through it in a state of utmost energy, and then it would lead you out the other side to some kind of balance, even to that high humor that the racing tumble of bandoneon notes so often expressed, that joy that ought to be basic, but in this world had to be achieved, or as it were, dragged out of some future, better time. Life ought to be joy. Someday it would be joy. Therefore, on this night, we celebrate that joy in anticipation, and so capture an echo of it in advance of the fact, a kind of ricochet. That this was the best they could do in this supposedly advanced age of the world was funny in an awful way. And there weren't that many things that were both real and funny, so there you had to hang your hat on how funny it was that they could be as gods in a world more beautiful and just than humanity could now imagine, and yet instead were torturers on a planet where half the people lived in extreme immiseration, while the other half killed in fear of being thrust into that immiseration, and were always willing to look the other way, to avoid seeing the genocide and species-side and biosphere-side they were committing, all unnecessarily, out of fear and greed. Hilarious! One had to laugh. During intermission, the beautifully dressed people filled the halls outside and gulped down little plastic flutes of wine as fast as they could. The sound of 3,000 voices all talking at once in a big enclosed space was perhaps the most beautiful music of all. That was always true, but on this night there was a lot of Spanish being spoken, so it was even more true than usual. A bouncing glossolalia. This was how the apostles had sounded when the tongues of fire had descended on them, all trying to express directly in scat singing the epiphany of the world's glory. One of Piazzolla's bandoneon lines even seemed to bounce through the talk. No doubt one appeal of that thin, nasal tone was how human it sounded, like the voice of a lover with a cold. And all the faces. Edgardo was on the balcony with his elbows resting on the railing, looking down at the crowd below. All the hair so perfect, the raven blaze of light on glossy black tresses, the colorful clothes, the strong faces so full of the character of Latin America. This was what they looked like. They had nothing to be ashamed of in this world, where indeed could you find handsomer faces. His friend Umberto stood down there near the door, holding 2 wine flutes. When he looked up and met Edgardo's eye, Edgardo raised his chin in acknowledgement. Umberto jerked his head a fraction to the side, indicating a meeting. Edgardo nodded once. In the second half, the band was kept in view throughout the dances, and Edgardo was happier. Now the black curtain was his own eyelids. He could close them and ignore the dancers, who were, in any case, making their limitations known, and only listen to the piazzolla. The second half had 4 songs by Astor out of the 8, same as the first. This was typical in tango shows passing through the States on tour, sticking to the maestro to be sure of blowing away the audiences. In one case, a touring troupe's leader had had some kind of a problem with Piazzolla, perhaps political in nature, but probably mainly personal. The maestro could be withering, and so to avoid printing Piazzolla's name, even though he was playing his music, this leader had printed no composers' names at all in the program book, a maneuver which had made Edgardo furious, although he had wanted to hear the music too much to be able to walk out on the performance, because the band had been excellent, with 4 bandoneonists to recreate the effect Astor had made by himself. A better band even than on this night, though these young people were good, especially the young woman sawing away at her bass. Amazing what a difference that made. And they were going to finish with The 4 Seasons of Buenos Aires, a suite of 4 pieces, 1 for each season, on the model of Verdi. These were among Piazzolla's masterpieces, and Edgardo loved them all. Through all the years in Washington, he had played the one that was appropriate to the season in the Southern Hemisphere, over and over, to keep himself properly oriented, or rather, australized. Thus, when Phil Chase had won the election, he had been playing Primavera Porteño at high volume, because it was November, spring, in Buenos Aires, and also, perhaps, on that night, it marked a different kind of spring in the American political world, a much-needed birth of a new dispensation. Piazzolla had captured perfectly that magical, budding sensation of springtime, the whole world quick with life and dancing. Now it was baking summer in the world capital, a dry sauna with the rain gone, and at home he was playing Invierno Porteño, to express the chill, raw world to the south, and now the band was doing a very creditable job of it themselves, even the bandoneon player, who seemed suddenly possessed. And in the coda, the pianist plinked the final falling trios of single notes in a perfect little retard. Could be a lover walking away forever. Could be the end of winter, and thus the passing of another precious year. The two dancers sank to the floor in a knot. Very nice, but not Edgardo's image of it. He closed his eyes again and listened to the band rip into Primavera Porteño, the last one in the sequence. He bobbed and tapped his feet, eyes closed, uncaring about the people around him. Let them think what they like. The whole audience should be on its feet at this moment. Which they were during the ovation afterward. A nice thing to be part of, a Latin thing, lots of shouting and whistling in the applause, at least for an audience at the Kennedy Center. There was even a group above him to the right, shouting, "Astor! Astor! Astor!" which Edgardo joined with the utmost happiness, bellowing the name up at the group of enthusiasts and waving in appreciation. He had never gotten the chance to chant Astor's name in a cheer before, and it felt right. It felt good in his mouth. He wondered if they did that in Buenos Aires now, or if it was only something that would happen in Europe, or here. Astor the perpetual exile, even in death. Well, but now he was a hero in Argentinian music, and the reason these tours were popular. That, and the possibility of seeing some choreographed nudity and sex on stage, which, of course, was also a bit of a draw. But you could see more sex by accident on the internet in a night than tango would give you your whole life, unless you believed in sublimation, which Edgardo did. The return of the repressed was a volcanic thing, a matter of stupendous force blasting into the world, the giants unleashed. As America had yet to learn, alas, to its great confusion. It had denied the reality of the rest of the world, and now the rest of the world was coming back. Show over. All the people mingling as they made their exit. Outside it was still stifling. More Spanish in the gorgeous choir of the languages. Edgardo walked aimlessly in the crowd going north, then stopped briefly below the strange statue located on the lawn there, which appeared to portray a dying Quixote shooting a last arrow over his shoulder, roughly in the direction of the Saudi Arabian embassy. An allegory for the futility of fighting big oil, perhaps. Anyway, there was Umberto approaching him, lighting a cigarette and coughing, and together they strolled down the grass to the railing overlooking the river. They leaned with their elbows on the rail and watched obsidian sheets of water glide past. They conversed in Spanish.
So, we're still looking into ways of isolating these guys.
Is she still helping?
Yes, she's the decoy while we try to cut these guys out. She's playing the shell game with them.
And you think Cooper is the leader?
Not sure about that. He may have a stovepipe that goes pretty high. That's one of the things we're still trying to determine.
But he's part of Arda.
Yes.
And where did they relocate that most exciting program?
There's a working group, suspended between Homeland Security and the National Security Council. Arda Prime.
Edgardo laughed. He danced a little tango step while singing the bitter, wild riff at the start of Primavera Porteño. They are so fucking stupid, my friend. Could it get any more Byzantine?
That's the point. It's a work of art.
It's a fucking shambles. They must be scared out of their wits, granting they ever had any wits, which I don't. I mean, if they get caught,
it will be hard to catch them outright. I think the best we can do is cut them out. But if they see that coming, they will fight.
I'm sure. Is all of Arda in on it?"
"No, I don't think so."
"That's good. I know some of those guys from my time at DARPA. I liked them. Some of them, anyway."
"I know. I'm sure the ones you liked are all innocent of this."
"Right." Edgardo laughed. "Well, fuck them. What should I tell Frank?"
"Tell him to hang in there."
"Do you think it would be okay to tip him that his girlfriend is still involved in a root canal?"
"I don't know."
Umberto sucked on his cigarette, blew out a long plume of white smoke.
"Not if you think he'll do anything different."
All Frank could think about now was how he could get in touch with Caroline. Apparently, showing up in her surveillance of her ex had not worked. There was no way of telling why. Surely she had motion checkers to flag intrusions or appearances or changes that she needed to check. That was the way surveillance cameras worked. You couldn't just film real time and watch it later. There was never the time for that. And so, something must be wrong. He could go to Mount Desert Island. He thought there was a good chance that Edgardo was right about her staying up there. It was a big island, and she had obviously loved it. Her idea of what hiding out meant was tied to that place. And if she kept a distance from her friend's place, kept to herself somewhere else on the island, her ex would assume she had bolted elsewhere, unless he didn't, and she would be able to lay low. But in that case, how would Frank find her? What would she have to have? What would she not stop doing? Shopping for food? Getting espressos? Bicycling? He wasn't really sure. He didn't know her well enough to say. She had said there was great mountain biking to be had on the gravel carriage roads that wound around the granite knobs on the eastern half of the island, on which you could bike with no one seeing you, except for other bikers. Did that mean he should go up and rent a mountain bike and ride around on this network, or hang out at the backwoods intersections of these gravel roads and wait for her to pass by accident? No. It took a long time to drive up there and back. If you couldn't fly, you had to drive. But there was so much else going on down in D.C. and even elsewhere around the world. He needed to go to San Diego again. He needed to visit London. It would be good to see that site in Siberia, even get to Antarctica and visit Wade if he could. On the other hand, his tree had been cut down, his battery cables cut, his kayak wrecked, his computer destroyed. He had to deal with it somehow. It was in his face and in his thoughts. He had to do something. But instead of doing something, he sat in the garden at the farm and weeded. He woke up at dawn to find Rudra at the window, looking out at the river. Quicksilver slick under gray mist streamers. Trees on the far bank looking like ghosts. He helped Rudra with his morning English lessons. Rudra was working from a primer prepared under the tutelage of the Dalai Lama and used to teach the Tibetan-speaking children their English.
There are good anchors to reality and bad anchors to reality. Try to avoid the bad ones. Ha!
Rudra snorted.
Thanks for such wisdom, O High Holiness. Look, he even calls them the 4 bad Ds. It's like the Chinese. They are always 4 thises and 6 that's.
The 8 Noble Truths? Frank said.
Bah! That's Chinese Buddhism.
Interesting. And what exactly are the 4 bad Ds?
Debt, depression, disease, death.
Whoa, those are 4 bad Ds, all right. Are there 4 good Ds? Are there 4 good, I don't know, anchors to reality?
Children, health, work, love.
Man, you are a sociobiologist. Could you add habits, maybe?
No. Number very important. Only room for 4.
Frank laughed. But it's such a good anchor. It's what allows you to love your life. You love your habits the way you love your home, as a kind of gravity that includes other emotions, even hate. Rudra shrugged.
I am an exile.
Me too. Rudra looked at him.
You can move back to your home?
Yes.
Then you are not an exile. You are just not at home.
I guess that's right.
Why would you not move home if you could?
Work, Frank said. But it was a good question. That night, as they were falling asleep in the ever so slightly rocking dark of their suspended room, the wind rustling the leaves of the grove, Frank came back to the morning's conversation. I've been thinking about good correlations. We need a numbered list of those. My good correlation is the one between living as close to a prehistoric life as you can, and being happy, and becoming more healthy, and reducing your consumption and therefore your impact on the planet. That's a very good correlation. Then Phil Chase had another one at his inaugural. He talked about how social justice and women's rights correlates with a steady-state replacement rate for the population, which would mean the end of rapid population growth, and thus reduce our load on the planet. That's another very good correlation. So I'm thinking of calling them the 2 good correlations.
2 is not enough.
What?
2 is not a big enough number for this kind of thing. There is never the 2 this or that. You need at least 3, maybe more.
But I only know 2.
You must think of some more.
Okay, sure. Frank was falling asleep. You have to help me, though. The question will be, what's the 3rd good correlation?
That's easy.
What?
You think about it.
For some reason, no one was hanging out at Site 21 these days. Maybe the heat and the mosquitoes. Back at the farm, Frank yanked weeds out of the garden rows. He cut the grass of the lawn with a hand scythe, swinging it like a golf club, viciously driving shot after shot out to some distant green. At night, in the dining room, he ate at the end of a table, reading, bathed in a sea of Tibetan voices. Sometimes he would talk to Padma or Sukandra, then go to bed and read his laptop for a while. He missed the bros and their rowdy assholery. It occurred to him one night in the dining hall that not only was bad company better than no company, there were times when bad company was better than good company. But it was a different life now. At work, Frank was passing along some great projects for Diane to propose to the president. The converter that could be put in all new cars so that they could run on 85% ethanol could in a different form be added to already existing cars, like smog control devices had been. Legislating that as a requirement would immediately change their fuel needs and overwhelm their limited ability to make ethanol, but Brazil had shown it could be ramped up pretty fast. And there were advances on that front coming out of Recess, another offshoot of Eleanor's work, carried forward by other colleagues of hers, in which an engineered enzyme allowed them to get away from corn and start to use wood chips for their ethanol feedstock, and might soon allow them to use grass, which was another kind of holy grail. Burning ethanol still released carbon to the atmosphere, of course, but the difference was that this was carbon that had only recently been drawn down from the atmosphere by plant growth, and when they grew more feedstock, carbon would be drawn down again, so that it was almost a closed loop, with human transport as part of the cycle, as opposed to releasing the fossil carbon that had been so nicely sequestered under the ground in the form of oil and coal. On that front, too, there were interesting developments. Clean coal had, up until this point, only meant burning coal and capturing the particulate load released to the atmosphere. That was called clean, but it was a strange issue, because the particulates were probably lofting into the high atmosphere and reflecting sunlight away, creating at least part of the so-called global dimming, meaning the lower levels of sunlight that had been reaching the surface of the Earth in the last few decades compared to when it had first been measured. So that cleaning up coal burning in that way might actually let more light through and add to the global warming overall. As for the carbon dioxide released when coal was burned, that had not been a part of what they had been calling clean coal. But now their prototype plant's blueprint included a complete plan for burning coal and capturing both carbon dioxide and particulates before release. None of the elements were speculative. All existed already and could be combined. It would be expensive. It would mean that each coal-burning power plant would become a complicated and expensive factory. But so what? It could be argued that this was only another advantage for the manufacturers of such plants. Public utilities, private investors, ultimately it didn't matter. It had to be done. It had to be paid for. Someone would get paid when society made the payment. It was simply work to be done. Meanwhile, on another front, captured carbon dioxide was being injected into depleted oil wells. Compressed and frozen, the dry ice was put under pressure until it flowed down old oil pipes and filled the pores of rock that had been drained of its oil. They were doing it in Canada, off Norway in the North Sea, and they were now starting to do it in Texas. Putting the carbon dioxide down there both sequestered it nicely, for thousands of years at least, and also put more pressure on the remaining oil deposits, making them easier to pump up. Because even if they stopped burning oil, they still needed it as the feedstock for plastics and pesticides. They would still be wearing it and eating it. They would just stop burning it. All these projects were pouring into NSF and Energy and many other federal agencies and being screened by Diane's committee and placed into the mission architecture that indicated what they needed all up and down the structure of their new technology. There were very few weak points or question marks in this architecture. They could swap out power and transport in less than 10 years. But even if they stabilized carbon emissions immediately, even if they were to stop burning carbon entirely, which was a theoretical possibility only, for the sake of calculation, global temperatures would continue to rise for many years. The continuity effect, as they called it, and a nasty problem to contemplate. It was an open question whether temperatures, even in the best-case scenario, would rise enough to cross the threshold to further positive feedbacks that would cause it to rise even more. Models were not at all precise on this subject. So they had to continue to discuss the ocean problems, among many others. In one meeting, Diane asked Frank about the sample basin study that was looking into flooding dry lake basins, and Frank called up an email from the PI. Frank said, "China likes the idea. They say they've already done similar things, at Three Gorges, of course, but also at 4 more dams like Three Gorges. Those are mostly for hydroelectric and flood control, and they're seeing climate effects downwind, but they feel they've got experience with the process and say they would be willing to take more, and the biggest basins on Earth are all theirs."
But saltwater?
Any lake helps cloud formation, so they would be hydrating the deserts downwind by precipitating out.
Still, it's hard to imagine them sacrificing that much land.
True, but clearly there's going to be something like carbon cap credits set up, some kind of seawater credits given to countries for taking up seawater. Maybe even combine it with carbon trading so that taking up seawater earns carbon credits, or funding for desalination plants on the basin's new shorelines, or whatever, some kind of compensation.
Diane said, "I suppose we could arrange a treaty with them." Later they worked on the Antarctic aspect of the plan. The dry basins of the world didn't have enough capacity to keep sea level in place anyway, so they needed to push the Antarctic idea too. If that ended up working, then in theory, the eastern Antarctic ice sheet would be able to handle all possible excess, and the dry basins up north would only be filled if the net effects of doing so looked good to the host country. Sounds good, but it's a lot of water. That night, Frank walked out of the security gate on 17th Street, at the south end of the old executive offices, and across the street there was a woman standing as if waiting for the light to change. His heart pounded in his chest like a child trying to escape. He stared. Was it really her? She nodded, jerked her head sideways. "Follow me." She walked up to G Street, and Frank did too, on the other side of the street. His pulse was flying, an amazing physical response. Well, but she had been out of touch, and now there she was, her face so vivid, so distinctly hers, leaping out of reality into his mind. Oh my. Oh my. She must have seen his jump through her surveillance camera, or heard his mental call. So often, telepathy seemed real. Or maybe she had been discovered and forced to go on the run again, in need of his help. It could be anything. A red light stopped him. She had stopped too, and was not crossing with the green to him. Apparently they were to walk in parallel for a while, west on G Street. It was a long light. If you felt each second fully, a lifetime would become an infinity. Maybe that was the point of being in love, or the reward. Oh my. He could feel the knock of his heart in the back of his nose. He followed her down G Street, past the Watergate complex and across the parkway, through the boating center parking lot, down into the trees at the mouth of Rock Creek, where finally they could converge, could crash into each other's arms and hug each other hard, hard, hard. Ah, God, his partner in exile, his fellow refugee from reality, here at last, as real as a rock in his hands.
"What's up?" he said, his voice rough, out of his control. Only now did he feel just how scared he had been for her. "I've been scared," he complained. "Look, I have to have a way to get in touch with you. I just have to. We have to have a Dropbox or something, some way to do it. I can't stand it when we don't. I can't stand it anymore." She pulled back, surprised at his vehemence. "Sorry. I've been working out my routines, figuring out what I can do and what I can't. They're still after me, and I wasn't totally sure I could stay off their radar, and so I didn't want to get you caught up in anything." "I already am caught up in it. I am fully caught up in it." Okay. I know. But I had to make sure we were both clear, and usually you're not. They know about that Kembalung embassy house, and their place in Maryland, too. "I know. They know all that. What about now? Am I clear?" She took a wand out of her pocket, ran it over him. "Right now you are. It happens most often right when you leave work. The chips are mostly in stuff you leave at your other places. But I had to see you. I needed to see you." "Well, good." Then he saw on her face how she felt, and his spirits ballooned. At this first flash of reciprocation, the feeling blazed up in him again. Love was like a laser beam bouncing between two mirrors. She smiled at the look on his face. Then they embraced and started to kiss. And Frank was swept away in a great wave of passion, like a wave catching him up in the ocean. Off they went in it. But it was more than passion, something bigger and more coherent, a feeling for her, his Caroline, an overwhelming feeling. "Oh, my," he said over her shoulder. She laughed, trembling in his arms. They hugged again, harder than ever. He was in love, and she was in love, and they were in love with each other. Kissing was a kind of orgasm of the feelings. He was breathing heavily, and she was too, heart pounding, blood pulsing. Frank ran a hand through her hair, feeling the tight curl, the thick springiness of it. She tilted her head back into the palm of his hand, giving herself to him. They were in a dark knot of trees. They sat on the previous year's mat of leaves, burrowed into them as they kissed. A lot of time was lost then. It rushed past, or did not happen. Her muscles were hard, and her soft spots were soft. She murmured, she hummed, she moved without volition against him. After a while she laughed again, shook her head as if to clear it. "Let's go somewhere and talk," she said. "We're not that well hidden here." True. In fact, the Rock Creek Parkway, above them through the trees, was busy with cars, and in the other direction they could see a few of the lights of the Georgetown riverfront, blinking through branches. When they were standing again, she took his face in both hands and squeezed it. "I need you, Frank." "I need you too," he said, his lips squeezed vertically. She laughed and let his face go. "Come on, let's go get a drink," she said. "I've got to tell you some stuff." They walked up to the footbridge over Rock Creek, then along the promenade fronting the Potomac, down into a sunken concrete plaza set between office buildings, where there was a row of tables outside a bar. They floated down the steps hand in hand, and sat at one of them. After they ordered, she a Bloody Mary, he white wine, she pressed a forefinger into the top of his thigh. "But look, another reason I had to see you. I needed to tell you. I'm pretty sure that Ed is on to who you are. I think he's tracking you."
"He's been doing more than that," Frank said. "That's why I wanted to find you. I've been getting harassed these last few weeks."
He told her all that had happened, watching her mouth tighten at the corners as he described each incident. By the time he was done, her mouth was turned down like an eagle's. "I wondered about that. That's him, all right," she said bitterly. "That's him all over."
Frank nodded. "I was pretty sure."
He had never seen her look so grim. It was frightening in more ways than one. You would not want her angry at you. They sat there for a few moments. Their drinks arrived, and they sipped at them.
"And so?"
Frank said. After another pause, she said slowly, "I guess I think you've got to disappear, like I did. Come with me and disappear for a bit. My plan C is working out really well. I'm in the area here, and I have a solid cover identity, with a bank account and apartment lease and car and everything. I don't think he can possibly find any of it. At this point, I'm the one surveilling him, and I can see that he's still looking, but he's lost my trail."
"But he's tracking the people you were surveilling," Frank supposed.
"I think that's right."
"And so he's figured out I must be the one who helped you get away."
"Well, judging by what he's doing to you, I think he might still not be quite sure about it. He may be kind of testing you, to see if you'll jump, to see if you react like you know it's him, and if you did, then he'd know for sure. Also, you might then lead him to me."
"So, but that means if I disappear, then he'll be sure I'm the one, because I'll have jumped, like he was looking for."
"Yes, but he must be pretty sure anyway, that's the thing. And then he won't be able to find you, which is good because I'm afraid what he might do."
Frank was too, but he did not want to admit it.
"Well, but I can't. I've got an ID all ready for you. It's got a good legend and a deep cover. It's just as solid as mine."
"But I can't leave,"
Frank objected.
"I mean, I have my job to do. I can't leave that right now."
"And your fucking ex can't make me," he didn't say. She frowned, hesitated. Maybe her ex was worse than Frank had thought. Although, what did that mean? Surely he wouldn't. She shook her head, as if to clear it and think things through. "If there was someone at your work that you could explain the situation to, that you trusted, maybe you could set up a system and send your work into them, and like that."
"A lot of it is done in meetings now. I don't think that would work."
"But," she scowled, "I don't like him knowing where you are."
"I know, but, you know."
Frank felt confused, balked, caught. He was moving into his zone of confusion, too, beginning to blank out at the end of trains of thought.
"I have to keep doing my job,"
he heard himself say.
"Maybe I could just make a strong effort to keep off the radar when I'm away from work. You know, show up for work out of the blue. Be there in the office, but with everyone else, all day,
in a high-security environment, then disappear out of the office at the end of the day, and he won't be able to find where. Maybe I could do that.
Maybe. That's a lot of exposure to get away from every day.
I know, but I have to. She was shaking her head unhappily. It's okay, he said. I can do it. I mean it. The White House compound is a secure environment, so when I'm where they know where I am, I'll have security. When I don't have security, they won't know where I am. I'd rather do it that way than stop everything I'm doing.
Well, that's what I had to do.
Yes, but you had to because of the election and everything.
Because you were married to him.
She was eagle-mouthed again.
But look, she said, you're in on that too, okay? Thanks to me. I'm sorry about that, but it's true, and you can't just ignore it. That would be like I was being when you showed up and I didn't want to leave camp.
She sipped at her drink, thinking things over. At last, she shook her head unhappily.
I'm afraid of what he might do.
Well, but to you too, Frank said. Maybe you should go back up to Mount Desert Island. I was thinking if you stayed away from your friend's place, it would be a good place to hide. She shook her head more vehemently.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I've got stuff I've got to do here.
She glanced at him, hesitated, took another drink. She frowned, thinking things over again. Their knees were pressed together, and their hands had found each other on their own and were clutched together, as if to protest any plan their owners might make that would separate them.
I really think you should come with me, she said. Get off the grid entirely.
Frank struggled for thought. I can't, he said at last. She grimaced. She seemed to be getting irritated with him, the pressure of her hand's grip, almost painful. Worse yet, she let go of him, straightened up. She was somehow becoming estranged, withdrawing from him, even angry at him. An invitation to be with her all the time. Listen, Frank said anxiously. Don't be mad at me. Tell me how we're going to keep in touch now. We have to have a way. I have to.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
But she was upset by his refusal to go with her, and distracted.
We can always do a dead drop,
she said as she continued to frown over other things.
It's simple. Pick a hidden spot where we leave notes, and only check the spot when you're positive you're clean, say once a week.
Twice a week.
If I can.
Her mouth was still pursed unhappily. She shook her head.
It's better to have a regular time that you're sure you can meet and keep to that schedule.
Okay. Once a week. And where?
I don't know.
She seemed to be getting more frustrated the more she thought about things. How about where we were making out, back there in the trees? Frank suggested, trying to press past her mood. Do you know where that was? Can you find it again? She gave him a very sharp look. It reminded him of Marta. Women weak at geography. He hadn't meant it that way. Although there were women who didn't have a clue.
Of course,
she said.
Down there by the mouth of the creek. But it should be a place where we can tuck notes out of the rain and be sure we can find them and all.
Okay, Well, we can go back out there and bury a plastic bag in the leaves under a tree. She nodded unenthusiastically. She was still distracted. Are you sure you don't want to go back up to Mount Desert Island? Frank asked. Of course I do, she snapped. But I can't, okay? I've got stuff I've got to do around here. What? Maybe I can help. You can't help, especially not if you stay exposed in your job and all. But I have to do that. Well, there you are then. He nodded, hesitantly. He didn't understand, and wasn't sure how to proceed. Shall we go back out there and pick a spot? No. There's a pair of roots there with a hole between them. I felt it under me. It was under my head. You can put something in that gap and I'll find it. I need to get going. She checked her watch, looked around, stood abruptly. Her metal chair screeched over the concrete. Caroline. Be careful, she said, leaning down to stare him right in the face. She brought her hand up between their faces to point a finger at his nose, and he saw it was quivering. I mean it. You're going to have to be really careful. I can see why you want to keep going to work, but this is no game we're caught in. I know that, but we're stuck with it. Don't be mad at me, please. There's just things we both still have to do. I know. Her mouth was still a tight line, but now at least she was looking him in the eye. Okay. Let's do the dead drop every week. I'll check on Saturdays, you check Wednesdays. Okay. I'll leave something there for this Saturday, and you get it and leave something for Wednesday. Okay. But if I can't, check the next week. But I'll try. And with a peck to the top of his head, she was off into the dark of Georgetown. Frank sat there, feeling stunned. A little drunk. He didn't know what to think. He was confused, and for a moment overwhelmed, feeling the indecision fall hard on him. When you feel love, elation, worry, fear, and puzzlement all at once, and all at equally full volume, they seemed to cancel each other out, creating a vacuum, or rather, a plenum. He felt Carolined. Fuck, he said half aloud. It had been that way from the moment they met. Actually, only now it was intensified, fully present in his mind, still felt in his body. Abruptly he finished his drink and took off into the dark, over the creek's footbridge, back to the spot where they had kissed. One of the trees on the riverside of their impromptu lay-by had the two big roots she had referred to, growing out in a fork and then plunging down into the rich, loamy earth and reuniting, leaving a leaf-filled pocket. He tore one of the clear plastic credit card holders out of his wallet, took a receipt from his pocket, and wrote on the back, I love you. I'll look every Wednesday. Write me. Then he put it in the sleeve and buried it under leaves shoved into the hole, topped it all with leaves, and hoped she would find it, hoped she would use it and write him. It seemed like she would. They had kissed so passionately, right here on this very spot, no more than an hour or so before. Why now this edge of discord between them? Well, that seemed pretty clear. Her desire for him to disappear with her. Obviously she felt it was important, and that he might even be in danger if he didn't join her. But he couldn't join her. That feeling was in itself interesting, now that he thought of it. Was that a sign of decisiveness, or just being balky? Had he had any choice? Maybe one would never go into hiding unless there were no other choice. This was probably one cause of Caroline's irritation. She had to hide, while he didn't. Although, maybe he did, and he just didn't know it. Big sigh. He didn't know. For a second he lost his train of thought and didn't know anything. What had just happened? He looked down on the bed of leaves they had lain on. "Caroline!" he cried in his mind, and groaned aloud. He was sitting with Rudra at the little table under their window, both of them looking at laptops and tapping away, the room itself slightly swaying on a wind from the west. After the heat of the day, the cool fragrance coming off the river was a balm. Moonlight broke and squiggled whitely on the black sweep of the water. Frank was reading Thoreau, and at one point he laughed and read aloud to Rudra. "We hug the earth. How rarely we mount. Methinks we might elevate ourselves a little more. We might climb a tree, at least. I found my account in climbing a tree once. It was a tall white pine on the top of a hill, and though I got well pitched, I was well paid for it, for I discovered new mountains on the horizon which I had never seen before. So much more of the earth and the heavens. I might have walked about the foot of the tree for 80 years and 10, and yet I certainly should never have seen them." Rudra nodded. "Henry likes the same things you do," he observed. "It's true." "A treehouse is a good idea," Rudra said, looking out the windows at the dark river. "It is, isn't it?" Frank read on for a while, then, "Here, listen to this. He might as well be at the table with us. I live so much in my habitual thoughts that I forget there is any outside to the globe, and am surprised when I behold it as now. Yonder hills and river in the moonlight, the monsters. Yet it is salutary to deal with the surface of things. What are these rivers and hills, these hieroglyphics which my eyes behold? There is something invigorating in this air, which I am peculiarly sensible is a real wind, blowing from over the surface of a planet. I look out at my eyes, I come to my window, and I feel and breathe the fresh air. It is a fact equally glorious with the most inward experience. Why have we ever slandered the outward?" "What say? Speak bad?" Rudra asked. "About this?" He waved at their view. "Maybe that is your third good correlation. The outer and the inner." "I want something more specific." "Maybe he means we should stop reading and look at the river." "Ah, yes. True." And they did. But the next night, when Frank drove into the farm's parking lot after work, late, and got out of his van and headed for the treehouse, Kang came out of the big farmhouse and hurried over to intercept him.
"Frank, sorry, can you come in here, please?"
"Sure, what's up?"
"Rinpoche Rudra Kakrin has died."
"What?"
"Rudra died this day after you left."
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yes, I am afraid so.
She held his arm, watched him closely. Where is he? I mean,
we have his body in the prayer room.
Oh, no. The enormity of it began to hit him. Oh, no, he said again, helplessly.
Please,
she said.
Be calm. Rudra must not be disturbed now.
What? So he had misheard.
This is an important time for his spirit. We here must be quiet and let him focus on his work in the bardo. What say, help him on his way by saying the proper prayers.
Frank felt himself lose his balance a little bit. Gone weak at the knees, yet another physiological reaction shared by all. Shock of bad news, knees went weak. Oh, no, he said. She was so calm about it, standing there talking about helping Rudra through the first hours of the afterlife. Suddenly he realized he was living with aliens. They didn't even look human. He went over and sat down on the front steps of the house. Everything still scrubbed, new paint, Tibetan colors. Kang was saying something, but he didn't hear it. After a while, it was Drepung sitting beside him. Briefly he put an arm around Frank's shoulders and squeezed. Then they just sat there, side by side. Minutes passed. 10 minutes, maybe 15. He was a friend, Frank explained. He was my friend. Yes, he was my teacher. When did you meet him? I was 10. Drepung explained some of Rudra's role in Kembalung, some of his personal history. Frank glanced up once and saw that tears had rolled down Drepung's broad cheeks as he spoke, even though his voice and manner were calm. This was a comfort to Frank. Tell me what happens now, he said when Drepung was silent. Drepung then explained their funeral customs. We will say the first prayers for a day and a half. Then later there will be other ceremonies at the proper intervals. Rudra was an important guru, so there will be quite a few of these. The big one will be after 40 days, as with anyone, and then one last one at 49 days. Eventually they got up and clomped up the central stairs of the treehouse, winding around the trunk of one of the main trees. Then down the catwalk to their room. Others had already been there. Presumably this was where Rudra had died. The sight of the empty and sheetless bed cast another wave of grief through Frank. He sat down in the chair by the window, looked down at the river flowing by. He thought that if they had not left their garden shed, maybe Rudra would not have died. Well, that made no sense. But Frank saw immediately that he could not continue to stay there. It would make him too sad. Then again, remembering his conversation with Caroline, moving out would help his evasion of Cooper anyway. He was free to go and do the necessary things. In the days that followed, Frank moved his stuff out of the Kembali treehouse back into his van, now the last remaining room of his modular house, compromised though it might be. He usually parked it in the farm's little parking lot, just to be near Drepung and Sukandra and Padma. He found that nearness comforting, and he did not want them to think that he had abandoned them or gone crazy or anything. "You need the room," he kept saying about the treehouse. "I like it better now to be in my van." They accepted that and put 4 people in the room. As the days passed, they went through one or the other of the various stages of Rudra's passage through the bardo. Frank lost track of the details, but he tried to remember the last funeral's date, said to be the most important one for those who wished to honor the memory of that particular incarnation. He was at a loss for what to do when not at work. The old executive offices, though much closer to the centers of national power, were nowhere near as comfortable to spend time in as the NSF building had been. It was not possible to sleep there, for instance, without security noticing and dropping by to check on him. Meanwhile, his van was probably still GPS'd and would be one of the ways that Edward Cooper was keeping track of him. He needed it for a bedroom and to get out to the Kembalis, and yet he wanted to be able to drop off the grid every day when he left work. He didn't know. Show up to work, disappear, then show up again the next day. This was important, given the things that were happening. What would happen if he got Edgardo's help to take all the transponders out of his van? But that would alert Cooper that Frank knew the chips were there and had removed them. It was better the way it was, perhaps, so that he could find them and remove them when he really had to, and then travel off-grid. He might need the van if Caroline went back to Mount Desert Island and he wanted to drive up to see her. In general, it was an advantage. That was what Edgardo had meant. He didn't know what to do. He couldn't figure it out, and he had no place to stay. What to do, how to live. Always a question, but never more so than now. He could do this, he could do that. Anyone could. No one had to. Do the duty of the day. Emerson. The easiest thing was to work as long as possible. It was a kind of default mode, and he needed that now. He needed work, and he needed a home. He needed things simple and essentially decision-free. The fewer decisions, the better, for sure. The incapacity was stronger than ever. He needed a job that filled all the waking hours of the day, and he had that. But now, optimodal was not optimum, and he didn't really want to go to the farm, and his treehouse was gone. His home had washed away in the flood of events. All he had left was his van, and his van was chipped. Out of habit, he went back out to Site 21. Summer was fully upon them, and all the leaves were green. But the site was empty these days, and Sleepy Hollow had been dismantled. He sat there at the picnic table, wondering what to do. Spencer and Robin and Robert came charging in, and Frank leaped up to join them. "Thank God," he said, hugging each in turn. They always did that, but this time it mattered. They ran the course in an ecstasy, as usual, but for Frank there was an extra element of release and forgetfulness. Just to run, just to throw, life crashing through the greenery everywhere around them. They ran in a swirl of becoming. Everyone died sometime, but it was life that mattered. Afterward, Frank sat down with Spencer near the chuckling creek, brown and foamy. "I'm wondering if I could join your Freegans," he said.
Well, sure, Spencer said, looking surprised. But I thought you lived with the Kimbalis. Yes, but my friend there died, and I need to get away. There are some issues. I'm under a weird kind of surveillance, and I want to get away from that. So I'm wondering if you would mind, maybe, I don't know, introducing me to some people, or whatever, like those times we went to a dinner. Sure, Spencer said. That happens every night. No problem at all. Thanks. So you're doing something classified, then? I don't know. Spencer laughed. Well, it doesn't matter. Life outdoors is a value in itself. You'll like it. You'll see. So he went with Spencer, on foot, to the house of choice for that evening. A boarded-up monster. Not a residential house, but a half-block apartment complex that had been wrecked in the flood and never renovated. There were a lot of these, and the Fearles and Freegans now had maps and lists, locks and keys and codes and phones. Every few nights they moved to a new place, within a larger community, most of whom were also moving around. Spencer started calling Frank on his fog phone to let him know where they would be that night, and Frank started leaving work at more or less the normal time, using a wand Edgardo gave him to see that he was clear, then meeting Spencer in the park, running a frisbee round, then walking somewhere in Northwest to the rendezvous of the night. Once or twice, Frank joined the dumpster diving teams, and was interested to learn that most restaurant dumpsters were now locked shut. But this was to satisfy insurance company liability concerns more than to keep people from the food, because for every dumpster they visited, they had either the key or the combination, provided by kitchen workers who were either sympathetic or were living the life themselves. And so they would go into the parking lots and workspaces behind the city's finest and set a lookout, and then unlock the dumpster and remove the useful food, which often was set carefully in one corner by the kitchen help, but in any case was obvious. It wasn't even that smelly of an operation, Frank learned, although sometimes it was. And then they would hustle off with backpacks full of half-frozen steaks or big bags of lettuce or potatoes. Really almost all the raw materials of the wonderful meals all the restaurants had not made and could preserve no longer. And by the time they got to the meeting house, its kitchen would be powered up by a generator in the backyard, or the fireplace would be ablaze with a big fire, and cooks would be working on a meal that would feed 30 or 40 people through the course of the evening. Frank floated through all this like a jellyfish. He let the tide of humanity shove him along, this way or that, billow on the current. He was grunioning in the shallows of the city. Then it came time for the last of Rudra's major funerals. Frank was surprised to see the date on his watch. Well, that was interesting. 49 days had passed, and he hadn't quite noticed. Now it was the day. He didn't know what to do. He didn't want to go. He didn't want to admit Rudra was dead. He didn't want to feel those feelings again. He didn't want to think that Rudra was alive, but in some horrible netherworld where he was having to negotiate all kinds of terrors in order to get to the start of some putative next life. It was absurd. He didn't want any of it to be real. He sat there at his desk in his office, paralyzed by indecision. He could not decide. A call came on his fog phone.
It was Nick Quibler. "Frank, are you okay? Did you forget that it's the day for Rudra's funeral?" Nick did not sound accusatory or worried or anything. Nick was good at not sounding emotional. Teenage flatness of affect. "Oh, yeah," he said to the boy, trying to sound normal. "I did forget. Thanks for calling. I'll be right over. But don't let them delay anything on my account." "I don't think they could even if they wanted to," Nick said. "It's a pretty strict schedule as far as I can tell." He had taken an interest in the supposed sequence of events Rudra had been experiencing during these 40 days in the Bardo, reading the Tibetan Book of the Dead and telling Frank too many of the details, all too like one of his video games. Suddenly it all seemed to Frank like a cruel hoax, a giant fiction meant to comfort the bereaved. People who died were dead and gone. Their soul had been in their brains, and their brains decomposed, and the electrical activity was gone. And then they were gone too, except to the extent they were in other people's minds. Well, fair enough. He was going to the funeral now. He had decided. Or Nick had decided. Suddenly he understood that he had been sitting there about to miss it. He was so incapacitated that he had almost missed a friend's funeral. Would have missed it if not for a call from another friend. Before leaving, he grabbed up the phone and called up the neurologist's office. "I have a referral from Dr. Mandelaris for elective surgery," he explained. "I'd like to schedule that now, please. I've decided to do it." Every summer, Charlie flew back to California to spend a week in the Sierra Nevada, backpacking with a group of old friends. Most of them were high school friends, and some of them had gone to UC San Diego together many years before. That they and Frank Vanderwall had been undergraduates at UCSD at the same time had come up at dinner one night at the Quiblers the previous winter, causing a moment of surprise, then a shrug. Possibly they had been in classes together. They couldn't remember. The subject had been dropped, as just one of those coincidences that often cropped up in Washington, D.C. So many people came from somewhere else that sometimes the elsewheres were the same. This coincidence, however, was certainly a factor in Charlie inviting Frank to join the group for this summer's trip. Perhaps it played a part in Frank's acceptance as well. It was hard for Charlie to tell. Frank's usual reticence had recently scaled new heights. The invitation had been Anna's idea. Frank was having an operation on his nose, she said, and if he didn't go away afterward, he would not stop working. He did not particularly like the move from NSF to the White House, she felt, but he certainly worked very long hours there, and since Rudra's death, he had seemed to her lonely. This was all news to Charlie, despite his kayaking expeditions with Frank, although anyone could see that the death of Rudra Kakrin had shaken him. When he showed up for the 49-day ceremony quite late, most of the gazillion prayers over, in fact, he had been obviously distressed. He had arrived in time for the part where everyone there took bites out of little cakes they had been given, then turned the remaining pieces back in to help sustain Rudra's spirit. A beautiful idea. But Frank had eaten his piece entirely, having failed to understand. It was always a shock to see someone one regarded as unemotional suddenly become distraught. So, Soon after that, Frank had had the surgery to correct problems behind his nose resulting from his accident.
No big deal,
he described it, but Anna just shook her head at that. It's right next to his brain, she told Charlie. They all visited him in the hospital, and he said he was fine, that it had gone well, he had been told, and yes, he would like to join the backpacking trip, thanks. It would be good to get away. Would he be okay to go to high altitude? Charlie wondered. He said he would be. After that, everyone got busy with summer day camp and swim lessons for Nick, the White House for Charlie and Joe, NSF for Anna, and they did not see Frank again for a couple weeks, until suddenly the time for the Sierra trip was upon them. Charlie's California friends were fine with the idea of an added member of the trip, which they had done from time to time before, and they were looking forward to meeting him. He's kinda quiet, Charlie warned them. This annual trek had been problematized for Charlie on the home front ever since Nick's birth, him being the stay-at-home parent, and Joe's arrival had made things more than twice as bad. 2 consecutive summers had passed without Charlie being able to make the trip. Anna had seen how despondent he had gotten on the days when his friends were hiking in the high Sierra without him, and she was the one who had suggested he just make whatever kid coverage arrangement it would take, and go. Gratefully, Charlie had jumped up and kissed her, and between some logistical help on the Nick summer day camp front from their old Gymboree friend Asta, and extended White House daycare for Joe, he found they had coverage for both boys for the same several hours a day, which meant Anna could continue to work almost full-time. This was crucial. The loss of even a couple of hours of work a day caused her brow to furrow vertically and her mouth to set in a "this is not good" expression, very particular to work delays. Charlie knew the look well, but tried not to see it as the departure time approached. "This will be good for Frank," he would say. "That was a good idea you had." "It'll be good for you, too," Anna would reply, or not reply at all, and just give him a look. Actually, she would have been completely fine with him going, Charlie thought, if it were not that she still seemed to have some residual worries about Joe. When Charlie realized this by hearing her make some non sequitur that skipped from the one subject to the other, he was surprised. He had thought he was the only one still worrying about Joe. He had assumed Anna would have had her mind put fully at ease by the disappearance of the fever. That had always been the focus of her concern, as opposed to the matters of mood and behavior which had been bothering Charlie. Now, however, as the time for the mountain trip got closer and closer, he could see on Anna's face all her expressions of worry, visible in quick flashes when they discussed things, or when she was tired. Charlie could read a great deal on Anna's face. He didn't know if this was just the ordinary result of long familiarity, or if she were particularly expressive, but certainly her worried looks were very nuanced, and, he had to say, beautiful. Perhaps it was just because they were so legible to him. You could see that life meant something when she was worrying over it. Her thoughts flickered over her face like flames over burning coals, as if one were watching some dreamily fine, silent screen actress able to express anything with looks alone. To read her was to love her. She might be, as Charlie thought she was, slightly crazy about work, but even that was part of what he loved, as just another manifestation of how much she cared about things. One could not care more and remain sane. Mostly sane. But Anna had never admitted, or even apparently seen, the Kembali connection to the various changes in Joe. To her, there was no such thing as a metaphysical illness, because there was no such thing as metaphysics. And there was no such thing as psychosomatic illness in a 3-year-old, because a toddler was not old enough to have problems, as his gymboree friend Cecilia had put it. So it had to be a fever, or so she must have been subconsciously reasoning. Charlie had to intuit or deduce most of this from the kinds of apprehension he saw in her. He wondered what would happen if Anna were the one on hand when Joe went into one of his little trances, or said namaste to a snowman. He wondered if she knew Joe's daytime behavior well enough to notice the myriad tiny shifts that had occurred in his daily moods since the election day party at the Kembalis. Well, of course she did. But whether she would admit some of these changes were connected to the Kembalis was another matter. Maybe it was better that she couldn't be convinced. Charlie himself did not want to think there was anything real to this line of thought. It was one of his own forms of worry, perhaps, trying to find some explanation other than undiagnosed disease or mental problem, even if the alternative explanation might in some ways be worse. Because it disturbed him, even occasionally freaked him out. He could only think about it glancingly, in brief bursts, and then quickly jump to something else. It was too weird to be true. But there were more things in heaven and earth, etc., and without question there were very intelligent people in his life who believed in this stuff and acted on those beliefs. That in itself made it real, or something with real effects. If Anna had the Kembalis over for dinner while Charlie was gone, maybe she would see this. Even if the only real part of it was that the Kembalis believed something was going on, that was enough, potentially, to make for trouble. In any case, the trouble would not come to a head while he was out in the Sierras. He would only be gone a week, and Joe had been much the same, week to week, all that winter and spring, and through the summer so far. So Charlie made his preparations for the trip without talking openly to Anna about Joe, and without meeting her eye when she was tired. She, too, avoided the topic. It was harder with Joe. "When you going, Dad?" he would shout on occasion. "How long? What you gonna do? Hiking? Can I go?" And then when Charlie explained that he couldn't, he would shrug. "Oh my," and make a little face. "See you when you're back, Dad." It was heartbreaking. On the morning of Charlie's departure, Joe patted him on the arm. "Bye, Da. Be careful." Saying it just like Charlie always said it, as a half-exasperated reminder, just as Charlie's father had always said it to him, as if the default plan were to do something reckless, so that one had to be reminded. Anna clutched him to her. "Be careful. Have fun." "I will. I love you." "I love you too. Be careful." Charlie and Frank flew from Dulles to Ontario together, making a plane change in Dallas. Frank had had his operation 18 days before. he said. "So what was it like?" Charlie asked him. "Oh, you know. They put you out." "For how long?" "A few hours, I think." "And after that?" "Felt fine." Although, Charlie saw, he seemed to have even less to say than before. So on the second leg of the trip, with Frank sitting beside him looking out the window of the plane, and every page of that day's Post read, Charlie fell asleep. It was too bad about the operation. Charlie was in an agony of apprehension about it, but as Joe lay there on the hospital bed, he looked up at his father and tried to reassure him. "It'll be all right, Da." They had attached wires to his skull, connecting him to a bulky machine by the bed, but most of his hair was still unshaved, and under the mesh cap his expression was resolute. He squeezed Charlie's hand, then let go and clenched his fists by his sides, preparing himself, mouth pursed. The doctor on the far side of the bed nodded. Time for delivery of the treatment. Joe saw this, and to give himself courage, began to sing one of his wordless marching tunes. Da, 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 da. The doctor flicked a switch on the machine, and instantaneously Joe sizzled to a small black crisp on the bed. Charlie jerked upright with a gasp. "You okay?" Frank said. Charlie shuddered, fought to dispel the image. He was clutching the seat arms hard. "Bad dream." He got out. He hauled himself up in his seat and took some deep breaths. "Just a little nightmare. I'm fine." But the image stuck with him, like the taste of poison. Very obvious symbolism, of course, in the crass way dreams sometimes had. Image of a fear he had in him, expressed visually, sure, but so brutal, so ugly. He felt betrayed by his own mind. He could hardly believe himself capable of imagining such a thing. Where did such monsters come from? He recalled a friend who had once mentioned he was taking St. John's wort in order to combat nightmares. At the time, Charlie had thought it a bit silly. The moment you woke up from dreams, you knew they were not real, so how bad could a nightmare be? Now he knew, and finally, he felt for his old friend Jean. So when his old friends and roommates Dave and Vince picked them up at the Ontario airport and they drove north in Dave's van, Charlie and Frank were both a bit subdued. They sat in the middle seats of the van and let Dave and Vince do most of the talking up front. These two were more than willing to fill the hours of the drive with tales of the previous year's work in criminal defense and urology. Occasionally, Vince would turn around in the passenger seat and demand some words from Charlie, and Charlie would reply, working to shake off the trauma of the dream and get into the good mood that he knew he should be experiencing. They were off to the mountains. The southern end of the Sierra Nevada was appearing ahead to their left already. The weird desert ranges above Death Valley were off to their right. They were entering Owens Valley, one of the greatest mountain valleys on the planet. It was typically one of the high points of their trips, but this time he wasn't quite into it yet. In Independence, they met the van bringing down the two northern members of their group, Jeff and Troy, and they all wandered the little grocery store there, buying forgotten necessities or delicacies, happy at the sudden reunion of all these companions from their shared youth, a reunion with their own youthful selves, it seemed. Even Charlie felt that, and slowly managed to push the horrible dream away from his conscious awareness and his mood, to forget it. It was, in the end, only a dream. Frank, meanwhile, was an easy presence, cruising the tight aisles of the rustic store, peering at things, comfortable with all their talk of gear and food and trailhead firewood. Charlie was pleased to see that although he was still very quiet, a tiny little smile was creasing his features as he looked at displays of beef jerky and cigarette lighters and postcards. He looked relaxed. He knew this place. Out in the parking lot, the mountains to east and west hemmed in the evening sky, and told them they were already in the Sierras, or, to be more precise, in the space the Sierras defined, which very much included Owens Valley. To the east, the dry white mountains were dusty orange in the sunset. To the west, the huge escarpment of the Sierra loomed over them like a stupendous serrated wall. Together, the two ranges created a sense of the valley as a great roofless room. The room could have been an exhibit in a museum, illustrating what California had looked like a century before. Around then, Los Angeles had stolen the valley's water, as described in the movie Chinatown and elsewhere. Ironically, this had done the place a tremendous favor by forestalling subsequent development and making it a sort of time capsule. They drove the two cars out to the trailhead. The great escarpment fell directly from the crest of the Sierra to the floor of Owens Valley, the whole plunge of 10,000 feet right there before them, one of the biggest escarpments on the face of the planet. It formed a very complex wall, with major undulations, twists and turns, peaks and dips, buttressing ridges, and gigantic outlier masses. Every low point in the crest made for a potential pass into the backcountry, and many not-so-low points had also been used as cross-country passes. One of the games that Charlie's group of friends had fallen into over the years was that of trying to cross the crest in as many places as they could. This year they were going in over Taboose Pass. "Before we get too old for it," as they said to Frank. Taboose was one of what Troy had named the 4 bad passes. Frank smiled to hear this. They were bad because their trailheads were all on the floor of Owens Valley, and thus about 5,000 feet above sea level, while the passes on the crest, usually about 10 miles away from the trailheads, were all well over 11,000 feet high. Thus, 6,000 vertical feet, usually hiked on the first day, when their packs were heaviest. They had once ascended Baxter Pass, and once come down Shepherd's Pass. Only Sawmill and Taboose remained, and this year they were going to do Taboose, said to be the hardest of them all. 5,300 feet to 11,360 in 7 miles. They drove to a little car campground by Taboose Creek and found it empty, which increased their good cheer. The creek itself was almost completely dry, a bad sign, as it drained one of the larger east side canyons. There was no snow at all to be seen up on the crest of the range, nor over on the White Mountains. "They'll have to rename them the Brown Mountains," Troy said. He was full of news of the drought that had been afflicting most of the Sierra for the last few years, a drought that was worse the farther north one went. Troy went into the Sierras a lot and had seen the damage himself. "You won't believe it." he told Charlie ominously. They partied through the sunset around a picnic table crowded with gear and beer and munchies. One of the range's characteristic lenticular clouds formed like a spaceship over the crest and turned pale orange and pink as the evening lengthened. Taboose Pass itself was visible above them, a huge U in the crest. Clearly, the early native peoples would have had no problem identifying it as a pass over the range, and Troy told them of what he had read about the archaeological finds in the area of the pass, while Vince barbecued filet mignon and red bell peppers on a thick, old iron grate. Frank prodded the grate curiously. "I guess these things are the same everywhere," he said. They ate dinner, drank, caught up on the year, reminisced about previous trips. Charlie was pleased to see Vince ask Frank some questions about his work, which Frank answered briefly, if politely. He did not want to talk about that, Charlie could see, but he seemed content. When they were done eating, he walked up the creekside on his own, looking around as he went. Charlie relaxed in the presence of his old friends. Vince regaled them with ever stranger tales of the L.A. legal system, and they laughed and threw a frisbee around, half blind in the dusk. Frank came out of the darkness to join them for that. He turned out to be very accurate with a frisbee. Then, as it got late, they slipped into their sleeping bags, promising they would make an early start, even, given the severity of the ascent facing them, an actual early start with alarms set, as opposed to their more usual legendary early start, which did not depend on alarms and could take until 11 or noon. So they woke, groaning, to alarms before dawn, and packed in a hurry while eating breakfast, then drove up the last gravel road to a tiny trailhead parking lot, hacked into the last possible spot before the escarpment made its abrupt jump off the valley floor. They were going to be hiking up the interior sides of a steep and deep granite ravine, but the trail began by running on top of a lateral moraine, which had been left behind by the ravine's Ice Age glacier. The ice had been gone for 10,000 years, but the moraine was still perfect, as smooth-walled as if bulldozers had made it. The trail led them onto the granite buttress flanking the ravine on its right, and they rose quickly, and could see better and better just how steep the escarpment was. Polished granite overhead marked how high the glacier had run in the ravine. The ice had carved a trough in hard, orange granite. After about an hour, the trail contoured into the gorge and ran beside the dry creek bed. Now the stupendous orange battlements of the side walls of the ravine rose vertically to each side, constricting their view of anything except the sky above and a shrinking wedge of valley floor behind them and below. None of the escarpment canyons they had been in before matched this one for chiseled immensity and steepness. Troy often talked as he hiked, muttering mostly to himself, so that Charlie behind him only heard every other phrase. Something about the great U of Taboose Pass being an ice field rather than just a glacier. Not much of the crest had gotten iced over, even at the height of the Ice Age, he said. A substantial ice cap had covered big parts of the range, but mostly to the west of the crest. To the east, there had been only these ravine glaciers. The ice had covered what were now the best hiking and camping areas, where all the lakes and ponds had been scooped out of the tops of mostly bare granite plutons. It had been a lighter glaciation than in the Alps, so the tops of the plutons had been left intact for lakes to dot, not etched away by ice until there were only cirques and horns and deep forested valleys. The Alps' heavier snowfall and higher latitude had meant all its high basins had in effect been ground away. Thus, Troy concluded triumphantly, one had the explanation for the infinite superiority of the Sierra Nevada for backpacking purposes. And so on. Troy was their mountain man, the one whose life was focused on it most fully, and who therefore served as their navigator, gear innovator, historian, geologist, and all-around Sierra guru. He spent a lot of hiking time alone, and although happy to have his friends along, still had a tendency to hold long dialogues with himself, as he must have done when on his solo trips. Troy's overarching thesis was that if backpacking were your criterion of judgment, the Sierra Nevada of California was an unequaled paradise, and essentially heaven on earth. All mountain ranges were beautiful, of course, but backpacking as an activity had been invented in the Sierra by John Muir and his friends, so it worked there better than anywhere else. Name any other range, and Troy would snap out the reason it would not serve as well as the Sierra. This was a game he and Charlie played from time to time. Alps. Rain, too steep, no basins, dangerous, too many people. But they're beautiful, right? Very beautiful. Colorado Rockies. Too big, no lakes, too dry, boring. Canadian Rockies. Grizzly bears, rain, forest, too big. Not enough granite. Pretty, though. Andes. T-hut system, need guides, no lakes. I'd like to do that, though. Himalayas. Too big, T-hut system. I'd like to go back, though. Pamirs. Terrorists. Appalachians. Mosquitoes, people, forest, no lakes, boring. Transantarctics. Too cold, too expensive. I'd like to see them, though. Carpathians. Too many vampires. And so on. Only the Sierras had all the qualities Troy deemed necessary for hiking, camping, scrambling, and contemplating mountain beauty. No argument from Charlie, although he noticed it looked about as dry as the desert ranges to the east. It seemed they were in the rain shadow of the range even here. The Nevada ranges must have been completely baked. All day they hiked up the Great Gorge. It twisted and then broadened a little, but otherwise changed little as they rose. Orange rock leaped at the dark blue sky, and the battlements seemed to vibrate in place as Charlie paused to look at them, the effect of his heart pounding in his chest. Trudge, trudge, trudge. It was a strange feeling, Charlie thought, to know that for the next hour you were going to be doing nothing but walking, and after that hour you would take a break and then walk some more. Hour following hour, all day long. It was so different from the days at home that it took some getting used to. It was, in effect, a different state of consciousness. Only the experience of his previous backpacking trips allowed Charlie to slip back into it so readily. Mountain time. Slow down. Pay attention to the rock. Look around. Slide back into the long, ruminative rhythms of thought that plodded along at their own pedestrian pace, interrupted often by close examination of the granite, or the details of the trail as it crossed the meager stream which, to everyone's relief, was making occasional excursions from deep beneath boulder fields. Or a brief exchange with one of the other guys as they came in and out of a switchback, and thus came close enough to each other to talk. In general, they all hiked at their own paces, and as time passed, spread out, up and down the trail. A day was a long time. The sun beat down on them from high overhead. Charlie and some of the others, Vince especially, paced themselves by singing songs. Charlie hummed or chanted one of Beethoven's many themes of resolute determination, looping them endlessly. He also found himself unusually susceptible to bad pop and TV songs from his youth. These arose spontaneously within him and then stuck like burrs for an hour or more, no matter what he tried to replace them with. Things like Red Rubber Ball, actually a great song, or Meet the Flintstones, tromping methodically uphill, muttering over and over, "We'll have a gay old, we'll have a gay old, we'll have a gay old time." Charlie, please shut up. Now you have me doing that. A 3-hour tour, a 3-hour tour. So the day passed. Sometimes it would seem to Charlie like a good allegory for life itself. You just keep hiking uphill. Frank hiked sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. He seemed lost in his thoughts, or the view, never particularly aware of the others. Nor did he seem to notice the work of the hike. He drifted up, mouth hanging open as he looked at the ravine's great orange sidewalls. In the late afternoon, they trudged up the final stony rubble of the head wall and into the pass, or onto it, as it was just as huge as the view from below had suggested. A deep, broad U in the crest of the range, 2,000 feet lower than the peaks marking each side of the U. These peaks were over a mile apart, and the depression of the pass was also nearly a mile from east to west, which was extremely unusual for a Sierra pass. Most dropped away immediately on both sides, sometimes very steeply. Not so here, where a number of little black-rimmed ponds dotted an uneven granite flat. "It's so big!" "It looks like the Himalayas," Frank remarked as he walked by. Troy had dropped his pack and wandered off to the south rise of the pass, checking out the little snow ponds tucked among the rocks. Now he whooped and called them all over to him. They stood up, groaning and complaining, and rubber-legged to him. He pointed triumphantly at a low ring of stacked granite blocks set on a flat tuck of decomposed granite next to one of the ponds. "Check it out, guys. I ran into the National Park archaeologist last summer, and he told me about this. It's the foundation of a Native American summer shelter. They built some kind of wicker house on this base. They've dated them as old as 5,000 years up here, but the archaeologist said he thought they might be twice as old as that." "How can you tell it's not just some campers from last year?" Vince demanded in his courtroom voice. This was an old game, and Troy immediately snapped back. "Obsidian flakes in the Sierra all come from napping arrowheads. Rates of hydration can be used to date when the flaking was done, standard methodology accepted by all, and—" He reached down and plucked something from the decomposed granite at Vince's feet, held it aloft triumphantly. "Obsidian flake, proof positive, case closed." Not until you get this dated. Vince muttered, checking the ground out now like the rest of them. There could have been an arrowhead-making class up here just last week. Ha ha ha, that's how you get criminals back on the streets of L.A., but it won't work here. There's obsidian everywhere you look. And, in fact, there was. They were all finding it, exclaiming, shouting, crawling on hands and knees, faces inches from the granite. Don't take any of it, Troy warned them, just as Jeff began to fill a baggie with them. It screws up their counts. It doesn't matter that there are thousands of pieces here. This is an archaeological site on federal land. You are grotesquely breaking the law there, Jeffrey. Citizen's arrest. Vincent, you're a witness to this. What do you mean you don't see a thing? Then he fell back into contemplating the stone ring. Awesome, Charlie said. It really gives you a sense of them. The guy said they probably spent all summer up here. They did it for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. The people from the west brought up food and seashells, and the people from the east, salt and obsidian. It really helps you to see they were just like us. Frank was on his hands and knees to get his face down to the level of the low rock foundation, his nose inches from the lichen-covered granite, nodding as he listened to Troy. It's beautiful drywall, he commented. You can tell by the lichen that it's been here a long time. It's like a Goldsworthy. This is a sacred place. Finally, they went back to their packs, put them back on their backs, and staggered down into a high little basin to the west of the pass, where scoops of sand and dwarf trees appeared among some big, erratic boulders. The day's hump up the Great Wall had taken it out of them. When they found a flat area with enough sandy patches to serve as a camp, they sat next to their backpacks and pulled out their warm clothes and their food bags and the rest of their gear, and had just enough energy and daylight left to get water from the nearest pond, then cook and eat their meals. They groaned stiffly as they stood to make their final arrangements, and congratulated each other on the good climb. They were in their bags and on the way to sleep before the sky had gone fully dark. Before exhaustion knocked him out, Charlie looked over and saw Frank sitting up in his sleeping bag, looking west at the electric blue band of sky over the black peaks to the west. He seemed untired by their ascent, or the sudden rise to altitude, absorbed by the immense spaces around them, wrapped in thought. Charlie hoped his nose was doing all right. The stars were popping out overhead, swiftly surpassing in number and brilliance any starscapes they ever saw at home. The Milky Way was like a moraine of stars. Sound of distant water clucking through a patch of meadow, the wind in the pines, black spiky horizons all around, the smooth, airy gap of the pass behind. It was a blessing to feel so tired in such a place. They had made the effort it took to regather, and here they were again, in a place so sublime, no one could truly remember what it was like when they were away, so that every return had a sense of surprise, as if re-entering a miracle. Every time it felt this way. It was the California that could never be taken away. Except it could. Charlie had, of course, read about the ongoing drought that had afflicted the Sierra for the last few years, and he was also familiar with the climate models which suggested that the Sierra
would be one of those places most affected by the global rise in temperature. California's wet months had been November through April, with the rest of the year as dry as any desert. A classic Mediterranean climate. Even during the Hyper Niño, this pattern had tended to endure, although in El Niño conditions, more rain fell in the southern half of the state and less in the northern half, with the Sierras therefore getting a bit of both. In the past, however, whatever the amount of precipitation, it had fallen on the Sierra in the form of snow. This had created a thick winter snowpack, which then took most of the summer to melt. That meant that the reservoirs in the foothills got fed a stream of melting snow at a rate that could then be dispersed out to the cities and farms. In effect, the Sierra snowpack itself had been the ultimate reservoir, far bigger than what the artificial ones behind dams in the foothills could hold. Now, however, with global temperatures higher, more of the winter precipitation came down as rain, and thus ran off immediately. The annual reservoir of snow was smaller, even in good years, and in droughts it hardly formed at all. California was in an uproar about this. New dams were being built, including the Auburn Dam, located right on an earthquake fault, and the movement to remove the Hetch Hetchy Dam had been defeated, despite the fact that the next reservoir down the Tuolumne had the capacity to hold all Hetch Hetchy's water. State officials were also begging Oregon and Washington to allow a pipeline to be built to convey water south from the Columbia River. The Columbia dumped a huge amount into the Pacific, 100 times that of the maximum flow of the Colorado River, and all of it unused. It was immoral, some said. But, naturally, the citizens of Oregon and Washington had refused to agree to the pipeline, happy at a chance to stick it to California. Only the possibility that many Californians would then move north, bringing their obese equities with them, was causing any of them to reconsider their stance. But of course, clear cost-benefit analysis was not the national strong suit in any case, so on the battle would go for the foreseeable future. In any case, no matter what political and hydrological adjustments were made in the lowlands, the high Sierra meadows were dying. This was a shock to witness. It had changed in the 3 years since Charlie had last been up. He hiked down the trail on their second morning with a sinking feeling in his stomach, able to cinch the waist belt of his pack tighter and tighter. They were walking down the side of a big glacial gorge to the John Muir Trail. When they reached it, they headed north on it for a short distance, going gently uphill as the trail followed the south fork of the Kings River up toward Upper Basin and Mather Pass. As they hiked, it became obvious that the high basin meadows were much too dry for early August. They were desiccated. Ponds were often pans of cracked dirt. Grass was brown. Plants were dead. Trees, bushes, ground cover, grasses, even mosses. There were no marmots to be seen, and few birds. Only the lichen seemed okay, although, as Vince pointed out, it was hard to tell. If lichen dies, does it lose its color? No one knew. After a few of these discouraging miles, they turned left and followed an entirely dry tributary uphill to the northwest, aiming at the Van Acre Needle, a prominent peak, extremely broad for a needle, as Vince pointed out. One of those famous blunt-tipped needles, one of those spherical needles. Up and up, over broken granite,
much whiter than the orange stuff east of Taboose Pass. This was the Cartridge Pluton, Troy told them as they ascended. A very pure bubble of granite. The batholith, meaning the whole mass of the range, was composed of about 20 or 30 plutons, which were the individual bubbles of granite making up the larger mass. The Cartridge was one of the most clearly differentiated plutons, separated as it was by glacial gorges from all the plutons around it. There was no easy way to get over its curving outer ridge into Lake's Basin, the high granite area atop the mass. They were hiking up to one of these entry points now, a pass called Vanaker Col. The eastern approach to the col got steeper as they approached it, until they were grabbing the boulders facing them to help pull themselves up, and the other side was said to be steeper. But the destination was said to be fine. A basin remote, empty of trails and people, and dotted with lakes, many lakes, and lakes so big, Charlie saw with relief as he pulled into the airy pass, that they had survived the drought and were still there. They glittered in the white granite below like patches of cobalt silk. Far, far below, for the western side of Vanaker Col was a very steep glacial head wall, in short, a cliff. The first 500 vertical feet of their drop lay right under their toes. An airy nothing. Troy had warned them about this. The Sierra guidebooks all rated this side of the pass Class 3. In scrambling or gulp climbing terms, it was the crux of their week. Normally they avoided anything harder than Class 2, and now they were remembering why. "Troy," Vince said, "why are we here?" "We are here to suffer," Troy intoned. "Bayer aspirin, it was your idea to do this, what the fuck?" "I came up this way with these guys once. It's not as bad as it looks." "You think you came up it," Charlie reminded him. "It was 20 years ago, and you don't remember exactly what you did." "It had to be here. Is this Class 2? Vince demanded. "This side has a little Class 3 section that you see here." "You're calling this cliff little?" "It's mostly a Class 2 cliff." "But don't you rate terrain by the highest level of difficulty?" "Yes." "So this is a Class 3 pass?" "Technically, yes." "Technically? You mean in some other sense this cliff is not a cliff?" "That's right." The distinction between Class 2 and Class 3, Charlie maintained, lay precisely in what they were witnessing now. On Class 2, one used one's hands for balance, but the terrain was not very steep, so that if one fell, one could not do more than crack an ankle, at most. So the scrambling was fun. Whereas Class 3 indicated terrain steep enough that although one could still scramble up and down it fairly easily, a fall on it would be dangerous, perhaps fatally dangerous, making the scramble nerve-wracking, even in places a little terrifying. The classic description in the Roper guidebook said of it, "Like ascending a steep, narrow old staircase on the outside of a tower without banisters." But it could be much worse than that. So the distinction between Class 2 and Class 3 was fuzzy in regard to rock, but very precise emotionally, marking as it did the border between fun and fear. In this case, the actual Class 3 route down the cliff, as described by the guidebooks and vaguely remembered by Troy from 20 years before, was a steep incision running transversely down the face from north to south, a kind of gully, and they could see that if they could get into this gully, they would be protected. The worst that could happen then was that they might slide down the gully a ways if they slipped. But getting into the gully from the top was the trick, the Class 3 moment, in effect, and no one liked the look of it, not even Troy. The 5 old friends wandered back and forth anxiously on the giant rocks of the pass, peering down at the problem and talking it over. Frank sat off to the side, looking around at the view. The top of the inner wall of the slot was a sheer cliff, and out of the question. The Class 3 route appeared to require down-climbing a stack of huge boulders, topping the outer wall of the slot. No one was happy at the prospect of getting down the outer wall's boulder stack. With backpacks or without, it was very exposed. Charlie wanted to be happy with it, but he wasn't. Troy had come up it once, or so he said, but going up was generally easier than going down. Maybe Troy could now down-climb it, and presumably Frank could, being a climber and all, but the rest of them, no. Charlie looked around to see what Frank might say. Finally, he spotted him, sitting on the flat top of one of the pass rocks, looking out to the west. It seemed clear he didn't care one way or the other what they did. As a climber, he existed in a different universe, in which Class 3 was the stuff you ran down on after climbing the real thing. Real climbing started with Class 5, and even then it only got what climbers would call serious at 5.8, or 5.9, or 5.10, or 5.11. Looking at the boulder stack again, Charlie wondered what 5.11 would look like, or feel like to be on it. Never had he felt less inclined to take up rock climbing than he did at that moment. But Frank didn't look like he was thinking about the descent at all. He sat on his block, looking down at Lake's basin, biting off pieces of an energy bar. Charlie was impressed by his tact, if that's what it was, because they were in a bit of a quandary, and Charlie was pretty sure that Frank could have led them into the slot or down some other route, if he had wanted to. But it wasn't his trip. He was a guest, and so he kept his counsel. Or maybe he was just spacing out, even to the point of being unaware there was any problem facing the rest of them. He sat staring at the view, chewing ruminatively, body relaxed. A man at peace. Charlie wandered up the narrow spine of the pass to his side. "Nice, eh?" "Oh my, yes," Frank said. "Just gorgeous. What a beautiful basin." "It really is." "It's strange to think how few people will ever see this," Frank said. He had not volunteered even so much as this since they had met at Dulles, and Charlie crouched by his side to listen. "Maybe only a few hundred people in the history of the world have ever seen it. And if you don't see it, you can't really imagine it. So it's almost like it doesn't exist for most people. So really this basin is a kind of secret, a hidden valley that you have to search for. And even then you might never find it." "I guess so," Charlie said. "We're lucky." "Yes." "How's your head feel up here?" "Oh, good. Good, sure. Interesting." No post-op bleeding or psychosis or anything?
No, not as far as I can tell.
Charlie laughed. That's as good as. He stood and walked down the spine to where the others were continuing to discuss options. What about straight down from the lowest point here? Vince demanded. Charlie objected. That won't work. Look at the drop. He still wanted to try the boulder stack.
But around that buttress down there, maybe.
Dave pointed out.
Something's sure to go around it.
Why do you say that?
I don't know, because it always goes in the Sierra.
Except when it doesn't.
I'm going to try it,
Jeff declared, and took off before anyone had time to point out that, since he was by far the most reckless among them, his ability to descend a route said very little about it as far as the rest of them were concerned.
Don't forget your comb,
Vince said, in reference to a time when Jeff had used a plastic comb to hack steps up a vertical snowbank no one else had cared to try. 10 minutes later, however, he was a good portion of the way down the cliff, considerably off to the left as they looked down, where the steepness of the rock angled outward, and looked quite comfy compared to where they were. He yelled back up at them.
Piece of cake! Piece of cake!
Yeah, right, they all yelled. But there he was, and he had done it so fast that they had to try it. They found some very narrow ledges hidden under the buttress, trending down and left, and by holding on to the broken white granite of the wall next to their heads, and making their way carefully along the ledges and down from ledge to ledge, they had all soon followed Jeff to the less steep bulge in the cliff, and from there each took a different route to a horrible jumble of rocks in a flat trough at the bottom.
Wow!
Charlie said as they regathered on a big white rock among the rest, next to a little bowl of caked black dust that had once been a pool of water.
That was Class 2. I was wrong. It wasn't so bad. Wasn't that Class 2?
He asked of Troy and Frank.
It probably was, Troy said. So you guys just discovered a Class 2 route on a wall that all the guidebooks call Class 3.
How could that happen?
Vince wondered.
Why would we be the ones to find it?
We were desperate, Troy said, looking back up. From below, the cliff looked even steeper than it had from above.
That's probably actually it,
Charlie said.
The class ratings up here have mostly been made by climbers, and when they came up to this pass, they probably saw the big slot in the face and ran right up it without a second thought, because it's so obvious. The fact it was Class 3 meant nothing to them. They didn't care one way or the other, so they rated it 3, which is right if you're only talking about the slot. They never even noticed there was a much trickier Class 2 line off to the side, because they didn't need it.
Frank nodded. Could be.
We'll have to write to the authors of the guidebooks and see if we can get them to relist Vinacre Coal as Class 2. We can call the route the Jeffrey Direttissima.
Very cool. You do that.
Actually,
Vince pointed out,
it was my refusal to go down the slot that caused Jeff to take the new route, and I'm the one that spotted it first, so I'm thinking it should be called the Salami Direttissima. That has a better ring to it anyway.
That night, in a wonderful campsite next to the biggest of the Lake Basin's lakes, none had names. Their dinner party was extra cheery. They had crossed a hard pass, an impossible pass, and were now in the lap of beauty, lying around on ground pads dressed like pashas in colorful silken clothing, drinking an extra dram or two of their carefully hoarded liquor supplies, watching the sun burnish the landscape. The water, copper, the granite, bronze, the sky, cobalt. On the northern wall of the basin, a single tongue of cloud lapped up the slope like some sinuous creature, slowly turning pink. Each of them cooked his own dinner, on various kinds of tiny backpacking stoves, and in various styles of backpacking fare. Dave and Jeff sticking with the old ramen and mac and cheese. Vince with the weirdest freeze-dried meals currently available at REI. Troy downing a glop of his own devising, a mixture of powders from the bins of his food co-op, intensely healthy and fortified. Charlie employing the lark's tongues in aspic theory of extreme tastiness, in a somewhat vain attempt to overcome the appetite suppression that often struck him at altitude. Frank appeared to favor a diet that most resembled Troy's, with bars and bags of nuts and grains supplying his meals. After dinner, the Maxfield Parish blues of the twilight gave way to the stars, and then the Milky Way. The moon would not rise for a few hours, and in the starlight they could still see the strange tongue of low cloud, now gray, licking the north wall of the basin. The lake beside them stilled to a starry black mirror. Quickly, the cold began to press on the little envelopes of warmth their clothes created, and they slid into their sleeping bags and continued to watch the tiny stove pellet fire that Dave kept going, feeding it from time to time with the tiniest of twigs and pine needles. The conversation wandered, and sometimes grew ribald. Dave was outlining an all too convincing biological basis for the so-called midlife crisis, and general confessions of inappropriate lust for young women were soon augmented by one or two individual case studies of close calls, at work or in the gym, laughter in the dark, and some long silences, too. Voices by starlight. But it's stupid. It's just your genes making one last desperate scream when they can feel they're falling apart. Programmed cell death. Apoptosis. They want you to have more kids to up their chance of being immortal. They don't give a shit about you or your actual happiness or anything. If you're just fooling around, if you don't mean to leave your wife and go with that person, then it's like masturbating in someone else's body. Yuck! Jesus! Yuck! Hoots of horrified hilarity, echoing off the cliffs across the lake. That's so gross, I'll never again be able to think about having an affair. So I cured you, so now you're old. Your genes have given up. My genes will never give up. The little stove pellet burned out. The hikers went quiet and were soon asleep under the great, slow wheel of the stars. The next day they explored the lake's basin, looking into a tributary of it called the Dumbbell Basin, and dropping to the Y-shaped Triple Falls on Cartridge Creek, before turning back up toward the head of the basin proper. It was a beautiful day, the heart of the trip, just as it was the heart of the Pluton, and that Pluton the heart of the Sierra itself. No trails, no people, no views out of the range. They walked on the heart of the world. On such days, some kind of freedom descended on them. Mornings were cold and clear, spent lazing around their sleeping bags and breakfast coffee. They chatted casually, discussed the quality of their night's sleep. They asked Charlie about what it was like to work for the president. Charlie gave them his little testimonial. "He's a good guy," he told them. "He's not a normal guy, but he's a good one. He's still real. He has the gift of a happy temperament. He sees the funny side of things." Frank listened to this closely, head cocked to one side. Once they got packed up and started, they wandered apart, or in duos, catching up on the year's news, on the wives and kids, the work and play, the world at large, stopping frequently to marvel at the landscapes that constantly shifted in perspective around them. It was very dry. A lot of the fell fields and meadows were brown, but the lakes were still there, and their borders were green, as of old. The distant ridges, the towering thunderheads in the afternoons, the height of the sky itself, the thin, cold air, the pace of the seconds, talking at the back of the throat, all combined to create a sense of spaciousness unlike any they ever felt anywhere else. It was another world. But this world kept intruding. Their plan was to exit the basin by way of Cartridge Pass, which was south of Van Acre Col, on the same border ridge of the Pluton. This pass had been the original route for the Muir Trail. The trail over it had been abandoned in 1934, after the CCC built the replacement trail over Mather Pass. Now the old trail was no longer on the maps, and Troy said the guidebooks described it as being gone. But he didn't believe it, and in yet another of his archaeological quests, he wanted to see if they could relocate any signs of it. I think what happened was that when the USGS did the ground check for their maps in 1968, they tried to find the trail over on the other side, and it's all forest and brush over there, so they couldn't pick it up, and they wrote it off. But over on this side, there's nothing but rock up near the top. I don't believe much could happen to a trail up there. Anyway, I want to look." Vince said, "So this is another cross-country pass, that's what you're saying?" "Maybe." So once again, they were on the hunt. They hiked slowly uphill, separating again into their own spaces. "Now I know you're not the only starfish in the sea. Starfish! How many other great American songs are about starfish, I ask you? Yeah, the worst is over now. The morning sun is rising like a red rubber ball." Then, on the southeast slope of the head wall, where the maps showed the old trail had gone, their shouts rang out once more. Right where one would have hiked if one were simply following the path of least resistance up the slope, a trail appeared. As they hiked up, it became more and more evident, until high on the head wall it began to switch back, up a broad, talus gully that ran up between solid granite buttresses. In that gully, the trail became as obvious as a Roman road, because its bed was made of decomposed granite that had been washed into a surface and then, in effect, cemented there by years of rain, without any summer boots ever breaking it up. It looked like the nearly concretized paths that landscapers created with decomposed granite in the world below. But here, the raw material had been left in situ and shaped by feet. People had only hiked it for some 30 or 40 years, unless the Native Americans had used this pass too. And it was another obvious one and near Taboose, so maybe they had. In which case, people had hiked it for 5,000 or 10,000 years. In any case, a great trail, with the archaeological component adding
to the sheer physical grandeur of it.
"There are lost trails like this on an island in Maine,"
Frank remarked to no one in particular. He was looking around with what Charlie now thought of as his habitual hiking expression. It seemed he walked in a rapture. The pass itself gave them long views in all directions, north back into the basin, south over the giant gap of the Muro Blanco, a granite-walled canyon. Peaks beyond in all directions. After a leisurely lunch in the sun, they put on their packs and started down into the Muro Blanco. The lost trail held, thinning through high meadows, growing fainter as they descended, but always still there. But here the grass was brown. This was a south-facing slope, and it almost looked like late autumn. Not quite, for autumn in the Sierra was marked by fall colors in the ground cover, including a neon scarlet that came out on slopes backlit by the sun. Now that same ground cover was simply brown. It was dead. Except for fringes of green around drying ponds, or algal mats on the exposed pond bottoms, every plant on this south-facing slope had died. It was as burnt as any range in Nevada. One of the loveliest landscapes on the planet, dead before their eyes. They hiked at their different paces, each alone on the rocky, rumpled landscape. Bench to bench, terrace to terrace, graben to graben, fell field to fell field, each in his own private world. Charlie fell behind the rest, stumbling from time to time in his distress, careless of his feet as his gaze wandered from one little eco-disaster to the next. He loved these high meadows with all his heart, and the fell fields between them, too. Each had been so perfect, like works of art, as if hundreds of meticulous bonsai gardeners had spent centuries clipping and arranging each watercourse and pad of moss, every blade of grass deployed to best effect, every rock in its proper place. It had never occurred to Charlie that any of it could ever go away, and yet here it was, dead. Desolation filled him. It pressed inside him, slowing him down, buffeting him from inside, making him stumble. Not the Sierra. Everything living that he loved in this alpine world would go away, and then it would not be the Sierra. Suddenly he thought of Joe, and a giant stab of fear pierced him like a sword. He sank back and sat on the nearest rock, felled by the feeling. Never doubt our emotions rule us, and no matter what we do or say or resolve, a single feeling can knock us down like a sword to the heart. A dead meadow. Image of a black crisp on a bed. Charlie groaned and put his face to his knees. He tried to pull himself back into the world. Behind him Frank was still wandering, lonely as a cloud, deep in his own space. But soon he would catch up. Charlie took a deep breath, pulled himself together. Several more deep breaths. No one would ever know how shaken he had been by his thoughts. So much of life is a private experience. Frank stood over him. He looked down at him with his head cocked. "You okay?" "I'm okay. You?" "I'm okay." He gestured around them. "Quite the drought."
That's for sure. Charlie shook his head violently from side to side. It makes me sad. It makes me afraid. I mean, it looks so bad. It looks like it could be gone for good. You think so? Sure, don't you? Frank shrugged. There's been droughts up here before. They've found dead trees a couple 100 feet down in Lake Tahoe. Stuff like that. Signs of big droughts. It seems like it dries out up here from time to time. Yes, but, you know, what if it lasts 100 years? What if it lasts 1,000 years? Well, sure, that would be bad. But we're doing so much to the weather, and it's pretty chaotic anyway. Hopefully it will be all right. Charlie shrugged. This was thin comfort. Again, Frank regarded him. Aside from that, you're okay? Yeah, sure. It was so unlike Frank to ask, especially on this trip. Charlie felt an urge to continue. I'm worried about Joe. Nothing in particular, just worried. It's hard to imagine sometimes how he is going to get on in this world. Your Joe? He'll get on fine. You don't have to worry about him. Frank stood over Charlie, hands folded on the tops of his walking poles, looking out at the sweep of the Muro Blanco, the great canyon walled by long cliffs of white granite. At ease. Distracted. Or so it seemed. As he wandered away, he said over his shoulder, Your kids will be fine. Chapter 7. Emerson for the Day. There are days which are the carnival of the year. The angels assume flesh and repeatedly become visible. The imagination of the gods is excited and rushes on every side into forms. Emerson. Wake up Sunday morning. In the van, outside a Freegan potluck house down in Foggy Bottom. Put on clothes one would wear to give a talk. Scientist nice, meaning shirt with collar, dark walking shoes, docker's pants. Walk to the optimodal that Diane found near the White House. Work out, shower and shave, then east on G Street. Find a deli open for lunch, most of them closed on weekends. Eat lunch and then continue east to the MCI Center, where the Wizards play basketball. A building like all the others in the area, filling a whole block. This one, instead of offices and shops bordering the sidewalk, has glass doors by the dozen, and poster holders between the doors, advertising all kinds of events. The glass doors have lines of people outside them, many Asians, many of them in Asian attire. Wait in line, then give an attendant a Ticketron ticket. Inside, wander down the hallway looking at the tunnel entries, checking the section numbers. Hallway lined with food stalls and souvenir stands and restrooms, as in any sports arena in the country. Beer, wine, hot dogs, pretzels, nachos. Like a basketball game or a rock concert. Strange to see when attending a talk by the Dalai Lama. Walking in a category error. Maybe that was always true. Plan to meet the Quiblers at their seats. A good thing. Impossible to tell if one has circled 90 degrees or 180. Which way is north? No way to tell. After 270 degrees, perhaps, come to proper number and show ticket to usher, get ushered to seat. Great seats if it were basketball. In the middle, just above floor, which is now occupied by rows of chairs, slowly filling with people. Stage at the end of the floor, where one basket would be. Empty seats. Presumably the Quiblers. An hour and a half before the scheduled start. Don't want to be late for the Dalai Lama. Arena at this point nearly empty. And big. A big oval of seats, rising to a great height on all sides. Was that glassed row what they called luxury boxes? Maybe the Dalai Lama is not a sellout. But he is. Arena fills. Quibblers show up around half an hour before the start. Shake hands with Charlie and the boys. Give Anna a hug. She, too, dressed up a bit, as if giving a talk at a conference. Yes. Looks nice. All the women in the arena look nice. Sit and chat about the crowd and the venue and the event, the boys looking around with the same curious expression one can feel in one's own face. Watching people, mesmerized by the sight of so many people pouring in tunnels from concourse and taking their seats. Charlie says capacity 20,000, but with the section behind the stage cordoned off and left empty, more like 13,000. 13,000 human beings, all races, nations, and ethnicities seemingly represented, all gathered to hear one man speak. This is Washington, D.C., capital of the world. A big screen behind the stage. They test a video system that shows, greatly magnified on the screen, the image of an armchair on the stage, which makes the actual chair suddenly look tiny. There are 2 armchairs, actually, and a carpet between them, a coffee table. Small tree in pot behind. Bouquets of flowers surround the base of a lectern, set off to one side. People appear on stage, causing a groundswell of voices, then applause. An American woman from the Tibetan-American Friendship Society welcomes the crowd, which now packs the arena to capacity, no unoccupied seats to be seen, except in the empty section behind the screen. A Democratic Congresswoman introduces the Dalai Lama at great length and with little eloquence. Then a pause. The hall goes silent. "What?" Joe asks, looking around bug-eyed. A cluster of people in maroon robes walk up the steps onto the stage, and sudden applause bursts out. Everyone stands. Everyone. Joe stands on his chairs, then climbs into Charlie's arms. His head is then just higher than Charlie's. Now it can be seen how their faces look alike. Dalai Lama on stage. A big swell of applause. He wears the kind of robe that leaves his arms bare. He holds his hands together, bows slightly in various directions, smiling graciously. All this is repeated hugely on the screen behind him. The face familiar from photographs. An ordinary Tibetan monk, as he always says himself. On the stage with him appears a shorter Tibetan man in a Western 3-piece suit. This man sits in the armchair on the right and watches as 20 or 30 more people ascend the stairs onto the stage. They are all dressed in colorful national or ethnic or religious costumes, Asian in look. Buddhist, one supposes, with lots of white and many splashes of brilliant color. There is a light purple they appear to favor. They array themselves in a line, facing the Dalai Lama, and the American woman who first welcomed them returns to the lectern to explain to the audience that these are representatives of all the Buddhist communities in Asia who regard the Dalai Lama as their spiritual leader. More applause. Each representative approaches the Dalai Lama in turn, holding a white scarf. With a bow, the Dalai Lama takes the scarves, bows again, often touching foreheads with the person who has approached, then puts the scarves around their necks. After a verbal exchange not broadcast to the crowd, the representatives move to one side. Some are clearly almost overwhelmed by this interaction with the Dalai Lama. They crab toward him or walk bent in a bow. But the Dalai Lama greets all alike with a big grin and a friendly greeting, and when they leave him, they have straightened up and are more relaxed. The last dignitary to approach is Drepung, in flowing white robes. It takes checking on the big screen to be sure of this. Yes, there Drepung. Joe is jerking up and down in Charlie's arms, pointing. Nick, too, is pointing. The almost stereopticon effect of the two images, one little and three-dimensional, one huge and two-dimensional, creates a kind of hyper-reality, a five-dimensional vertigo. On the screen, one can see that under his white ceremonial robes, Drepung is still wearing his running shoes, now more enormous than ever. He bounces toward the Dalai Lama with a huge grin on his face, the Dalai Lama matching it, watt for watt. They seem to know each other. The Dalai Lama bows as Drepung approaches. Drepung bows. They keep eye contact all the while. They meet and touch foreheads, Drepung bowing lower to make this contact, even though the Dalai Lama is not a small man. The crowd cheers. Many Asians around them are weeping. Drepung hands the Dalai Lama the white scarf he is carrying, and the Dalai Lama touches it to his forehead and puts it around Drepung's neck, Drepung bowing low to receive it. When that's done, they speak for a bit in Tibetan, laughing at something. The Dalai Lama asks a question. Drepung cocks his head to the side, nods, makes some jest. Laughing, the Dalai Lama turns and takes a white scarf from one of his aides standing behind, then gives it to Drepung. Drepung touches it to his forehead, then extends it over the Dalai Lama's bowed head and places it around his neck. As the Dalai Lama straightens, Drepung flicks one end of the scarf, and it lands over the Dalai Lama's shoulder like a flapper's boa. The Dalai Lama laughs and vamps for a second to audience laughter, then gestures Drepung off the stage as if shooing away a fly. The white-scarfed group also leaves the stage. The Dalai Lama sits down in the armchair to the left, across from his compatriot. He puts on a radio microphone that works well, as everyone finds out when he says in a deep voice, "Hello." Amplification in the arena is clearer than one would have thought possible. The crowd says hello back. The Dalai Lama kicks off his sandals, leaves them on the carpet, and tucks his feet up under his legs, in either a meditation pose or just a comfortable position. Bare arms make it seem he could be cold, but no doubt he is used to it and does not notice. It's hot outside anyway. He begins to speak, but in Tibetan. Around his amplified words is silence. The airy whoosh of the building's ventilation system becomes audible, a surreal disjunction between the absence of crowd noise and the visible presence of 13,000 people. all quiet, all listening intently to a man speaking a language they don't know. Low, sonorous Tibetan, unlike the sound of Chinese or the other East Asian languages. Yes, he sounds like Rudra Kakrin. Then he pauses, and the man in the other armchair speaks in English. Ah, the translator. Presumably he is summarizing what the Dalai Lama just said. Another good headset microphone. Voices booming out of the giant black scoreboard console hanging over center court. The translator finishes translating what was apparently an entirely conventional welcome, and the Dalai Lama starts again in Tibetan. This is going to be a long affair. Then, all of a sudden, the Dalai Lama switches to English.
I hope we can talk about all this in the rest of our time together. How to live in this world. How to achieve peace and balance.
His English is perfectly clear. He jokes about his inability in it, and from time to time he dives back into Tibetan, apparently to be sure of being accurate about important things. Possibly, even here, his attempt in English would be more interesting than the translator's more expert locutions. In any case, back and forth between languages they bounce, both getting some laughs. The Dalai Lama talks about the situation they find themselves in.
A difficult moment in history,
as he calls it, acknowledging this truth with a shrug. Reality is not easy. As a Tibetan, this has been evident all his life, and yet all the more reason not to despair, or even to lose one's peace of mind. One has to focus on what one can do oneself, and then do that, he says. He says,
"We are visitors on this planet. We are here for 90 or 100 years at the very most. During that period, we must try to do something good, something useful, with our lives. Try to be at peace with yourself and help others share that peace. If you contribute to other people's happiness, you will find the true goal, the true meaning of life." He sounds so much like Rudra Kakrin. Suddenly it's hard to believe that such an idiosyncratic mind as Rudra Kakrin's can be gone. Many of the people here presumably do not believe it. The man speaking is agreed to be the 14th reincarnation of a particular mind or soul, although in an interview published that morning in the Post, the Dalai Lama was asked when he had first recalled his previous lives, and he replied, "I have never had that experience,"
and then added,
"I am an ordinary human being."
He did not even make any particular claim to special knowledge or expertise in anything metaphysical. Now he says,
"What happens beyond our senses we cannot know. All we can see indicates that everything is transitory."
This is not the kind of thing a religious leader is expected to say. Admissions of ignorance, jokes about translation error. The whole situation feels non-religious, more like a fireside chat than the Sermon on the Mount. Maybe the Sermon on the Mount would have felt like that too.
"Knowledge is important, but much more important is the use toward which it is put. This depends on the heart and mind of the one who uses it."
It's the argument for always generous. Even if you only manage to love your own DNA, it exists in a diffuse extension through the biosphere. All the eukaryotes share the basic genes. All life is one. If you love yourself, or just want to survive, or maybe those are the same thing, then the love has to diffuse out into everything, just to be accurate. To love accurately. The Dalai Lama says something about mindful consumption. We eat the world the way we breathe it. Thanks must be given. Devotion must be given. One must pay attention to do what is right for life. These were all the things a sociobiologist would recommend if he could talk about what ought to be as well as what is. Buddhism as the Dalai Lama's science. Science as the scientist's Buddhism. Again, as when Rudra Kakrin gave his lecture at NSF, it all becomes clear. Time passes in a flow of ideas. A couple of hours, in fact. No concessions to any supposedly short attention spans. And the crowd is still silent and attentive. The time has gone fast somehow, and now the Dalai Lama is winding things up by answering a few questions submitted by email, read by his translator from a printout. Last question. Rebecca Sampson, 5th grade. Why does China want Tibet so bad? Nervous titter from the crowd. The Dalai Lama tilts his head to the side.
Tibet is very beautiful,
he says in a way that makes everyone laugh. A certain tension dissipates.
Tibet has a lot of forests, animals, minerals, not so many vegetables.
Another surprised laugh, rustling unamplified through the arena like wind in the trees.
Most of all, Tibet has room. China is a big country, but it has a lot of people. Too many people for them to care for on their own land over the long term. And Tibet is at the roof of Asia. When you are in Tibet, no one can attack you from above. So there are these strategic reasons. But most of them, when examined, are not very important. And I see signs that the Chinese are beginning to realize that. There are ways of accommodating everybody's desires, and so I see some progress on this matter. They are willing to talk now. It will all come in time.
Soon after that, they are done. Everyone is standing and clapping. A moment of union. 13,000 human beings, all thankful at once. Say goodbye to the Quiblers. Wander with the crowd, disoriented, uncaring. It doesn't matter where you leave the building. Just get outside and figure out then where you are. Outside. Westward on H Street. Quickly separate from the crowd that has witnessed together such an event. Back among the strangers of the city. No more union. Over to G Street and west, past the White House with its fence, past the ugly old executive office. Don't turn in there to work. Just look. Think about the place from the outside. From the Dalai Lama's point of view. Why had the Dalai Lama given Drepung a scarf to bless and put around his own neck? He hadn't done that with anyone else. Must ask Drepung. Some kind of power. What was it the Dalai Lama said about compassion? The words are gone. The feeling remains. Did he really use the word oxytocin? Did he really say positron emission topography, laughing with the translator as he mangled the phrase? What just happened? One can always just walk away. The Dalai Lama had said that for sure. Things you don't like, things you think are wrong, you can always just walk away. You will be happier. Love and compassion are necessities, not luxuries. Without them, humanity cannot survive. But compassion is not just a feeling. You have to act. Homeless nights in the city. Slip out the security gate at sunset and off the grid, into the interstices, following the older system of paths and alleys and rail beds that web the urban forest like animal trails. Join the ferals living outdoors, in the wind. Frank worked from dawn until sunset on weekdays. The rest of the time wandered the streets and the parks and the cafes. He turned in his van to the Honda place in Arlington, then paid cash to one of the Freegans for a VW van with a burnt-out engine, and got Spencer to sign the papers to take ownership of it. He slept in it while he and Spencer and Robin and Robert worked at replacing its engine. It turned out Robin and Robert had VW experience, and they did not mind sitting around in a driveway after a run, fingering over a pile of parts. Apparently, this was a recognized form of post-Frisbee entertainment. The VW engine is the last piece of technology humans could actually understand. If you look under the hood of a new car, it's like, whoa! I lived in one of these for 3 years. I lost my virginity in one of these. General laughter. Spencer sang, I would fight for hippie chicks. I would die for hippie chicks. See if you can get the fan belt slipped over that there now. The one thing which we seek with insatiable desire is to forget ourselves, to be surprised out of our propriety, to lose our memory and to do something without knowing how or why, in short, to draw a new circle. The way of life is wonderful. It is by abandonment. A man never rises so high as when he knows not whither he is going. If that were true, then all should be well. He should be very high indeed. Decision was a feeling. In the morning he woke up in the back of the VW van and saw his Acheulean hand axe up there on the dashboard, and his whole life and identity leaped to him as solid as that chunk of quartzite. Awake at dawn. Now was the time to eat a little breakfast bar, read a little Emerson. So he did. No pressure there impeding his progress through time. He flowed with perfect equanimity. To hazard the contradiction, freedom is necessary. If you please to plant yourself on the side of fate and say fate is all, then we say a part of fate is the freedom of man. Forever wells up the impulse of choosing and acting. And so it did. With a sure hand, he opened the door on the day. He got rid of his cell phone. He stopped using credit cards or checks. He got cash from the ATM in the office, and he did all his email there. He kept his fog phone, but did not use it. He left the system of signs. Most of his waking hours he was working at the old executive offices. While the VW van was still stationary, when he had an hour, he took the metro out to Ballston to see Drepung and some of the other Kimbalis at their office in the NSF building. Sometimes he walked from there out to the embassy house in Arlington. Once he looked in the garden shed. When they got the VW van running, it sounded like Laurel and Hardy's black truck. He also added visits to the farm, to see the gang, and help out in the big garden there. He never stayed long. At the office, he started working with the team from the OMB on funding proposals. They had done some macro calculations for strategic planning purposes, and it turned out they could swap out the electricity generating infrastructure for about $300 billion, an astonishing bargain as one OMB guy put it. Stabilizing sea level might cost more, because the amount of water involved was simply staggering. Sustainable ag, on the other hand, was only expensive in terms of labor. If it wasn't going to be fossil-fueled, it was going to be much more labor-intensive. They needed more farmers. They needed intensive management grass-range ranchers. In other words, they needed more cowboys. Incredible though that seemed. It was suggestive, when one thought of the federal lands in the American West and public employment possibilities. The emptying high plains. Repopulate a region where too few people meant the end of town after town. Landscape restoration, habitat, buffalo biome, wolves and bears, grizzly bears. Cost, about $50 billion. These are such bargains, the OMB guy kept exclaiming. It doesn't take that much to prime the pump. Who knew? A little before sunset, unless something was absolutely pressing, Frank would leave the old executive offices and the security compound and take off into the streets. Check for tails, sprint at a few strategic moments down little cross streets to test those behind. No one could follow him without him seeing it. Sometimes he then took the metro up to the zoo. Sometimes he walked all the way. It was only 2 miles, about 30 minutes hiking. When traffic was bad, the drive wouldn't be that much faster. The city felt larger than it was because when in cars, there were so many delays and turns and buildings, and when walking, the distances took a bit too long. At a running pace, you saw how compact it was. Run off the map and into the forest. In good health, the air is a cordial of incredible virtue. Crossing a bare common, in snow puddles, at twilight, under a clouded sky, without having in my thoughts any occurrence of special good fortune, I have enjoyed a perfect exhilaration. I am glad to the brink of fear. That was it exactly. To the brink of fear. It filled you up. The wind in your face. These Concord guys. That America's first great thinkers had been raving nature mystics was not accident, but inevitable. The land had spoken through them. They had lived outdoors in the great stony forest of New England with its Himalayan weather. The blue of the sky, the abyss of fear behind things. A day out on the river, skinny dipping with Ellery Channing. One evening, as he hiked past Site 21, he saw that the old gang was back, looking as if they had never been away. Zeno, Fedpage, Andy, Cutter. Hey there, Dr. Blood, where you been? How are you guys? Where you been? We haven't been anywhere, Zeno declared. What? Frank cried. You haven't been here. Cutter waved a hand at 2 of his City Park friends sitting at the table with him. Out and about, you know. Andy yelled. What do you mean, where you been? Where you been? I've been staying with some friends, Frank said. Yeah, well, us too, Zeno growled. Any sight of Chessman? No. And stupid of you to ask. Are you still doing stuff with Fogg? With Fogg? Are you kidding? They told him about it altogether, Zeno prevailing in the end. And Fedpage is still pissed off at them. He sure has bad luck with that federal government. You mean they have bad luck with him? He's a Jonah. I am not a Jonah. I'm just the only one who looks up my rights in the personnel policies and then sticks up for them."
"You need to be more ignorant,"
Zeno instructed. "I do. I've got to stop reading all this shit, but I can't." He was reading the Post as he said this, so the others laughed at him. Actually, it transpired, he was still doing some work with Fogg, despite his beef with them, helping Nancy to organize chipping expeditions to tag more animals. To no one's surprise, the bros had liked being given little dart guns, which shot chipped darts the size of BBs, and they liked their big hunts, when they went out in beater lines to shoot all the remaining unchipped animals they could find.
"The problem,"
Zeno told Frank,
"is that half these animals are already chipped, and we aren't supposed to plunk them twice, but it's so tempting once you've got one in your sights."
"So you shoot anyway?"
"No, we start shooting each other."
Triumphant laughter at this.
"It's like those paintball wars. Andy must have 10 chips in him by now."
"That's only 'cause he shot so many people first."
"Now there are surveillance screens in this city where he is like 12 people in one spot."
"He's a jury. So don't you be trying to send us on no more secret spy missions," Andy told Frank. "We're all lit up like Christmas trees." "Protective coloration," Frank suggested. "I should pass through you guys every night."
"Don't do that,"
Zeno warned.
"We take this opportunity to say no to Dr. No."
"Yeah, well, sorry about that, guys. I meant to thank you, and I know it was a long time ago now, but whenever I came out here, you guys weren't here, so I didn't know."
"We've been around,"
Zeno said. A silence stretched, and Frank sat on his old bench. "Why are you pissed off at Fogg?" he asked Fedpage. "How exactly did you get bogarted by the evil big brother that is Friends of the National Zoo?" "The Department of Parkland Security, you mean? Look, all I was saying was that we were doing regular national park work on a volunteer basis, and that made us subject to federal liability, which means we have to sign their stipulated waivers, or else it's the NPS would be left liable for any accidents, whereas with the waivers, it would fall on Interior's general personnel funds, which is where you would want it if you wanted any timely compensation. But what do I know?"
Zeno said, "So get on that, Blood. We want that fixed."
"Okay. Well, hey guys, I was just passing through on my way to meet the Frisbees. I'm going to go join them. But it's good to see you. I'll drop on by again. I'm doing some sunset counts for Fogg, and dawn patrols too, so I'll be around. Are folks hanging here much now?" No replies, as usual. The bros never much on discussing plans. "Well, I'll see you if I see you," Frank said. "I'll join you for a fog walk," Fedpage said darkly. "You need to hear the whole story about them." That day's sunset was now gilding the autumn forest's dull yellows and browns. Leaves covered the surrounding hillsides to ankle depth everywhere they could see. Cutter gestured at the view with the can of beer in his hand. "Ain't it pretty? All these leaves, and nobody's going to have to leaf blow them away." Fedpage did join him on a dawn patrol one morning, massaging his face to wake up. The two of them wandered slowly up the ravine, peering through the trees, pinging animals they saw with their Fogg RFID readers. Fedpage talked under his breath most of the time, perhaps obsessive-compulsive, with huge systems in his mind which made better sense to him than he could convey to other people. He was not unlike Anna in this intense regard for systems, but did not have Anna's ability to assign them their proper importance, to prioritize and see a path through a pattern, which was what made Anna so good at NSF. Without that component, or even radically lacking in it, Fedpage was living on the street and crying in his beer, always going on about lost battles over semi-hallucinated bureaucratic trivia. An excess of reason, itself a form of madness, indeed. You needed it all working, otherwise things got strange. Indecisiveness was a kind of vertigo in time, a loss of balance in one's sense of movement into the future. When you weren't actually in the state, it was hard to remember how it had felt. Forever wells up the impulse of choosing. So it might seem, when all was well. He and Fedpage came on an old man, comatose in his lay-by, blue-skinned, clearly in distress. The two of them kneeled over him, trying to determine if he was still alive, calling Nancy and 911 both, then wondering whether they should try to carry him out to Broad Branch Road, or instead wait where they were and be the ping for the rescue team. Fedpage babbled angrily about poor response time averages, while Frank sat there wishing he knew more about medical matters, resolving, yet again, to at least take a CPR course. He said this to Fedpage, and Fedpage snorted. Like Bill Murray in Groundhog Day. Bill Murray, trying to help a stricken homeless guy. Yet another truth from that movie so full of them. If you really wanted to help other people, you would have to devote years of your life to learning how. He tried to express this to Fedpage, just to pass the time congealing around them. Fedpage nodded as he listened to the stricken man's stentorian breathing. Maybe it's just sleep apnea we got here. What a great fucking movie. Me and Zeno were arguing about how many years that day had to go on for Bill Murray. I said it couldn't be less than 10 years because of the piano lessons and the med school and the, you know. And he was off on a long list of all of the character's accomplishments and how many hours it would take to learn these skills and how much time he had had for them in any given version of the repeated day. Also, when you think about it, if Bill Murray can do different things every day and get a different response from the people around him, just how exactly is that different from any ordinary day? It ain't any different, that's what. Other people don't remember what you did the day before. They don't give a shit. They've got their own day to deal with. So in essence, we're all living our own Groundhog Day, right? Every day is always just the same fucking day. You should be a Buddhist, Frank said. You should talk to my Buddhist friends. Yeah, right. I don't go in for that hippie shit. It's not hippie shit. Yeah, it is. How you know? I talked to them is how I know. I lived with them. Oh, well, that explains it then. But it also proves my point about them being hippies. I mean, you don't just live with people, do you? All the while, the old man cradled between them gasped, or did not gasp. Eventually, the rescue guys arrived, and under a blistering critique from Fedpage, they got the old guy out to their ambulance. There, Fedpage tried to grill them on the paperwork the operation would require of all involved, but the meds waved him away and drove off. Talking to Fedpage was like talking to Rudra Kakrin. Frank knew some strange people. Some of these people had problems. None more so, for instance, than the blonde woman from the park. Frank saw her again one evening at Site 21 when some of them were there, and he said hi and sat down next to her to ask how she was doing. "Oh, day 18, she said with a wry look. Frank said, "Well, 18's better than none." "That's true." "But, you know, after all this time, I still don't think we've ever been introduced. I'm Frank Vanderwall." He stuck out a hand, which she took and shook daintily with her fingertips. "Deirdre, nice to meet ya, ha-ha." Yeah, the bros aren't much on introductions. "Hey, Deirdre, any sign of Chessman?" "No, I ain't seen him. I'm sure he's moved." And on from there. She was happy to talk. Lots happened when you were homeless. It was starting to get cold again. She was staying at the UDC shelter again. The whole gang had spent most of the summer there, or over at the feral camp in Klingle Park. Lots of people were going feral in Northwest, hundreds. It made it safer in some ways, more dangerous in others. It could be fun. It could be too fun. Have you ever looked into that house on Linnean? Yeah, I think I know the one you mean. Bunch of kids. They don't want old drunk ladies there. Oh, I don't know. They seemed friendly to me. All kinds of people. I think you'd be fine with them. I don't know. They drink a lot. Who doesn't? Frank said, which made her laugh. Well, maybe one of those church outreach groups, he added. If that's what you're looking for. There wouldn't be any drinking there. Okay, maybe I better check out the kids after all. The next morning, Emerson. Yesterday night, at 15 minutes after 8, my little Waldo ended his life. Only son, scarlet fever, 6 years old. Frank wandered the streets of the city. Strange to feel so bad for a man long dead. Reading all the ecstatic sentences, one could conclude Emerson had been some kind of space cadet, soaring through some untroubled space cadet life. But it wasn't so. To be out of the war, out of debt, out of the drought, out of the blues, out of the dentist's hands, out of the second thoughts, mortifications, and remorses that inflict such twinges and shooting pains, out of the next winter and the high prices and company below your ambition. This was the world they all lived in. He had loved a world where death could strike down anyone at any time. A young wife, a treasured friend, even his own boy. A boy like Nick or Joe. And it was still like that now. The odds had been improved, but nothing was certain. Surgeons had drained a blood clot on his brain. Without science, he would have died, or been one of those mysterious people who always fucked up, who could not conduct their lives properly. All from a pop on the nose. Whereas now, on the other hand, he was wandering the streets of Washington, D.C., a homeless person working at the White House, with burnt-out Vietnam vets for friends, and a spook girlfriend he did not know how to find. Miracles of modern medicine. Well, not all of that was his fault. Some kind of fate. Followed step by step, it had all made sense. It was just a situation. It could be dealt with. It could be surfed. All his people were alive, after all, except Rudra Cochrane, and there he did what he could to keep him alive in his thoughts. Rudra would have said this. Rudra would have thought that. Good idea. Up 19th Street to DuPont, and then Connecticut, into his neighborhood of restaurants, bookstores, the laundromat by UDC. Certain neighborhoods became one's own, while the great bulk of the city remained no more than various terrain to be traversed. Only a few city dwellers had London taxi driver knowledge of their city. He followed his routes in the great metropolis. He seldom went to the Optimodal that Diane had found on New York Avenue. It was one of his known places when not at work, and thus to be avoided. It meant he didn't see Diane then, which was too bad, but they still did their lunch walks on most days. She was getting frustrated at the many ways things could bog down. He went to the drop spot under the tree again, and found undisturbed the last note he had left for Caroline. He crumpled it up, left another one. Hi. Are you okay? Write me. He left it and walked away. The following week, only that note was there. He stood there in the knot of trees. Carved into the trunk of one was a simple carved figure, like a cross between Kilroy and Cocopelli. The shaman looking out at him. Autumn forest, brassy in the afternoon light. Where was she? What was she doing? Even without a clot on the brain, one could feel baffled. Right here, they had lain kissing. Two creatures huddled together. Something was keeping her from making the drop. The Air Intelligence Agency. Army Intelligence and Security Command. Central Intelligence Agency. National Clandestine Service. Coast Guard Intelligence. Defense Intelligence Agency. Office of Intelligence, Department of Energy. Really? Bureau of Intelligence and Research, Department of State. Office of Intelligence Support, Department of the Treasury. National Security Division, Federal Bureau of Investigation. Information Analysis and Infrastructure Protection Directorate. Marine Corps Intelligence Activity. National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. National Intelligence Council. National Reconnaissance Office. National Security Agency. Office of Naval Intelligence. United States Secret Service. The Covert Action Staff. The Department of Homeland Security, Office of Intelligence and Analysis. The Directorate of Operations. Drug Enforcement Administration. Office of National Security Intelligence. The United States Intelligence Community, a cooperative federation. Out on his run with Edgardo the next day, he said, "Are there really as many intelligence agencies as they say there are?" "No." Pause for a beat. "There are more." "Shit." Slowly, haltingly, Frank told him about the situation with Caroline and the dead drop. "She said she would use it. So I'm worried. I feel helpless." They ran on in silence from the Washington Monument to the Capitol, and then back to the Washington Monument again, an unprecedented span of silence in Frank's experience of running with Edgardo. He waited curiously. Finally, Edgardo said, "You should consider that maybe she is out of town, that maybe she is involved in the effort to deal with these guys, and so has to stay away." Ah. It was like taking a pressure off the brain. Thoreau said, "I rejoice that there are owls. Let them do the idiotic and maniacal hooting for men. It is a sound admirably suited to swamps and twilight woods which no day illustrates, suggesting a vast and undeveloped nature which men have not recognized. They represent the stark twilight and unsatisfied thoughts which all have." Oop! And the gibbon chorus at dawn? It represented joy. It was saying, "I'm alive." Bert still started it every morning he was out in the enclosure at dawn. May, too, was an enthusiast. Sleeping in his VW van parked on Linnean, he could start each day joining the chorus at the zoo. It was the best way possible to start the day. While the man that killed my lynx, and many others, thinks it came out of a menagerie, and the naturalists call it the Canada lynx, and at the White Mountains they call it the Siberian lynx, in each case forgetting or ignoring that it belongs here. I call it the Concord lynx. There were no lynxes in Massachusetts now. But the Rock Creek hominid persisted. Oop! One could follow Rock Creek from the Potomac all the way up to the zoo, with a few little detours. North of that came the Beaver Pond, and then Site 21. Back out to Connecticut, to an early dinner, pay with cash on the check, big tip, so easy, off again into the park. There he ran into Spencer and Robert and Robin, as planned, hugs all around. They were an affectionate group. Sling the Frizz, running and hooting through the dim, yellow world, quickly working up a sweat. The flight of startled deer, their eponymous tails. Stand around afterward, feeling the blood bump through the body. The autumn colors in Rock Creek were not like those in New England. They were more muted, more various. Not Norman Rockwell, but Cézanne. Or, as Diane suggested when Frank put it that way to her, Vuillard. Vuillard? He asked. She took him on a lunch break back to the melon room at the National Gallery. Eating hot dogs, sitting on the steps, and then going in to examine the subtle, little mud-toned canvases of Vuillard. Wandering side by side, arms bumping, heads together. Was that tan, or umber, or what? Imagine his palate at the end of the day, like something the cat threw up. She, too, was affectionate. She took his arm to propel him along. "So how does your head feel today?" she would ask. "About the same as yesterday." She squeezed his arm. "I don't ask every day. Are you still feeling better?" "I am. You know, Jan's doing some amazing things out there in San Diego." It probably sounded like a change of subject, but it wasn't. "Yeah, like what?" "Well, I think they've worked out how to get their DNA modifications into human bodies. The insertion problem may have been solved, and if that happens, all kinds of things might follow. Gene therapies, you know." "Wow. Nice to think that something's going right." "Indeed." It would be ironic to think that just as we were inventing real health care, we burned the planet down instead. He laughed. "Don't laugh or I'll bleed on you," she said dourly, quoting him from the time of his accident. She, too, had lost someone young, he remembered. Her husband had died of cancer in what must have been his 40s or 50s. "So," she persisted, "have you got the feeling in your nose back?" "No." "Maybe they'll learn to regrow nerves." "I think they may. There are some angles converging on that one." "Cool." She sighed. "I've got to get back," Frank said. "I've got a call time in with Anna to talk about coordinating all her fix-it agencies into the mission architecture. You should drop in on that." "Okay, I will." And as they started back, "I'm glad you're feeling better." Mostly he left the VW van in a driveway behind a feral potluck house on Linnean. If he drove it at all, mostly out to the farm, he checked it thoroughly first. Dry cleaning, Edgardo called it. It always proved free of all chips, tags, and transponders. Easy to believe when you looked at it. VW vans as a class were getting kind of old and skanky, but what a fine house. And sitting in the curved vinyl seat at night, reading his laptop on the curved little table, Thoreau seemed to second the thought. In those days when how to get my living honestly, with freedom left for my proper pursuits, was a question which vexed me even more than it does now, I used to see a large box by the railroad, 6 foot long by 3 wide, in which the workmen locked up their tools at night, and it suggested to me that every man who was hard pushed might get him such a one for $1, and having bored a few auger holes in it, to admit the air at least, get into it when it rained, and at night, and shut the lid and hook it, and so have freedom in his mind, and in his soul be free. This did not seem the worst alternative, nor by any means a despicable resource. I should not be in so bad a box as many a man is in now. He had understood entirely. Put such a box in a tree, and you had your treetop view as well. Put the box in a book, and you had Walden. Put the box on wheels, and you had your VW van. Frank printed the passage out and stuck it on the wall the next time he was at the Freegan potluck. They, too, had found the key. He ate with them about 3 nights a week, all over Northwest, in house after house. There were feral subcultures. There was a farmer's market wing, and a hunter's crowd, and dumpster purists, and many other ways of going feral in the city. At work, Frank was making wonderful strides with the guy from OMB who was administering the Fix-It program that Anna had rediscovered. His name was Henry, and he worked with Roy and Andrea and the rest of the White House Brain Trust. Right now, he and Frank were teaming up on the clean energy part of the mission architecture. The Navy had made an agreement with the Navajo Nation to build and run a prototype nuclear power plant that would reuse fuel rods and were over-engineered for safety. Meanwhile, Southern California Edison had agreed to build 12 more Stirling heat engine solar power generators for themselves and other energy companies around the American West, and for some federal plants that were going to be built on BLM land, using a federal grant program. SCE had also won the contract to build the first big generation of fully clean coal plants, which would capture both the particulates and the carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases on firing, so that all they would be releasing from the pipe was steam. The first plants were to be built in Oklahoma, and the CO2 collected in the process was to be injected into nearby depleted oil wells. Oil wells nearby that were still working, would look to see if they got any uptick in pressure differentials, making for a complete systems test. "Sweet," the OMB Henry commented. He was about 30, it seemed to Frank, utterly fresh and determined. He was unfazed by the past, even unaware of it. The defeats and obstructions, the nightmarish beginning to the century, so balked and stupidified, none of that meant a thing to him. And Washington had hundreds of these kids ready to rip. The world was full of them. He said, "That's a good big subunit of the whole mission architecture, up and running." "True," Frank said. "I think the question now is how quick we can ramp production up to what we need." "I wonder how much investment capital is out there, or whether trained labor will be the real shortage." "I guess we'll find out." "That's a good thought." And young Henry grinned. Evening in the park, and Frank buzzed Spencer and joined him and Robin and Robert at a new Freegan house. East, into a neighborhood he had never been in before, a kind of border between gentrification and urban decay, in which burned or boarded-up buildings stood mutely between renovated towers guarded by private security people. An awkward mix, it seemed, and yet once inside the boarded-up shell of a brownstone, it proved to be as sheltered from the public life of the city as any other place. Home was where the food was. Same crowd as always, a mix of young and old, neo-hippie and post-punk. Some new thing that Frank couldn't name with a media label. The Freegan way. Mix of races, ethnicities, modes of operation. A potluck, indeed. It was like this every night in so many different places around Northwest. What was happening in Washington, D.C.? What was happening anywhere else, everywhere else? No one could be sure. The media was a concocted product, reporting only a small fraction of the culture. What would they do for a sense of the zeitgeist when the culture had fractalized and the media become not a mirror, but one artifact among many? Had it ever been any different? Was this somehow new? If people walked away from the old mass culture of mass consumption and everybody did something homegrown, what would that look like? "How many Freegan houses are there altogether, do you suppose?" Frank asked Spencer as they sat on the floor over their plates. Spencer shrugged. "Lots, I guess." "How do you choose which to go to?" "Friends spread the word. I generally know by 5. Or Robert." "Not Robin?" "Robin usually just goes where we go. You know Robin. He barely knows what city we're in." "What planet is this?" Robin asked from behind them. "See? He doesn't want to be distracted with irrelevancies. Anyway, you can always call me." "I only have my fog phone now," Frank said. "And even that I'm trying not to use too much. I want to stay off the grid when I'm not at work." "I know," Spencer said as he chewed, glancing at Frank speculatively. He swallowed. "I should tell you, no one can guarantee this group doesn't have all the various kinds of informants in it. You know, it's loose at the edges, and law enforcement is kind of nervous about the feral concept. I've heard there are people taking money from the FBI just to make some bucks, and they tell them all sorts of things." Of course. Frank looked around. No one looked like an informant. Spencer went back to wolfing down his meal. There was a big crowd tonight, and there wasn't going to be quite enough food. At the start of every potluck, they had all started to say a little Thanksgiving. In most houses, they all said together, "Enough is as good as a feast," sometimes repeating it 3 or 4 times. Maybe that was the third great correlation, enough and happiness. Or maybe it was science and Buddhism, or compassion and action. No, these were too general. It was still out there. Some of Spencer's friends sat down, and he introduced them to Frank, and Frank leaned forward, squinting, repeating their names. He joined their chat about the windy autumn, the park, the cops, feral gossip. Apparently this group was going back over west of Connecticut the next night. "Do you ever see the jaguar?" Frank asked them. "Yeah, I saw it once, I think, but it was at night, you know." The young women were happy to have Spencer's attention. Frank was regarded by them in the same way they regarded the other older, single males in the room, meaning a bit distantly, if at all. Eventually Frank left. His treehouse had been nearby. Long walk down Piney Branch Parkway to his VW van. Sleep on that nice mattress. Cold breeze flowing down the window at the back of the pop-up. Thus the feral life, the most extreme set of habits Frank had lived so far. A life on foot, hand to mouth, among friends and strangers. Maybe this was how people lived, no matter what. He Googled to see if any studies had been done to determine how quickly new habits were internalized as a norm. Every Wednesday, he went by the dead drop and found his note from the week before. It was disturbing, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had to remember what Edgardo had said about that, and trust that he had been conveying to him the actual facts of the situation, rather than merely speculating. He had made it clear enough. Time to refocus on the moment, ride the wave. Cut to the chase. Response to Response 4. Yes, I suppose it was hard to talk about, because it seemed like it broke down in one of 2 ways, because people were asking, is it too late or not? And it seemed like this. If it isn't too late, we don't have to do anything. On the other hand, if it is too late, we don't have to do anything. So, either way, don't do anything. That was the problem with that way of putting the question. What we came to realize was that it was a false problem or a question put the wrong way, because there was never going to be a too late. It was always going to stay a question of better or worse. It was more a question of, okay, how fast can we act? How much can we save? Those are the questions we should be asking. Response to Response 5692. Because there was no liberal media bias, that's why. That was all a myth. The rules of capitalism favor size and the economies of scale, and so the big corporations, following all relevant legal opportunities, bought up all the mainstream media. Then the message went out coordinated by constant feedback and dialogue, using only a certain limited vocabulary and logic, all within a kind of groupthink, until all the media said the same thing. Buy things. This moment in history is a good one and will last forever. Nothing can change, so buy things. But then this weather thing came along. It put the lie to the reality we believed in. so that all began to look a little fishy. Response to Response 1 to Response to Response 5692. Lots of reporters are young, and so they're locked into an Oedipal hatred of the baby boomer generation. They hated the boomers for what we were given when we were young. The world gone for just the briefest moment out of its mind into a realm of sex, drugs, and rock and roll, of revolution and war and history right there in our hands, a time of excess and joy, a feeling that things could still change, a freedom that was so extreme no one who was there can even remember it properly, and no one who wasn't there can imagine it, because it was before AIDS and crack and meth and terrorism had returned everything to something like the weird and violent Victorian repression, transgression state of fear that we've all been living in these past years. So I see a fair bit of resentment. You old Vietnam vet, I see their eyes saying, you old hippie, you got lucky and were born in the right little window and got to grab all the surplus of happiness that history ever produced, and you blew it. You stood around and did nothing while the right Reaganed back into power and shut down all possibility of change for an entire generation. You blew it in a 10-year party and staggered off, stoned and complicit. You neither learned to do machine politics nor dismantled the machine. Not one of you imagined what had to be done, and so the backlash came down. The reactionary power structure, stronger than ever. And now we're the ones who have to pay the price for that. You can see why there might be a little resentment. Okay? Say we did. Well, no wonder. We didn't know what we were doing. We didn't have the slightest idea. There was no model to follow. We were out in the vacuum of a new reality, blowing it and then crashing back to Earth. It was a crazy time. It went by too fast. We didn't really get it until later, what we needed to do, where the power was and how we could use it, and why it was important to spread it around better. So, no more blaming the past. Be here now. Now we know better, so let's see if we can do better. After all, if we boomers try to get it right now, it could be better than ever. We could make it right for the grandkids and get a late redemption call. That's my plan, anyway. One day, Spencer called Frank on his fog phone. Hey, Frank, did you check out your Emerson for the day? Frank had everyone reading it now. Diane, Spencer, Robin, even Edgardo, who only rolled his eyes and questioned the intelligence of any optimist. No, he said now to Spencer. Well, here, listen to it. I remember well the foreign scholar who made a week of my youth happy by his visit. The savages in the islands, he said, delight to play with the surf, coming in on the top of the rollers, then swimming out again, and repeat the delicious maneuver for hours. Well, human life is made up of such transits. Did you hear that, Frank? Yes. Ralph Waldo Emerson saying that life is like surfing? Is that great or what? Yes, that's pretty great. That's our man. Who was this guy? Do you think somebody's making all these quotes up? No, I think Emerson made them up. It's so perfect. He's like your Dalai Lama. That's very true. The Waldo Lama. He's like the great shaman of the forest. It's true, he is. Although even more so his buddy Thoreau, when it comes to the actual forest. Yeah, that's right. Your treehouse guru. The man in the box. They are teaching you, baby. You're teaching me. Yes, I am. Well, okay then, bro. Surf your way up here and we'll tee off at around 5. Okay, I'll try to be there. In all the wandering, work was his anchor, his norming function. The only thing that was the same every day. These days he put in his hours focusing on the many problems cropping up as they tried to convince all the relevant agencies and institutions to act on their various parts of the mission architecture. They were also obtaining UN and national approvals for the seawater relocation projects. Holland was taking the lead here, also England, and really most countries wanted the stabilization, so the will was there, but problems were endless. The war of the agencies had gone incandescent in certain zones, and was coming to a kind of climax of the moment, as resistance to Diane's mission architecture and the fix-it coordinating efforts flared up in the Treasury Department and Interior and Commerce, big agencies all. The technical issues in powering a massive relocation of seawater were becoming more and more naked to them. They mostly involved matters of scale or sheer number. Floating platforms like giant rafts could be anchored next to a coastline, and they could move about. They did not have to have a fixed location. Pumps were straightforward, although they had never wanted pumps so large and powerful before. Pipelines could be adapted from the oil and gas industry, although they wanted much bigger pipes if they could power them. Power remained the biggest concern, but if the rafts held an array of solar panels big enough, then they could be autonomous units, floating wherever they wanted them. Pipelines in the northern hemisphere had to be run overland to the playas they wanted to fill. China and Morocco and Mauritania had been the first to agree to run prototype systems, and other countries in Central Asia had jumped on board. Down in Antarctica, they could set them anywhere around the big eastern half of the continent and run heated pipelines up to the polar plateau, where several depressions would serve as catchment basins. Cold made things more complicated down there technologically, but politically it was infinitely easier. SCAR, the Scientific Committee on Antarctic Research, had approved the idea of the project, and they were as close to a government as Antarctica had, as the Antarctic Treaty signatory nations never met, and never kept to the treaty's rules whether they met or not. In many senses, NSF was the true government of Antarctica, and the relevant people at NSF were good to go. They saw the need. Saving the world so science could proceed. The Frank Principle was standard operating procedure at NSF. It went without saying. After another long day at work, about a week later, Diane asked whether he wanted to get something to eat, and he said, of course. At dinner in a restaurant on Vermont Avenue, she talked about work things that were bothering her, especially the tendency for innovation to bog in groups of more than a few people, which she called reversion to the norm. Frank laughed at that, thinking it would be a good joke to share with Edgardo. He ate his dinner and watched her talking. From time to time he nodded, asked questions, made comments. Phil Chase was too busy with other things to give much time to their issues, and he was having trouble getting legislation and funding through Congress. Access to him was controlled by Roy Anastopoulos and Andrea Blackwell, and while they said he remained interested in climate and science, he was still going to trust Diane and the agencies to do their jobs, while he focused on his, which ranged all across the board. His time was precious. Not easy to get any of it, or even to contact him properly. Get on with it, they seemed to be saying. Diane wasn't pleased with their priorities. She asked Frank if he would mind asking Charlie to ask Roy to ask Chase about certain things more directly. She laughed as she said this. Frank smiled and nodded. He would talk to Charlie. He thought word could get passed along. Maybe in Washington, D.C., he suggested. 6 degrees of separation was not the maximum separating any two people, but the minimum. Diane laughed again. Frank watched her laugh, and oceans of clouds filled him. Anna Quibler had been researching the situation in China, and she found it troubling. Their State Environmental Protection Administration had environmental protection bureaus, and environmental laws were on the books. There were even some non-governmental organizations working to keep the crowded country's landscape clean. But the government in Beijing had given power for economic development to local governments, and these were evaluated by Beijing for their economic growth only. So laws were ignored, and there was no body that had a good handle on the total situation. It sounded a little familiar, but in China, things were amplified and accelerated. Now an NGO called Hanshaisha, Boundless Ocean of Sand, was sending reports to the division of the Chinese Academy of Sciences that coordinated, or at least collated, the information for all the Chinese environmental studies that were being done. For a country of that size, there weren't very many of them. In theory, the Academy Division was an advisory body, but the Communist Party political command made all the decisions, so the environmental scientists made their reports and had included advice. But as far as Anna's contacts could tell, few major decisions resulting from their advice had ever been made. Facilitating rapid economic growth had been the ruling principle in Beijing for 3 decades now, and with 1 billion people on about as much land as Brazil or the United States, unleashing this engine of human activity had left little room for considerations of landscape. The list of environmental problems the Chinese scientists had gathered was large, but Anna's contact, Professor Feng Zhenbao, was now writing to her from an email account in Australia, and he was saying that the big areas in the West that had been militarized were going unstudied and unreported. Except for evidence from the windstorms of Luss and that blew east, they had little to analyze and were not sure what was happening out there. They knew the government had agreed to fill the Darim Basin, the major dry playa in the Taklamakan, with seawater pumped up from the China Sea, but that was not their worry. Indeed, some thought it might even help, by covering some of the toxic dust beds being torn open by the hot, strong winds now sweeping the drought-stricken country so frequently. It was the impact of all the other economic activity that was the danger, including strip mining, coal power generation, deforestation, urbanization of river valleys, cement production, and steel manufacturing, and use of dangerous pesticides banned elsewhere. All these factors were combining downstream in the eastern half of the country, in the big river valleys and on the coasts, and in the many megacities that were covering what farmland they had had. Feng Zhen said many were seeing signs of a disaster unfolding. Cumulative impacts, Anna thought with a sigh. That was one of the most complex and vexing subjects in her own world of biostatistics, and the Chinese problem was an exercise in macro biostatistics. What Anna's correspondent Feng Zhen talked about in his emails was what he called a general system crash, and he spoke of indicator species already extinct, and other signs that such a crash might be in its early stages. It was a theory he was working on. He compared the Chinese river valleys situation to that of the coral reefs, which had all died in about 5 years. Anna read this and swallowed hard. She wrote back asking if he and his colleagues could identify the worst 2 or 3 impacts they were seeing, their causes and possible mitigations, and clicked send with a sinking feeling. NSF had an international component wherein U.S. scientists teamed with foreign scientists on shared projects, and the infrastructure obtained for these grants remained for the use of the foreign teams when the grants were over. A good idea, but it didn't look like it was going to be adequate for dealing with this one. Early one Saturday morning, Charlie met Frank and Drepung on the Potomac, at the little dock by the boathouse at the mouth of Rock Creek, and they put their kayaks in the water just after dawn, the sun like an orange floating on the water. They stroked upstream on the Maryland side, looking into the trees to see if there were any animals still out. Then across the copper sheen to the Virginia side, to check out a strange concrete outfall there. "That's where I used to bring Rudra Cochrane," Frank said, pointing at the little overlook at Windy Run. Then he stroked ahead, smooth and splashless. He was not much more talkative here than he had been in the Sierras, mostly looking around, paddling silently ahead. On this morning, his habits suited Charlie's purposes. Charlie slowed in Frank's wake, and soon he and Drepung were a good distance behind, and working a little to keep up. "Drepung?" "Yes, Charlie?" "I wanted to ask you something about Joe." "Yes?" "Well, I'm wondering how you would characterize what's going on in him now, after the ceremony that you and Rudra conducted last year." Drepung's brow furrowed over his sunglasses. "I'm not sure I know what you mean." "Well, some sort of spirit was expelled?" "In a manner of speaking?" "Well," Charlie said. He took a deep breath. "I want it to come back." "What do you mean?" "I want my Joe back. I want whoever he was before the ceremony to come back. That's the real Joe. I've come to realize that. I was wrong to ask you to do anything to him. Whatever he was before, that was him. You know?" "I'm not sure. Are you saying that he's changed?" "Yes, of course, that's what I'm saying. Because he has changed. And I didn't realize. I didn't know that it took all of him, even the parts that I don't know, to make him what he is. I was being selfish, I guess, just because he was so much work. I rationalized that it wasn't him, and that it was making him unhappy. But it was him, and he wasn't unhappy at all. It's now that he seems kind of unhappy, actually. Or maybe just not himself. I mean, he's easier than before, but he doesn't seem to be as interested in things. He doesn't have the same spark. I mean, what was it that you drove out of him anyway?" Drepung stared at him for a few strokes of the paddle. Slowly he said, People say that certain Pun spirits latch on to a person's intrinsic nature and are hard to dislodge with Buddhist ceremonies. The whole history of Buddhism coming to Tibet is one fight after another, trying to drive the Pun spirits out of the land and the people, so that Buddhist precepts and, the non-violence of Buddhism could take the upper hand. It was hard, and there were many contradictions involved, as usual, if you tried too hard to fight against violent feelings. That itself can quickly become another violence. Some of the earlier lamas had lots of anger themselves. So the struggle never really ended, I guess you would say. Meaning there are still Pun spirits inhabiting you people? Well, not everyone. But some? Yes, of course. Rudra was often pestered. He could not get rid of one of them, and he had invited them into him so many times when serving as the oracle, it made him susceptible, you might say. Anyway, this one would not leave him. This was one of the reasons he was so irritable in his old age.
I never thought he was that bad.
Charlie sighed.